Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Ejemini ekebo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itulo ni otun ese. Ìfà lóní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọn bá lọ bèèrè, wọ́n á fi jòyè ẹrùkù. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, náà bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́. Ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọ.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. 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 Baby subramia, baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejeme, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Eguma Karatuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Obodo jisike nubo seruna, Oyibo.
It is everyone, befere,
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Yeah, they go get me. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanda ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. So baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ask what they for your brand yourself when I knew since I was born, but now I am 20 youth. I gonna motan walk on a dog book.
Oh yeah, arrangement for only àyájọ́ ni, orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá. One of the most popular questions here
Yes.
is that you are Igbo and that you are denying that you are not Igbo. Are you Igbo or not?
I'm not. You see, people must understand things. We were in the Eastern region. Nobody can deny that fact. We're in the Eastern region. People interpret my name as Wike. They don't understand the history of Wike. In my play, Wike means a newborn baby. See, Wike is a new baby. Right? They said Wike is a strong person or whatever. That's not my point. Okay, assuming I'm an Igbo. Assuming I'm an Igbo, as they said. So I should allow criminals in Igbo land to kill security agencies. Assuming that.
No, they don't want. No, sir. They don't want you to deny your Igbohood. They say, for example, your first name, Ezenwo, is an Igbo name.
No, you see, that's why we have to be careful. My name is Ezebunwa. Ezebunwa. Now, you see, nobody can deny the fact of affinity with Igbos. Nobody can deny the fact that in our place, your mother may come from Igbo, your father may come from Igbo. We have had that cultural affiliation and affinity. You cannot deny that. Take for example, in Benin or Edo State, they've been with the Southwest. Is that not correct? Is that not correct? There are so many names. Here, Apata. There's Apata in Edo. There's Apata in Yoruba. So are you not saying the Apata in Edo is the same Apata in Yoruba land? There is
what you're saying.
Anambra people they do. Now they divide Igbo state. All these Anambra people. Now so they do.
Speak your language to a Benin and let's see if you'll be able to translate what you're saying.
You will say
I don't know what this is.
Agos are not Igbo.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth. God forbid.
I don't fear you. There is no real Igbos. Agos are Igbos. Go and deal with it and get out. Remove this boy. You see, bring out more.
Hello, please, everybody, calm down. Can you stop?
All these Anambra people with their tribalism.
Calm down.
Tribalism, go face people. You will say, boy, state are not Igbo. This one are not Igbo.
Oh, can you?
Now only not be Igbo for the Igbo land now. Oh, God, shut up, Joe. May you get out from here. Igbo.
Hello.
Only you, only man go say, boy, state no be Igbo.
Hello.
Agbo no be Igbo. Now only not be Igbo.
Igbos are Igbo, stop, and then Igbos are Igbo, stop, and then Brazil.
Oh, can you put it silent?
From Igbo state.
What? Calm down. Can you?
Don't mind this one. The agents of darkness. Don't give them the land. They're sent him here. Now Judas, he don't know what he's saying. He's a saboteur. They don't send him here. Don't answer him.
That's what they used to do. When the CEO matter come, this another one. They say, the CEO,
now, if you meet any Igbo person, you don't come on Igbo. You go say, no, I'm better Igbo. That's all Igbo people dey
talk. All right, there it is. Enough of all that. Enough of all that. A little bit of a back and forth by our friends from the. So even within the Southeast, you have to. There's a gradient of purity. This is what we are finding out. Yes, all Igbos are Igbos, but some are more Igbos than others. This seems to be this seems to be the outtake of that space. So good day to you, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning wherever you are. So let's go the Nnamdi Kanu route. Rather than just say good day, he has to acknowledge the different phases of the day. But it's all summed up by just saying good day. So good day covers the morning, the afternoon, and the evening. So that's how it's done. Good day to you. Good day to you, and another weekend upon us. I hope you've had a glorious week as we hurtle through now the first month of 2024. I hope it's going to be a glorious month and a glorious year for us all. So there it is. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. So click on like. We really need that like. So don't just listen to me say it as a rat-a-tat start, that's just what it says at the beginning of a session. That's a call to action. They call that, what I'm saying now, the technical term for it is a call to action. So I am inviting you to do something. So when I say click on the like button, I am actually inviting you to carry out an activity. and that process completes when you carry out that activity. So do that. Don't just see it as it's Ramadan Dan that this guy does at the beginning of his sessions. It's a call to action. So take that action to help propel the platform on the YouTube algorithm. So click on like, click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. You've been here before, so you've seen how it flows. So the only thing you have to do is to have your wheat about you, because it's a rapier wheat sort of an environment. Rapier wheat, R-A-P-I-E-R, rapier. So the rapidness of your wheat is really the currency that you bring. So if you are sharp and quick to the ball and you are knowledgeable, then this is the space for you. So hop on board and let's hear your voice. So all that, I'm going to play you another clip now, which is the clip that you have probably been looking forward to the most. But it looks as though yam done, as they say in Edo Central, yam done. So we've waited for this moment for long enough, and here is the moment right here. Yam done. So hopefully you can hear my voice. What you are seeing there is the flaring of gas at the Dangote refinery to signal to you and the rest of the world that production has started. So yam done. So this will be a seminal moment in the turning around of the Nigerian state as one of the top 5 largest refineries on the planet signals its intention to engage in business by flaring to signal that the refinery has kicked off. Yam done. Yam done. So that's it right there. So that's the good news. That's an excellent way to start the year. So now, within the first quarter of this year, the first quarter will be January, February, March. So that's a quarter. If you don't know, the year is split into 4 quarters. So within the first quarter of this year, we should see a marked pivoting in a positive direction in the trajectory of that country, because all the elements are aligning and all the dogs are aligning in a row to float elegantly down the stream. Or down the lake. Yes, they usually float on lakes, don't they? Not streams. So there it is. All the elements are converging to form the wholesomeness of what our expectation is. Yam done. Whether you like it or not, much to the chagrin of the obedient who have been doing fasting and praying and going to babalawos for Nigeria to fail. Yam done. So yam done. Oh, okay. So let's go to matters. Okay, yeah. So that's that. Let me read this off the back of that clip. Dangote refinery begins production. So this is an excellent news for the Nigerian state. The Dangote refinery has started production, the largest single train refinery in the world. And once again, listen to that and let that sink in. Not the largest refinery in the world, by the way, because this is quite a specific description. The largest single train refinery in the world, located in Nigeria's commercial hub, began production in the early hours of Friday. This followed the delivery of 6 million barrels of crude supplied to the refinery. Although it was supposed to begin operations in June 2023, the oil refinery, built by Aliko Dangote, received its first crude deliveries late last year in a step to starting up the delayed mega project. And by the way, it is a mega project, so we have to somewhat excuse some of the gremlins in the works and some of the stuttered start of this particular. It's one of the biggest projects in the world being carried out in a third world country. So you go figure, and then you figure out just why some of the delays were. Built as Africa's largest of its type, the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery could be a game changer for Nigeria's economy when fully operational by helping end the country's reliance on fuel imports. The initial run will be for the production of diesel and aviation fuel before moving on to petrol output. Though one of Africa's largest oil producers and the continent's top economy, Nigeria relies almost totally on imported fuel and diesel because of a lack of refining capacity. Fuel imports and subsidies caused a huge drain on foreign exchange when Nigeria was struggling with dwindling oil revenue and foreign exchange shortages. Dangote Petroleum Refinery can meet 100% of Nigeria's requirement of all refined product, gasoline, diesel, kerosene, and aviation jet, and also have surplus of each of these products for export, the company said in a statement. So they are anticipating that Dangote is going to break into that bracket of the top 10 richest men in the world, and you can see how easily that can be achieved with this. The facility sits on the 2,635 hectares of land at the Lekki Free Zone on the edge of Lagos City and cost an estimated $19 billion. The refinery, first scheduled to be opened in 2021, was officially inaugurated by then President Muhammadu Buhari in 2023. Since coming to office in May, President Bola Tinubu has ended the long-standing fuel subsidy and floated the naira currency in economic reforms he says will attract foreign investment and build long-term growth. The former Lagos State governor has called on Nigerians to be patient with these reform programs as the initial impact saw fuel price soar and a sharp fall in the value of the naira and an increase in the cost of living. As the Dangote refinery begins production, the Port Harcourt refinery is also expected to start production. So yam, done. So yam, done. So there it is right there. We're going to see a sharp turnaround within the fortunes of the Nigerian state fairly quickly. Now, let's go on from that to this. I am ready to lead coalition against Tinubu APC. This is Atiku Abubakar, age 92. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 election, Atiku Abubakar, has expressed willingness to lead a coalition of opposition parties to oust the ruling All Progressive Congress APC come 2027. He said this in a congratulatory message to governors of the PDP whose elections were upheld by the Supreme Court on Friday. In a statement signed by his media office in Abuja, he described the decision of the court as good news for the people of Bauchi, Plateau, Cross River, and Zamfara states, and indeed a win for constitutional democracy. So it's just the turnaround. This is the guy that was saying that Nigerians should go and burn down the Supreme Court offices for reasons of him not being declared president. Now, it's a win for constitutional. You see, it's just these people. A lot of people would have lost their lives off the back of his position just a few months ago. And this has pivoted now 100%, just as he's trying to realign himself for another failed presidential bid. The PDP presidential candidate also congratulated the governor of Kano State, Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, of the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP, reaffirming his position that only a united opposition force can strengthen democracy in Nigeria. Atiku was quoted as saying, "I am as prepared as ever to lead the charge alongside all our leaders and governors for the good of our country." According to him, where justice is seen to have been substantially rendered, we as patriots and citizens will always applaud. Atiku equally said that by the verdict of the Apex Court, there is a guaranteed continuation of the standard of good governance that the PDP has brought to respective states. He urged the respective PDP governors, namely Bala Mohammed and by the way, in what capacity is he speaking as? Because he's essentially, the tonality of it, of course, is that of party leader. So how is Atiku still positioned though within the PDP is the wider question. Atiku equally said that by the verdict of the Apex Court, there is a guaranteed continuation of the standard of good governance that the PDP has brought to the respective states. He urged the respective PDP governors, namely Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, Dauda Lawal of Zamfara, Barrister Caleb, whatever it is, of our Plateau State, and Pastor Umo Eno of Akwa Ibom, see their wins at the Supreme Court as an opportunity to consolidate and expand the scope of the good governance they have already established. Atiku noted that with the electioneering phase now concluded, he is certain that the PDP will now be able to focus on its role as the major opposition party in the country, with the party's able governors at the helm, along with his humble self. So the PDP needs to define who and what they are to the Nigerian people. That's just it. They need to define who and what they are to the Nigerian people, because we don't even know. All that should be is a real cleansing of that space. And the first head that should go will be somebody like Atiku. Atiku should really, if that party wants to progress, they need to get rid of Atiku, and they need to really just peter down their ambition for 2027 and launch towards 2031. But in that phase of the Tinubu era, they should use it as a cleansing exercise to quickly. I mean, Atiku is 70, so is he 79 now? In 3 years' time, it will be 82, 83. And when he gets the power, he will hold on to it for 8 years. And then you have some 90-year-old guy on the... It's just... they just need to get rid of this guy if they want to make anything that looks like progress within that party. Let's go on from that to the big news of today. Live update: Supreme Court delivers final decision on 8 state governorship election disputes. So this is the real news of the day. Pardon me. The Supreme Court will on Friday lay to rest. Is this? No, I think this. This predates the verdict. So there's been subsequent verdicts since. So let's just skip that one. EFCC reveals next line of action against Tinubu's minister over alleged 70 billion naira fraud case. So this is that young girl now that just had herself punked. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has reacted to the alleged 70 billion naira fraud case against the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawalle, whilst he was the governor of Zamfara State. The EFCC's acting director of public affairs, Wilson Uwejeron, said the anti-graft agency will revisit the fraud against Matawalle. Correspondence report. Uwejeron stated this whilst addressing protesters under the aegis of Zamfara Alternative Forum on Friday, January the 12th. What the EFCC chairman has done since he assumed office is that he has reviewed all the high-profile cases he inherited, and he asked me to assure you that this case would not be an exception like others, that it will be reviewed. And he is assuring you that something will be done under the law, and nobody is above the law, and no case shall be swept under the carpet. Be rest assured that this case will be revisited, because EFCC believes that no case should be swept under the law. If you have done something wrong and our investigation is able to establish that you have a case, we will proceed with the matter. So it's all bluster, but would there be a bang? Initial gra. I heard somebody describe it as earlier on today. So Let's just see his response. Matawale speaks on being declared wanted by EFCC. Meanwhile, correspondence reports that former Zamfara governor refuted the reports claiming that he has been declared wanted by the EFCC. Lawal Umar, the media aide to Matawale, said the news story that the minister was declared wanted is untrue, fake, and malicious, intended to tarnish the image of Matawale. So there it is right there. We'll believe it when we see it, of course. So now this is another great news, actually. BlackRock buys Bayo Ogunlesi's GIP for $12.5 billion. So there it is. We always talk about Nigerians making wave in the world. I don't think anybody has made a greater wave than this guy. Yes, let me give you this, actually. I should give you this. So let me give you this. Right, BlackRock, the world's biggest asset management company, has just announced that it is buying Global Infrastructure Partners, a company founded by Nigerian investment banker Adebayo Ogunlesi, in a $12.5 billion deal. Mr. Adebayo Ogunlesi, an alumnus of King's College Lagos, and it is quite important that he is an alumnus of King's College Lagos. So this tells us that it's a Nigerian and not some Nigerian abroad Nigerian, it's an actual real Nigerian schooled in Nigeria. Mr. Adebayo Ogunlesi, an alumnus of King's College Lagos and Harvard University, was chief client officer and vice chairman at Credit Suisse First Boston before leaving to start Global Infrastructure Partners. His profile grew in Nigeria after Global Infrastructure Partners bought Gatwick Airport. I've been telling people that the Nigerian actually owns Gatwick Airport, but they are disputing it. The Nigerian that owns Gatwick Airport is this guy. His profile grew in Nigeria after his profile grew in Nigeria after Global Infrastructural Partners bought Gatwick Airport. The main assets of GIP, of which Mr. Ogunlesi is chairman, includes Sydney, the Port of Melbourne, the Swiss Water Group, extensive green energy holdings, and a stake in a big shale oil pipeline. Investment infrastructure is considered as alternative asset class for traditional money managers like BlackRock. The deal makes BlackRock the second biggest. I thought BlackRock was the biggest. Okay, BlackRock is actually the biggest asset management company on this planet. They are bigger than the economy of Europe, by the way, BlackRock. So this is the level of that deal. So yeah, where was I? Let me pick it up from here. The main assets of GIP, of which Mr. Ogunlesi is chairman, includes Sydney, the Port of Melbourne, the Swiss Water Group, extensive green energy holdings, and a stake in a big shale oil pipeline. Investment in infrastructure is considered as alternative asset class for traditional money managers like BlackRock. The deal makes BlackRock the second biggest private investor and manager of infrastructure in the world. So when they're talking about managing, so essentially the portfolio that this guy has built, all those assets, oil pipelines, airports, seaports that he has. So he sold all of that to BlackRock, which then makes them BlackRock the second biggest private investor and manager of infrastructures in the world. So these are global assets that we're talking about anyway. Hopefully somebody in that space will come in and then we can have a conversation around it. BlackRock is to pay $3 billion in cash and offer Mr. Adebayo Ogunlesi and 5 other co-founders of Global Infrastructure Partners 12 million of shares in BlackRock. I would not even take the 3 billion. I'll just take all the assets as an asset exchange. Mr. Ogunlesi says that some of the cash and shares will be distributed to global infrastructure's 400 employees. Mr. Ogunlesi is from Makun, Shagamu, Ogun State. His father, Theophilus O. Ogunlesi, is the first Nigerian professor of medicine at the University of Ibadan. After graduating from King's College, Lagos, he obtained first-class honors in philosophy, politics, and economics from Oxford University. In 1979, Ogunlesi received a GD magna cum laude from Harvard Law School and later obtained an MBA from the Harvard Business School. Global, I was going to say something there, but let me say it now. You see, all this credential is not so much what impresses, is where he got the credentials from that impresses. And where he got the credentials from impresses is because all the people that will make the decisions of the world for his generation were his classmates. So when he's in Oxford University, from the royalties in Igbo land to the royalties in Saudi Arabia and the royalties in Myanmar and all of the top politician children and all of the great and good, all of them are there and all their children are there. So the guy sitting next to him is going to rule a country, and the guy sitting to the other side of him is going to rule another country. So that is really that is the real cachet of this sort of institutions. So Oxford University, Harvard Business School, JD magna cum laude, and all of that. So that's where the money came from, not from anything on his brain. It's from the connections. Global Infrastructural Partners has over $106 billion invested in infrastructure, whilst BlackRock manages, guess how much? $10 trillion worth of alternative assets. So that's $10 trillion worth of alternative assets. That's not the totality of the net worth of BlackRock. That is just their stock in alternative assets. Global Infrastructure Partners has $106 billion investment in infrastructure, whilst BlackRock manages $10 trillion worth of alternative assets. Mr. Ogunlesi's exploits in the world of global private infrastructure management often provoke a discussion about Nigeria's economically ruinous infrastructural deficit and his native country's lack of policies and incentives to tap into deals-hungry world of private infrastructure investment. Nigeria's Bureau of Public Infrastructure and the Nigerian Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, the vast bureau in charge of private investment in infrastructure, have not done a major successful deal in more than 10 years. Who has done a major successful anything in more than 10 years in Nigeria? And by the way, this guy is not alone. No? Do you know that the image maker for the Saudi king is a Yoruba man? The image maker, the person that manages the Saudi prince as a man, which is essentially the king. I think they still have a king, but to all intents and purposes, he's the king. The person that manages his image globally is a Yoruba man. So there it is. It's just quite frightening. And we sit in our dingy little spaces, making noise on social media, telling ourselves we're important. Let me land it with this. Right, breaking. Supreme Court overrules appeal court affirms NNPP's Abba Kabir Yusuf as Kano's governor. So I'm sure you've already all seen this. So just a couple of paragraphs. The Supreme Court has affirmed the election of Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf of Kano State, thereby reversing his sacking by the appeal court. The court returned 165,000 votes to the governor. In September 2023, the Election Petition Tribunal in the state deducted 165,000 approximate votes from Yusuf's total number of votes and declared them as invalid. The tribunal said it was satisfied that the ballot paper of the affected votes were not stamped or signed. INEC had declared that Yusuf received over 1 million votes to defeat his opponent with 800,000. The Election Petition Tribunal in the state nullified the victory of Yusuf. Therefore, the New Nigeria People's Party candidate in the March 18 governorship election yes, in turn, the tribunal affirmed the APC guy as duly elected. The tribunal ruling was upheld by the Court of Appeal in November, saying Yusuf was not qualified to contest the election. The governor proceeded to the Supreme Court to seek redress. The APC guy had also questioned the NNPP membership of Yusuf, arguing that the party should not have sponsored his election for the election. That's what they wrote, or his election for the election. But the Apex Court held that the tribunal never held that Governor Yusuf was not qualified to vie for election, as erroneously held by the Court of Appeal. So anyway, he got the victory. Essentially, that's what that means. Sanwo got his victory as well. So we go through all of those. Hopefully there are people in the room now, and thankfully there are. So we kick it off momentarily, but first let's play the K guys. Let's play just as soon as I can. Yeah, first let's play the K guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iko kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. So konnichiwa to world peace. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. I always say that konnichiwa to world peace. The return of the general. Here's Thomas right there, father of the bride Ajale Koko right here. Baba joins us for the weekend that's kicking off. His Majesty King Emeka in the house. Emmy joins us somewhere in Abuja, I'm sure, and the elegant Prince Daddy in the house as well. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company, and the weekend kicks off. Let's kick it off. Let's actually kick it off with Prince Daddy if he's ready to go. Prince.
Hello, Mama. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you ready to go? Good to see you.
You too. Yeah, sure. Let's go. Actually, yeah.
Oh, all right. We can only really start from. Actually, we don't necessarily have to start from this place because there are bigger news than this. But Supreme Court overrules appeal court affirms NMPP's Abba Yusuf as governor of Kano State. So all the decisions came in today to mark the final end then of this electoral cycle. Sanwo, unsurprisingly, retains his seat. The Kano State governor, surprisingly, he retains his seat and a retinue of decisions made. So have you been following that space and thoughts on it, Prince?
Yeah, hello everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Hello everyone in the studio. Yeah, to your question, one man. The Kanu gubernatorial election, I thought I was the one that's more surprising actually, given that we call it Congress will get like a million votes. So I wasn't sure how they were able to disqualify the governor from winning. So that was a little bit kind of fishy, really. So that wasn't surprising, of course. And someone lose a decision also wasn't surprising. So, but yeah, I think I'm not going to say Tinubu and the APC were trying to play a fast one, but if the county governor hadn't won or been redeclared as the winner, that would have been something, quite frankly. So I'm glad they won, and there wasn't any interference from the Tinubu side of it. So it's all good. It's all good. I know you read earlier that Atiku still trying to assert himself as the leader of the PDP, which is unfortunate. Absolutely, which is unfortunate. And
is it fast turning into a figure of ridicule? Is that how this guy is going to end his illustrious career, as a figure of ridicule?
Well, it can. Well, that's what it's turned out to be, quite frankly. But it's always been the case that as much as they try to portray Atiku as this guy that's so witty when it comes to politics, he's not. He's always been the guy, as is shown, that throws money around to get his way. But it's when it comes to the skill to play politics is not there really. And yes, I think it's made up, if he runs again, I think it's made up his mind to really decimate PDP come the next election and forever. And actually, I didn't think PDP was going to survive right after this election. Of course, thinking that Peter Obi was going to grab the bull by its horns and run with it and be the real formidable opposition that can actually be a threat to APC. But he hasn't done that. Now things are kind of iffy right now if he's going to actually stay with LP or move on to PDP or somewhere else. But PDP really, it's greatly weakened. And also, Wike, though officially with PDP, is not really there to help build the party. And Atiku again doesn't want to leave the party alone. He wants to run the party to the ground till he sees the end of the party. So that's where they stand. Yeah. So yeah, Atiku.
Do you think PDP should come out very early to tell us where they are zoning their tickets to for next year and put this guy out of for the next round rather, and put this guy out of his misery?
Who's the current chairman of the PDP?
I'm not sure, but I think it's about to change. They're having their convention fairly soon. That's how important PDP is, by the way. Nobody knows who their chairman is, but I think it's about to change very soon. They're about to have a convention, which I'm expecting to be a house cleansing sort of, for their sake,
PDP. It's always been the case again. Atiku's always been the man with the money bag, and he pays them all off. It was quite evident in the last election when all the Southeast big players could not come together and dislodge Atiku from being the flag bearer of the party. Because he knows how to pay. He pays handsomely. They just put it that way. So as long as he got the money and is willing to throw a lot of money at these people, these politicians in PDP, I think he might actually get his way again. And if he did, it's not going to help him. I don't think it's going to help him. Now I've heard about the merger between Atiku and Obi, coming together. And I'm thinking how viable that would be if it would actually yield any success. And at this point in time, I don't think so, given that Tinubu was somewhat disenfranchised in a lot of ways, even by his own party and Buhari, and with all the machination that occurred. And given this time around that now is at the helm of power, he has the resources and the apparatus of the government. The merger between Atiku and Obi, I don't think would defeat Tinubu, as long as Tinubu keeps playing his game of pacifying people like Wike and having his former boy Daniel Buhala come over and break bread. As long as he continues to systematically decimate the PDP structure one way or another, I think they don't have a chance. And again, I've never seen him as a good politician anyways, as much as they try to portray him to be one.
He has actually never really won anything, apart from winning the Adamawa governorship in I think 1999, which was a non-ish thing, really. He was the only person contesting. He didn't take it up because, of course, he was then invited to be vice president. But as a standalone person, he has never really had any significant electoral victory as a principal.
Well, that is true, and it's been one of the main power brokers in the country, right? Yeah, and he's been around for a long time, since Abiola's time. Yeah, it's been around the block. He knows the in and outs, and just like you said, he's not been able to deliver any concrete wins. And one would say, okay, well, no, being the president is really challenging. It's a lot goes into it, absolutely. But unlike Tinubu, right? If Atiku has this platform of cultivating leaders in the country, in the party, and we see them win and we see them on display, well, at least someone like me would still give him a lot of credit for doing that, even though he himself has not been able to go to the top. I would give him a lot of credit for how he grooms, young politicians or politicians in general, and how he places them around the country to help the party or the country as a whole. He will get credit for me, but he's not doing that. He's such a selfish guy. I'm not sure it's better between him and Peter Obi. I'm also give it to Peter Obi is better than Atiku, actually, because Atiku is just super selfish. He's super selfish. He just thinks all about himself, as do many of these politicians. But it comes to a time that you just have to play games and give it up or let go for somebody else and come back to win. Atiku don't play that. If I'm not mistaken, that he's been.
Please, Daddy, good evening. How are you? One man, how are you, everyone? Good evening. How are you?
Hey, Thomas,
the return of General Thomas.
Yeah, one man. My shift changed to morning shift, so you have to pursue the dollar. That is why. Yes, I'm back. Yeah, please, Daddy, are you telling me that Atiku will still come 2020, the next round? What is he coming to do? What?
Ojo Semi is Atiku's narrative. Ojo Semi.
Really?
Yes.
No. One man, if truly is trying to come back, that That would be
you have to have some sympathy, maybe not some sympathy, but because what would you sympathize with somebody like Atiku? But you have to understand that for somebody like Atiku, they can only really, because something has to drive a person in life, no matter what your age is. And the only thing now that drives him in life is the ambition to be the Nigerian president. He is as rich as it will ever be. So I don't think he's on the pursuit of money anymore, except of course the world. Yeah. So I think he's had all his children and he's done all the things that he needs to do. But the one thing now that propels his life is that ambition to be Nigerian president. And he cannot abide the idea that he would never attain it, which he never will, of course.
One man, it is well. But I don't, what is going through? Don't these people have family members? Where their family members who wants to be president?
Their family members will be sycophants now. When the guy is the one putting food in your mouth, you tell him that, look, you will be president. I went to some pastor. That is what he said. I went to
what of the children, one man? What of the children?
Who is funding the children? LAB go on now.
Well, please let me continue, my brother.
All right, back to you.
Yeah, to Thomas, I mean, I'm just going by what one man read when Atiku congratulated the governors that were declared winners, that is willing to lead them and be one of the leaders. So that's Atiku for you right there. And I mean, I'm not the one to try to thwart somebody's ambition. And just like you said, one man, he's done it all. He's done it all. He's been there. His only ambition really is to become the president. He's been the vice president. Obviously, he's not going to be a VP to Peter B again. If they merge or if they come together. So that's where he stands. And he's willing to, somehow I kind of like that approach though. Like Samson is willing to bring everything down with him to go out, So, and in doing so, it's only a benefit to APC and Tinubu really. So, good luck to him.
All right, let me take you to this space, Prince. This has to be the biggest news of the day, if not the biggest news of the decade. So that gas flaring that you see there, that is a Dangote signaling to the world that is ready for business. So what are you then making of our production starting at a Dangote refinery?
Well, that is good news. I mean, isn't that what we've been waiting for? Earlier when you did the reading, you described his refinery as what again? Not the biggest in the world, but what? What is it?
The biggest single train refinery. That's how they described it.
And what does that really mean? I
don't know, but it's some technicality that they.
No, it's about manufacturing. The fertilizer plant is attached to it, and also the condiments like lube oil and the likes are manufactured right there, because it's a 25 square kilometer spread, 25,000 hectares, 2,500 hectares. Yeah.
So essentially, an all-purpose refinery. It is
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess maybe that makes sense. I thought any big refinery would do all those derivatives for all those products, but if that's not the case, I guess congratulations to him for doing a great job, with the help of the central bank and immediately. So, but nonetheless,
do I detect an undertone of sarcasm in that? Where's the sarcasm? Where's the cynicism coming from?
No, I'm just stating facts. I mean, he's not the one that wants to return $500 billion or $1.something billion to the central bank and all the shitty deals. I mean, I'm not faulting the guy. I'm not the one again to be pointing fingers at people. Sometimes your position, your environment, it's a given. It's a given to what opportunities you are exposed to or that you have, and the people around you. I mean, who's to say or Ted DeLaw or somebody else be in that position will not take advantage of such largesse or opportunities. So I'm just saying that, hey, but at the end of the day, if he's able to impact the economy, really, it's a positive for Tinubu and its administration, and hopefully they can get back on good terms and find other ways to create more jobs. And someone was saying,
Prince, in my readout, I was saying that this year will be a pivoting towards the positive within the Nigerian space. The Port Harcourt refinery has already they started testing, so production starts this month, no later than next month. You are seeing production starting in. So if there's been an abundance of those resources, and then the gas is now the next concentration to see how that powers up the country in terms of electricity. It looks as though we're pivoting out of the dark woods.
That'd be great. I can say it's about time, but I can't really say that because everything is based on planning. If Dangote hadn't gone out of his way for whatever reason to build this beautiful refinery, we may not be talking the way we are right now, but it is an opportunity. And yes, if Nigeria, Africa countries, they've been known to F up things, right? It'll be a great opportunity to capitalize as much as possible with this Dangote refinery thing, though it's private or quasi-private government somewhat. There's a lot of ways that this thing can be sold to the rest of the world and leverage the refinery and the opportunities that may emanate from it. It's up to Tinubu really shouldn't be fighting Dangote anymore.
A lot of the money spaces were saying that it was a big mistake for them to have publicly raided his office in the way that they did.
You know what? I think so. I think so. Not because I'm condoning. If the guys, I'm not condoning anything, but something. This is life, and I think nobody knows that more than Tinubu. Quite frankly, something got to give. Something got to give one way or another. It's quite clear right now at this point in time that Dangote, no matter how you look at it with his refinery, is a net positive for Nigeria. Now, this is what I keep talking about. It's always a partnership between business, private enterprise, or ventures, governance, or government, and educational institutions or schools. They should all come together. And by now, there should be a program already by one of these beautiful, nice universities in Nigeria, forming a kind of a partnership in a kind of a learning program that incorporates Dangote's business establishment and the government, because again, it's something that can be sold to the world. Really, the other day, a few months ago, I guess, Remy was talking about how he made a presentation in his somewhere in Finland, and telling them about the Dangote's refinery, and people and his audience were like aghast. And that such a thing was occurring in Nigeria, so it's positive. Tinubu now should come to the table, talk to Dangote, see how they can actually work together, and make the best of the opportunity to the rest of the world. For him going out every time to the world to make presentation to get investors, there you go. We have one of ours. He got a bunch of investors and money to build one of the largest, train refinery in the world. You can't beat that. So, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. And I've said it before, I'm not against Dangote's monopolistic approach to business. Any serious business person would do the same. They would do the same. They have that opportunity. You always want to stifle your competition. Nobody does that more than someone like Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook and these other guys. They always buy out businesses and squash and destroy them just to keep their market share or to even disrupt technology. So that's the way the game goes. There's nothing to it. I don't blame Dangote for none of this. At the end of the day, it's up to the government, okay, to have policies in place to make sure they take care of the Nigerian people, the consumers, that they're getting the best, they're getting uh, more for their money, for their naira. You know, they get quality service and all the things they deserve in the Nigerian space, because it's a mutual, transaction. Dangote employs a lot of people, has business, generates taxes. The people have jobs, they have good products and services. It's all beautiful. That's where it should go. So congratulations to Dangote on that, and Nigeria as a whole. But maybe I'm leaving the other part for Kolata or maybe for Tai to come in, because I'm still trying to see how if that actually affects the fuel price at the pump. Because I've heard it said before that, it's still going to be trading, or everything will still be dollarized. So I'm not sure how that really affects the price of the pump. Are we going to see what you call it, subsidy removal, whereby we're paying less than $200 per liter for fuel? That'd be great. So hopefully we'll see what happens.
All right, brilliant. I think the congratulations will keep coming for the next two. BlackRock buys Bayo Ogunlese's GIP for $12.5 billion. So I'm not quite sure if you're familiar with this guy, but often when people are saying that a Nigerian-owned Gatwick Airport is actually this guy, Bayo Ogunlese. So he buys infrastructural assets like gas pipelines, airport and port, etc., in some sort of a financial portfolio. So he has now built that portfolio to the point that BlackRock, the largest by 3 times over asset management company in the world, have now bought his firm for $12.5 billion. So Dangote, be afraid of your number one spot. Are you then in this space, Bayo Ogunlese?
And I'm not really familiar with Bayer, but I've heard it said before that somebody, a Nigerian owned, or I guess now he owned Gatwick Airport. So this is the guy.
Yes.
So obviously,
and I'm glad that it's a proper Nigerian as well, not like your own Nigerian that's more American than Nigerian. It's actually a real Nigerian, unlike you, Prince Daddy, who is an Americano.
I don't know. I didn't know I'm like you grade us like they do in India. So I'm a lesser Nigerian. Is that what you're saying?
No, but a round of applause for him. But in the readout, he went to King's College, Lagos. From there, he went to Oxford University, went on to do his master's at Harvard. So the success was already baked in.
So does it come, or did it come from a rich family? I mean,
yes, his father was the first medical professor in Nigeria.
I mean, that's a distinguished, resume or for the family. But because professors are not rich, but I'm not sure how they made his wealth. But anyways, you said you read it earlier that going to such schools as he did, Oxford, whatever. The people he sits next to, he sat next to, were future leaders and presidents to be.
Yeah, that's the way it works. That's why all these powerful people send their children. It's not for the education; it's for the connection.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So, but see, people like this, I don't usually like to see the dollar sign or the euro sign behind or in front of their name. Maybe it's a shame I haven't read much about this guy to learn more about him. It'd be somebody somebody to own a Gatwick Airport and many other strategic assets around the world. This person we should be talking about this guy in business school. This guy should be a big topic to know about this guy what it stands for, where it comes from, how he made his money. I mean, I don't even think I've ever come across a lecture that he gave. Have you one, man? I'm surprised.
No, I was aware that a Nigerian owned Gatwick Airport, and I didn't even think it was him. I thought it was an Igbo man. That's what I thought. Well, alas, it's Ogunlese.
Yeah, it needs to be studied just for the purpose of business and to learn how he did it. I mean, to that level, it's a great accomplishment for such a person as this. You know, so we cannot ascribe to him corruption. You know, for what I know so far, it didn't work with it didn't steal money from the Nigerian government. I mean, am I wrong for saying that? So this is a guy with we can say almost clean money, right? He made his money from you know, connection or whatever. It's expertise, his skills and abilities. So absolutely, he needs to be studied. I wish to know more about him. But outreach easy. You know, he said $12 billion in what in stocks from BlackRock.
No, the total package is actually $12.5 billion. Of that, $3 billion comes in cash, and then the rest comes in asset, BlackRock assets, which I think is a clever deal. You know, because you know BlackRock now. Everybody knows BlackRock. So they gave him 12 point something million in BlackRock shares.
I wonder if they had multiple beats, or it was just what you call a single source or a straight line transaction with BlackRock. Because I think the Chinese would have paid a little bit more for it. I don't know. I'm just saying. But
no, I think the asset would have been the tipping point, because that asset would those shares rather would have they will quadruple in no time. That's the biggest asset management. I think they manage a portfolio of about $100 and something trillion, BlackRock. So
yeah, I mean, they call the shots, and BlackRock calls the shot, and pretty much they do whatever they want to do. They have the money, the resources, just like you said. They have wealth bigger than most economies in the world, even including European nations. So let's go figure. So yeah.
All right, Prince. Let me play you this clip. It's still in the realms of Nigerian success story. Give us a brief response to it, and then I'll go on from you to Baba.
A political earthquake in a conservative stronghold. That's how the Colorado Sun described independent candidate Yemi Mobolade's historic victory in the race for mayor of Colorado Springs. Yemi Mobolade is a Nigerian immigrant and a businessman who first moved to the United States 27 years ago as an international student. He's the first elected black mayor of Colorado Springs after defeating former Colorado Republican Secretary of State Wayne Williams with 57.5% of the vote. It was truly a political earthquake. Colorado Springs had never elected a non-Republican candidate for mayor. Wayne Williams is a normal Republican, though. He didn't support election denialism, which likely cost him Republican votes in a changing electorate in Colorado Springs. Wayne Williams conceded to Yemi Mobolade and congratulated him on an excellent campaign, something rare to see in the era of election denialism. Here's some of what Yemi Mobolade said to voters in his victory speech.
We stand on the mountain of a new era in our city's history. Yes, Colorado Springs will become an inclusive, culturally rich, economically prosperous, safe, and vibrant city on a hill that shines brightly. To anyone who doubts that politics can be disrupted, reformed, and transformed into a hopeful experience, tonight is for you. To the citizen who has lost hope in this great experiment and the dream of our founders,
why is it that black politicians always speak like preacher men in America? He could have delivered that in just a clear cut. It doesn't have to. Why do they always speak like a pastor? They want to all mimic what's it called? I had a dream sort of a guy. Prince Daddy, another Nigerian success story.
Oh yeah, I guess Colorado Springs. I don't think there are many black people or even Nigerians there, but that's the beauty about being a Republican. It's not about the color of your skin. It's about the content of your character or your ability or your skills. That's the beautiful thing about it. Now, if you had been I'm not sure how much you follow American politics in its granular form, but if you had been a Democrat, they'd be talking about the color of his skin and some other stuff. But this guy is a Republican conservative, meaning that he competed, he won based on what he has to offer the people, which is beautiful. I heard about the guy before, but I don't know much about him, of course. He's just a mayor in Colorado, right? So it's not like he's New York or this California. But anyways, he gets all the credit.
Are you trying to diminish his success, Prince?
Oh no, I don't do that. I can't diminish it. I'm just saying that if you had been in New York, I don't have to struggle for it. It's going to be everywhere on the internet, on the newspapers, in the media. And that's my point. But Colorado Springs is not the biggest electoral state in the nation, but nonetheless, to be a mayor, it's a great accomplishment. Who knows? It's probably going to be propelled to the national stage pretty soon. Being a conservative, actually, because we don't have that many of them that are black. So, but the thing though is that we don't select candidates because of the color of their skin. It's just because what you can do. This guy sounds like is quite capable, a solid politician. So he can push from there to the national stage, and become big. It's unstoppable. So why not? So congratulations to him, and I wish him the best.
Nigerians are doing big things globally, Prince.
Oh, no doubt. No, of course we do. No doubt about that. And that's why, some people like, our good brother friend, Oriolade, that thinks, Nigerians, I'm not sure how to put it. It doesn't think that we have that brain power, that capacity to do things by ourselves, unless it comes from the West or the white man has something to do with it. And he has a lot of point to it, in the sense that, look, our environment is not the best environment for creativity and development. It's quite clear. Look at it. It's not. The West absolutely has that advantage over us. But my point always is that, look, as a people, we have the brain. Though our brain is sometimes like our raw materials, it's just there. It has to be, something has to be done with it. But that we don't have the brain and the wherewithal as human beings to compete, I disagree. And we show it all the time across the globe, from politics to medicine, engineering, and we do it. So it's always going to get better. But we cannot. This person we're talking about right here, this mayor, what can we get from him in terms of his leadership skills, in terms of his political skills? That can Nigeria learn anything from him? You guys have this Nigerian lady also in England, right? She ran to be the prime minister.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys had her.
And even though some people scoffed at it, but she was there. She was on the podium. She presented a campaign. So the country is sensitized now to that ambition coming from that space. So that was a real leapfrog. I try to remember her name. Yes, but yeah, you're right. Yes.
Yeah, no, I think I heard her speak also. She sounds very eloquent and great. So we as a people, and I would say people's development or accomplishment is a factor of two things. No matter how brilliant you think you are, your environment, if you ask me, is 50% of your success. Your environment is 50% of your success. That's where I take it, and that's the reason why Nigerians are like, it's like
You say the world is waking up to the Nigerian phenomenon. It's too visible for them not to see, and they do see. That's MSNBC now. How many times have we seen all these mainstream Western spaces? If I play you another clip, the world is waking up to the Nigerian phenomenon. There's no question about that, and it's something that is unique and peculiar. Let me just play you this.
How is it that Nigeria is struggling with the issues it's struggling with, but some of the smartest people in the world are Nigerians?
Yeah.
I think most people have mischaracterized the true cost of corruption. I don't think the most expensive line item in the cost of corruption, right, is what it's done to the economy. I think it's what it's done to sentiment and what it does to talent. In other words, when you corrupt a system, those less deserving get opportunities to which they are not deserving.
Entitled.
The problem is that those who are deserving pick up a little green document called a passport. They get on a plane
and go elsewhere.
And they leave. Because what talent does, when you distort this thing about effort versus reward, is talent goes where it will be rewarded. If you looked at the top 100 investment bankers in Wall Street today, you'd find a healthy percentage of them are Nigerians. The top brain surgeons in the world today, healthy percentage of them, Nigerians. The top investment banking lawyers in the world today, healthy percentage of them, Nigerians.
Sure.
What does that tell you? How is it that Nigeria is struggling with the issues it's struggling with, but some of the smartest people in the world are Nigerians? And then you...
So there it is. It's beyond, and that was a South African person, so it's beyond question. The world is waking up to the reality of it.
Yeah, the world is waking up, but it's about time anyways. It should not be surprising, quite frankly, because we've been in the system for such a long time, and the numbers keep growing. So there comes the advent of the internet and some other mediums to showcase the Nigerians everywhere. So it's almost very much well expected. But I would say though, again, what are we doing for our home country, for Nigeria itself? But anyway, I've always said also that Nigerian economy.
Prince Daddy, let me ask one man this question. You said the world is waiting. What do you mean by that statement?
No, I said the world is waking up to the Nigerian emergence. We are emerging into the global space, and the world cannot but acknowledge it. There's a Nigerian, there's a mayor in the Ukraines. Can you imagine that?
But you said the world is waking up to Nigerian
emergence. Yes.
Which Nigeria are they waiting? The Nigerian nation or Nigerian people?
The Nigerian experience.
What do you mean by Nigerian experience? What's Nigeria?
The world will wake up to the Nigerian nation, but the world has already woken up to the Nigerian person. You heard that South African. It says the top, if you go to Wall Street, you'll find a good complement of the investment bankers at the topmost end are Nigerians, the surgeons, the lawyers, the accountants, the everything, all Nigerians. My personal GP here in Kent is a Nigerian. We just saw some guy in Colorado.
The world is taking over Nigerian assets. They are not waking up or waiting for the emergency. No, that all those brains that we're talking about, those guys mentioned, industrial, investment bankers and all the rest, those are Nigerian assets that Nigeria cannot manage. And the world has stolen it. Other parts of the world has taken over. That is what it means to me. They're taking over Nigerian assets and they're using it for their own development. Look, any nation in this world that cannot manage their human resources, other part of the nation, of the world that discovered it will take it and use it for their own good. And that is what we see happening to Nigerian people. We cannot have these people we have running Nigeria the way they're running Nigeria and think that the world waiting for Nigeria and the way you describe it, the way for Nigeria emergence. No. And yeah, it's not emerging nowhere. We are not seeing any road path to emergence anywhere. Let's tell ourselves the truth. I like the statement you use. Very good, very encouraging, but it's not the reality. One man.
No, but I think it's the reality, you know,
those people you're talking about, go and look at them. If possible, we can investigate them, whether they have investment, whether they are ready to invest in Nigeria. No. How much?
I'll be surprised if they don't. This guy that grew up in Lagos, went to King's College.
How much investment does he have?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not his accountant.
He won't go there because you don't have a transparent system. It's a corrupt system. No investors, or even Nigerians themselves, that want to go and invest there. Don't you see what is going on? Everybody running away from there.
I think everybody.
What about those that are investing already? Who put their life savings in the space called Nigeria?
The world's largest refinery in Nigeria.
Single train refinery. Somebody put down 19 billion for that.
Oh, okay. So is that the only worth you can?
We have the Glow Man.
We have the Glow Man. We have Walter Smith, which is some guy from Edo. You know.
You have what?
My own belief is that they will come back. Whether say 40 years, south, north, east, or west, no place like home. I was talking to somebody this afternoon, a pilot that took him in a plane, I think somewhere in Texas. Well, he's a Nigerian, or was a Nigerian. He's not been home for 30 years, but he looks forward to going home very soon. Ditto for the other professor that was robbed at Senate border. You understand? He came home. He was last home donkey years ago. So they will come home one way or the other.
And the other thing, Ajale Koko, you see, a lot of these top-end talents, they don't actually. They may have a base in America, but they essentially live on an aeroplane. So these are international people with a backdrop in Nigeria. So it is not as though, yes, the country's circumstances may have been what pushed them out, but even if Nigeria was working, people at the topmost end of talent, they've always been international. In America, they are international. They call them digital nomads. They just function on a laptop, don't they? They don't necessarily stay in their home country because they have a desirable skill that is globally is commercially viable. You know, so it's not. Yes, I take the Japa whatever, but people like this, no matter what the circumstances are in Nigeria, they will always be international. All right, back to you, Prince. Am I still here?
Yeah.
One man. Let me say this. It is not where they live that matter, but where their investment, where they have their investment. That is what really matters.
All right. Okay. If we are going to stay here, let's stay here. Let me bring this guy's assets up. So hold on. Hold on 1 second. So I just want to show you this to make the point. So this guy is based in America, but he has his assets, a huge part of his investment. He owns Gatwick Airport, which is in the UK. He owns the Port of Melbourne, which is in Australia. He owns the Swiss Water Group, which will be in the Middle East somewhere. He owns gas pipelines, shale gas pipelines, which may or may not be in America. So his assets are global, but his base is in America.
But how many assets? How much asset? How much worth of asset does he have in Nigeria?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
but that's not to say that he doesn't.
Why do you think he failed to invest in Nigeria? Why? What is the reason?
We don't know that, do
who
we?
said that he failed to invest in Nigeria? Who said that?
What did you say?
Who said that he failed to invest in Nigeria?
Okay, you have all the investment. Do you see anything there?
No, I don't have all the investments. I have some of the. No, you're just saying that to make the point. But there is nothing to suggest that he doesn't have assets in Nigeria.
Even your politicians that are even stealing money, they're taking the money outside the country. They don't even invest it in Nigeria.
They have global assets. That's what I'm saying to you. These people have global assets.
Global asset is Nigeria among that global assets. Where does Nigeria? I mean, do they have Nigeria as one of those places where they have their?
Why would they not? We have several examples. We've already cited the Dangote example.
No, come on, Dangote is a Nigerian base. It's a Nigerian base. Don't even go.
Can I interject? But Dangote has assets in America.
No, you guys should not go.
Does Dangote not have
a home base? Dangote is a home-based investor.
No.
So you know that.
No.
Dangote cannot be used.
Dangote is international now.
Oh,
Dangote has over a $2 billion investment in America.
What I'm telling you, Dangote is home base. It's Nigerian base.
Yes, but hold on, Dewale. Dangote is Dangote's asset. His assets international. He has presence in Ethiopia. He has presence in
Angola,
Ghana. He has presence in Angola.
Senegal.
He has in America. It's based
in Brazil.
Similar to this guy, he's based in America. He has assets in the UK, Sydney.
Look, one man. If we have these people that you mentioned, those investment bankers and other Nigerians that are top investors around the world, if we have them in Nigeria, you will see your president running around the world begging for people to come and invest in it.
No, I think you are missing it.
Don't let us.
They don't have to be based in Nigeria to be invested in Nigeria. That's just the point.
I'm not saying they don't have to live in Nigeria before they invest in it. What I'm saying is that if you have investors, our Nigerians that are top investment bankers and are investors around the world, if we have them invested in Nigeria, you won't have any reason to go around and still be better.
They can't be invested in Nigeria exclusively now. They have to have a widespread portfolio.
They are conglomerates.
Can you mention some of these people other than Dangote, other than Bua, that are home based, that are
I can mention Otedola.
All those one are home based. All those one are home based, and all these people are people that are eating in that rotten to make themselves that billionaire. They are supported by the rotten system to be where they are today. You understand what I'm saying? You know that already. But how many international investors, that are not even Nigeria, that you see they put all their, a greater percentage of their wealth in Nigeria?
No, we do see them. Because
do you have the data of?
We do have the data. Hold on. Even the digital companies are here. Zuckerberg and all.
Zuckerberg is African headquarters is in
Microsoft
Nigeria.
have businesses in Nigeria.
Their African headquarters is in Nigeria,
and a host of others.
So why Do you have it?
The biggest American embassy outside of the United States in Nigeria.
If that's it, why do you have for the past 8 years recorded the biggest in the history of the nation? 40 years in the history, 40 to 50 years. A loss of foreign direct investment. Why do you have them?
Until Buhari came in, we were the leading in Africa. So let's go ask Buhari in Katsina what happened to us for 8 years.
What we are saying is that if Nigeria can, manage and package a system that is not corrupt, that is transparent, all these people.
No country does that now. Does China do that? China is one of the most corrupt countries on the. You know. The problem with Nigeria is not the corruption; it's the size of the economy that cannot absorb the level of corruption. The United States is one of the most corrupt countries. China is extremely corrupt. The Middle East is entirely corrupt. It's just that the size of the economy is not. It cannot insulate the level of corruption that we have.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point.
Yeah,
that is
and
not
that's
true.
the reality of things.
That is not true. It is not.
That's absolutely true. Not only that, vis-a-vis our population too. Vis-a-vis our population, that's absolutely spot on.
No.
If Tinubu turns that economy to $1 trillion economy and the corruption remains the same, the country, the life experience, the quality of life experience will elevate threefold.
We are talking.
And people will not talk about corruption, and the corruption remains the same, but the economy quadruples.
What we are talking about, transparency, a system of transparency.
There's no country that is that. Which country is transparent?
No, don't say that. There's
tell me now, which country is that? It's not transparent.
There's transparency, there's accountability.
The most secretive place on this planet is the square mile, which is the financial center of the UK.
Baba Janikoko, sir. Good evening. Baba Janikoko. Baba Janikoko, let me just expatiate a little bit on that, right? You see, when we are talking about corruption in Nigeria, right, the focus is on the public. That's the government itself. But if you look at the private sector, our manufacturing base is in nascent space.
So, sorry, Baba. Let me mute you for a moment. We're getting background noise. Yeah, carry on.
Our manufacturing sector is still in the nascent phase. Our service sector, similar, and other sector contributing to the GDP. So that is why we have a huge unemployment rate. It's comparable to the United States, right, where that place is an explosion of production activity, right? Ours is still small. And then within the public government space, corruption is not taking out funds into private hands, a diversion of funds into private hands. So if the private sector is rapidly increasing and expanding and absorbing a huge chunk of the population into that productive capacity space, whatever is going in the federal government area or the public government funds area would not impact much on the private sector, right? Corruption is everywhere. It's just like what woman has explained. Our economy, our GDP cannot insulate. It's not enough. We don't have enough production capacity to insulate the impact, negative impact of the corruption being perpetrated in the public sector area. That's the problem. When we have more people working, those people will be focusing on production and they will be taking care of themselves and their dependents, right? And that will contribute to the GDP because there's more manufacturing, there's more service, there's more things are going in, more innovation, right? Whatever the public sector is doing, whether it's with the civil servants in terms of their salaries payment or diversion of funds, would not impact on the private sector, and that's the result of it. And corruption is happening in the United States within the federal government space. Same thing with Canada, same thing with the UK, same thing with the Middle East. But they have a very good private sector that is booming, that is increasing, that is absorbing workers into that space. That is our problem. Our problem is to think out of the box, ensure that new industries are being created that can absorb the people who need job into the private sector. So that's just it. Thank you.
Emeka, it is good that you people are defending.
Let me chime in on Angelica.
Let me make this one. I will yield the floor for you. I know you have the floor. It is good the way you guys are defending this. Look, if you don't have a system right from the top, monetary, on the monetary side of the economy, if you don't have it transparent and account, if you don't run a transparent and accountability system there, and as well on the physical side, and you don't run it on the basis of transparency and accountability, it's going to affect everything. And that is what we had for many years. Why are we trying? Why are we putting Emefiele on trial? Because
are you saying this is going to continue forever? At a point, things have to change.
Look, why? Why are we putting him on trial? Because this guy, he failed to run a transparency, and he was able to perpetrate corruption for
no, that wasn't why he's on trial. He was on trial because he corruptly enriched himself and his friends. It wasn't about transparency.
Yes, he was not transparent. Did he declare the annual what do you call it? Annual. Did he declare annual account of the what do you call this thing? I can't even find my word.
If that had been his
report,
if that had been his only that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Hold on, if that had been his only crime, then it would not be with the authorities today. That because he did not declare accounts, there is with the authorities because he corruptly enriched himself and his
he
friends.
did not declare the account because he was corruptly enriching himself and he was doing some shady deals. That's why he did not declare the account, because if he declared the account, they detect it, they will know that no, this is not right. So, and you see the people in government too, your legislators, are not doing their job the way they're supposed to do it by carrying out their oversight very well on government agencies. So when you have a system like that is being run in secrecy, then you are going to have problem. That is what we have. And it's not going to attract investors at all, because they will see it clearly. The moment and investors in this world we live now, they easily communicate around the world. The indices that will show that this is not the place to go. Economic indices will show that this is not the way to put your money. And that is what we have in Nigeria for how many years now? So transparency and accountability, very important. So let me...
all right, back to you. I don't agree with any of that, but let's go back to Prince.
Yeah. Oh, can you hear me? One minute? Yeah.
Yeah. Carry on.
We cannot discard what Angelica is saying. Not at all. It's something that I've tried to wrap my head around and try to understand these different economies. There's no doubt that there's a lot of corruption in China. And even in the Middle East. I'm not surprised that you knew that. I was talking to somebody, I think, where was it from? One of the Gulf nations, anyways. Then the guy was talking about how it was appalled also with the level of corruption in his country. So I was coming in, and I think I've come to the conclusion that, including America, most nations are corrupt in a lot of ways, but that's not the problem. Just like you said, one man. Okay, so if you have a large size economy, maybe the economy would be able to absorb the corruption. I don't buy that for a second. I don't buy that, though there's validity to it to a certain degree. I don't buy it. The question is, and if you ask me about my theory about the whole thing, is that look, in any country, the top can be corrupted, but corruption has to be contained somehow, some way. Because an average American, for example, is not corrupt. In fact, if you ask an average American to define corruption, they can't give it a definition, nor do they even know the meaning. I'm telling you, one man. So the point here is that the system works, and it works in a lot of ways. So sometimes it doesn't matter maybe the level of corruption that may exist, right? But if the system works overall for the majority of the people, the citizens, I think things will be fine. Things will be fine. But we have a system in Nigeria or a country whereby the corruption from the top permeates to the lowest of the bottom of society. So we are a corrupt nation overall. Everybody's corrupt left to right. You know, it's like everybody talks about bribing, and every sector, every angle of the country is corrupt, and a country cannot survive cannot survive cannot survive at all to bring about any meaningful development in the long run. So I get Kuku's point. Just like I said earlier, the environment. I'm sorry. The environment is key. The environment in which people succeed, the environment for creativity and innovation is critical. So if you have a good system in place, yes, we can end the corruption, but there has to be things for people to do. An average American, perhaps European or British, doesn't wake up and think about a lot of things. They just want to go to work because there's work to do. They can apply for a job. They have credit facilities and all these other things available to them. So they just go and live their normal life. But people as in, Emmanuel is not unique in that case anyways. People naturally, we are greedy by nature. When put in a position and we have the opportunity to misbehave, we would. Only a very few, a handful of people in this world would not do it because our greed as human beings would drive us to do things normally we wouldn't do if we hadn't been in that position. Go ahead, Baba. Sorry.
All right, brilliant.
No, you finished. I think it's my.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Prince. So excellent opening of the session. Now, round it off, and then we go on to Baba.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the elegant Prince. So from the elegant Prince to Baba. Baba, you're up next.
Yes, one man. I don't want to restrict. I want to restrict myself to my usual 8 minutes. So I will take the refinery, I will take the article, and then to Ogunlesi. Actually, I salute you all on the platform, gentlemen. Good evening, and the comment section. I see you all, my people. I salute you. Happy weekend, and to our viewers. Let me start by starting with apologies, because in the last 2 days, the platform, as you know it, we've deviated actually from the norm. And I want you to pardon us. It's not in our character, but it just happened. Shit happens. Just understand it like that. And I think I'm giving you my word. And I think one man who owns a platform is giving, and on his behalf, I'm telling you that it won't happen again. He will be up to his game. So please like, share, and subscribe. As usual, this is the place where comment is free, but facts are sacred. And we contend with our thoughts and ideas and views. We are allowed to flourish. So if you deformed through lack of information, this is where to reform yourself. Like right now, press the button so we can upgrade. So one man. So let me start with the refinery. When people hear refinery, I think a lot of people have not been to that space to see one before. And I know how stressful it is to move around in Nigeria, particularly Lagos. But we are if we truly are 200 million people, we are all armchair critics. But those who can, please drive there, take a bus down there, go see for yourself. Because it's not enough for we to be cynical all the time. Today, I listened to Fashola for 1 hour, his interview, and I went halfway with Babangida's interview on Chanel before I crossed over to this platform. That's how I love this platform. I had to, because it was giving me some interesting vibes and gist. So, like me and other people here, I think we know our onions. This refinery, let me tell you, 2,500 hectares. That is 25 kilometers. If you don't know arithmetic, at least you journey every day. You know what 1 kilometer is. Not to talk about 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers, square kilometers. That's a Dangote refinery. 20 billion investment, in which the federal government, you, me, our money is 20% of that refinery. 4 billion, whopping billion dollars we have in that refinery. Now, this is the beauty of it. At full optimal operation, that refinery will be employing 135 direct laborers, workers.
1,000, you mean?
135,000. That is minus indirect jobs. That is direct jobs. And they will get there maybe within the next 24 months. They will get to the optimum. So imagine even what that will do to population of Lagos alone. It's going to compress it. It's not going to be an easy place. Not to talk about Ekpe, where it is situated. We hear Dangote is the #1 man in Africa, but I think in the rank of world billionaires, it has been projected that within the next 2 years, Dangote will be top 10 in the world. Being projected. Because what he put down there is massive. You need to have a heart of a lion to do that. And like the other time, we don't know our value as Nigerians. I'll tell you for free, in other African countries, in their corridors of power, when you sit with them, they envy Nigerians for having these billionaires. For having these billionaires. That's why I adopted the phrase Emeka used 4 days ago. They are national treasures. We should not be haranguing them. One way or the other, to put your money and stay in Nigeria and invest. I mean, it's no mean feat. It's no mean feat. And I will tell the government, I know people are listening, they should be prepared, because Dangote is not an easy meat. It's going to kill our refineries. For him to thrive, it's going to kill our refineries. So it will be a perfect excuse for this present administration to sell those refineries. Because it's sufficient. They've had their 6 million. They've had their 6 million cargo tranche. They are not taking anything in January anymore. But in February already, 4 million has been lined up for their production. So everything is going to be from one plant to the other, because it's plant within plants. So this is like, it's much more than a test run. Once they start, as they start feeding the cargo, whatever is turning out, they have to flush, and as they turn out products into another plant, and see how the plant is responding to the control room computers. So we may not even see their product in the market maybe another 2 months before we start seeing their product. And I tell you also, Dangote is not just limiting himself to producing, he's buying up fuel stations all over the place. There will be Dangote fuel stations. Just like Glowman had his oil wells and he had his own fuel stations. That's the model Dangote is also following in that track. And I'm happy for my state because my state will be making a lot of money in small taxes from people who live there, from transportation of vessels, trailers coming there to load, and from Dangote themselves. The fact the plant itself, with the local government, the state government will be making money. It's a loss to Ogun State because this refinery will have been in Ogun State. But what's the other man's name? Amosun messed up. Amosun messed up. And Fashola snatched it up and railroaded the people in that area. Gave him almost the land for free. But who is gaining now? Nigeria is gaining, not just Lagos State. So this is an asset. These people, well, we may have the beer parlor gossip about how they've ruined this country, about how they've stolen our money or anything. But the beauty is the money is still in the country. It's money that is being put into productive use. People are being employed. Imagine just one plant having 135 direct jobs for people. That's huge. That is huge. So it's a game changer, no matter the level of our cynicism. And we should not even allow this statistics thing, because I listen, they tell us Nigeria is a deficit, 17 million housing units. We are in deficit, so we should build it. And some people will come and say, oh, we can build 1 million houses every year. That's a lie. That's a lie. No country can build 1 million units of houses every year. Check Great Britain's record. A couple of years back, they determined when they had deficit that they will build. But they've never been able to build more than, I think, 253,000 additional housing units every year. So I think that we imbibe statistics and swallow it like the Holy Grail. Most of these things they talk and we use it to stamp ourselves are not true. And I will digress a little bit for the sake of just all of us here. Let us separate Nigerians from Nigeria. Nigeria is a space. It's our own neck of the woods. If other nationals, they take the Nigerians out of that our neck of the wood, and they brought in some other people of some other color into that space, they will prosper. So we are the problem, our politicians, our institutions. So those are the things we should attack. We should not throw Nigeria as a space under the bus. Abuse Tinubu, abuse Buhari, Chief Justice, anybody, me, anybody. Use any vile language, foul language, but not to Nigeria as a space. That is absolute demarketing of the highest order. We are doing ourselves a disservice. And also, when we talk about FDI, good. FDI is good. No doubt about that. But if it's not coming, it's not coming. We can look inward. We look inward. We can do stuff ourselves and sell to the world. I always see opportunities in everything. In lack, there is opportunity. In plenty, there is opportunity. Look for the opportunity and rise. That is my own take in this thing. Let's leave Nigeria as a space, as a neck of, we occupy it. So we are the one doing what is unto us. in that space. So let's attack Nigerians, institutions, politicians, citizens, and everything. So that is it for the Dangote refinery. I give them kudos. Like all the rest, I salute them because they are expanding the space. The woman, what's her name now? Dr. Alakija. Alakija is in Sierra Leone. She has 2 new oil wells in Sierra Leone. And a lot of Nigerians are spreading all over Africa. We are the beauty. I mean, during Jonathan's time, he went to Kenya and he said, look, one of his proudest moments was when he was coming down and when he came down from the airport and he saw a lot of private jets. And they told him, the protocols, oh, those are all Nigerian private jets, millionaires, just like the way when Tinubu went to India. So these people are national treasure. You might say I'm an idiot for saying that. I admit I'm an idiot. They are our national treasures. If we don't value them, other countries value them. And to Atiku, yes, I laugh when I read this. I'm ready to lead coalition against Tinubu and APC. Who told him they will allow him to lead a coalition? Because I listened yesterday to Professor Utomi, his interview, and he is at the driver's seat of this coalition. And I look at Utomi, brilliant academician, but a very, very poor politician of the Nigerian ilk. Very, very poor. Because if we must remember, 2020, he contested the primary of APC, I think 2020 or 2015, contested APC primary for Delta. Who defeated him? Uburu defeated him. How did they defeat him? By using the chairman or the person appointed by APC to go supervise the primary. I think that was General Onoja. Well, is it General or Brigadier General Onoja? Just by merely changing the time, changing the schedule, he missed the boat. Those are one of the reasons why he left APC. How many of us remember that Utomi was in APC before? Now he's trying to bring up this coalition. And I look at him. Does he have the range? Does he have the reach? Does he have the spread to do it? Has he factored the article trouble in? Trouble in the sense that Atiku wants to run again. I've said it long ago, long before Buala came to the podium, to the press to spill the bean, that Atiku will run again. So if Anutomi comes in, brought in Kwankwaso, Atiku, SDP man, and all the rest, and they sit down, and does he want to tell them he was going to run? That is imposition. The Obi camp will never hear of it. Obi camp will never hear of it. Kwankwaso is decentral. Okay, you understand what I want to say. Because if Atiku runs, Kwankwaso cannot be vice president. Obi already has been given a big toga of invisibility. He cannot be anybody's vice president anymore. So that coalition is DOA, dead on arrival. It can't flourish. It can't work. And it's Ashiwaju's game. No mathematics can make it work. Because they are all strange bed fellows. So let me go to Ogunlesi. Ogunlesi, I mean, grew up, I don't know him personally, but I know his cousins. And I think Banjali Kuku will remember the Ogunleses. If he doesn't remember them, he will remember Sophisticates. You remember Sophisticates?
Yes, yes.
Exactly. Those are the Ogunleses. And they started early 70s with advertising company they call Baby Bird.
Yeah.
They start with Baby Bird. With this yellow sticker, we put it on our car then around in the mid 70s and things like that. So that's the family it came from. So it's well entrenched. I don't know if he has anything in Nigeria, but knowing this Ijebu man very well and coming from an academic background, the father was Chief Olabisi or something like that, Ogunlesi. The Ijebus don't play with their space when it comes to business. At them and the Jeshas, the Egbas, I think I'll take third. In Nigeria, not in Yoruba land, in Nigeria. So we are lucky to have him. And if you watch anything, something like him or anything like him, the Oibos will try to shift him. Because I've read a lot of things about him and never hear they don't want to associate him with Nigeria, even though the name is there. They don't want to hear that a Nigerian owns Gatwick. Because if you take Heathrow, it's Gatwick. They don't want to hear it's rancors with them. But whether they like it or not, Ogunlesi owns the place. Even Nigerians don't even believe. If you tell a Nigerian who is in Gatwick right now, some of them are saying, "Oh, do you know this airport you are in right now belongs to a Nigerian?" Or they will think you are giving them tales by moonlight. So we are lucky, and I think, yes, we are not. We failed since 1960. We got our independence, but as a baby, I mean, it's not this day they give birth to a baby that baby starts running. It has to crawl, particularly when it starts to try to stand, grabbing stuff, falling down, taking what we call baby step, crying in frustration, and taking the first step and everything, and growing to maturity, just like a butterfly. From egg to pupa, pupa to larvae, or egg to larvae, larvae to pupa, pupa to imago. So we've gone through all the phases. This is my belief. I listened to Babangida today, listened to Fashola yesterday. We've gone through all the phases. And it's just like a man's life. You will see rain, you will see fire, but then happy days will come. There will be sunshine. And I think we are on the right track right now. So it's fragile when you're about to open that space and enter that door. That is the most dangerous time. It is always darkest before the dawn. So if all this rascality some of us are doing and trying to give, let me use football term, give stud to this administration, if we falter, that may spell doom for us. Because the things this administration is putting in place, these reforms, if we don't allow them to work because of entrenched interests, then Nigeria will fail and fail woefully. So everybody, please calm down and watch. I don't like using the word pray. No. Countries that prosper, they don't even go to church. Let's work hard, watch, help in whatever form we can. Nothing is too small. The mighty sea we see today started by a drop. The human being I am today is just a drop of spermatozoa. So that is the way our nation will rise. We are at that point right now. So that is why I was crying when they raided Dangote the other day. And I said, this is wrong. Very, very wrong. Bad. You invite him to report. After all, the small ones, usually you're supposed to write a letter or make a phone call to make sure your letter has been delivered. That's how EFCC operates. You just don't go and start to read.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that investigation in form of rating should not have occurred?
You are breaking, Diwali.
Can you hear me, Baba?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly right now.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, better. Carry on.
Okay, I'm saying that. Are you objecting that investigation in form of raid shouldn't have taken place in the first place? That the law enforcement shouldn't have raided Dangote's office?
Yes, I object. I objected, and I still object. They shouldn't do it, not because he's Dangote or anything. This is which Ogbeni is. If you look at the pattern of all institutions established for corruption all over the world, like EFCC, they all even have an association. They have a bank of information. Their format is to write to you. When they write to you, they follow with a phone call to confirm you have the letter and that you'll be coming on the appointed day. When you didn't show up, they'll send you a reminder. When they send you a reminder, you refuse to show up, some will still follow with warning, or there and then they will take step to pull you in, arrest. That is the standard.
Papa, if you don't mind, I want to, before to take you up on that.
Yes,
if you don't mind, I want to take you up on that.
Oh, sure, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. I mean, you live in the United States and you are familiar with the operations of FBI. Now,
yes.
The reason why I'm using FBI as a golden standard, or should I say the yardstick of which the law enforcement does the investigation. You're familiar with this guy, I forgot the name now. If I remember now, Meadow. Yes, he was invited several times. As a matter of fact, law enforcement visited his office several times to the point that most of the documents that were tendered were fake. Even the employees that worked there were not aware that some of those documents were actually fake. So eventually, they had no choice than to do their by raiding that office, and they do so in a very brazen way. Reason being is because when they know that the subject of investigation is not cooperating or is appear to be hiding or obstructing investigation, the law enforcement is empowered and equipped to carry out
the differently from
now,
what I just said.
The optic to which you are using as the reason why they shouldn't do that, because it will speak negatively of
no, I've read it. They sent a letter. You understand? The first one, they did not bother themselves. Then they sent the second letter, and they took some documents to EFCC. And
what if they were not satisfied?
No, listen. They now told them no, there is much more. They tell them exactly what they wanted. On the appointed day, they were on their way. It's two-way traffic. As it got to EFCC office, EFCC already got to their office too. And they were confused that we are here. So why do you have to raid our office? You see, the law that established these things worldwide, I wish Ogbeni is here. They said you are not, you are innocent until you are found guilty, or he who alleges must prove. But in money laundering cases or a money laundering case, it's the other way around. The alleger is not to prove. It is you who will prove that it is not so. Ask Ogbeni, or if Ogbeni is listening, please come on board.
Baba, good morning.
Good evening from here.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but your narration about Dangote is like vilifying the lion for eating some few wither beast and bush pig because they are eating some pinch of salt in your farm, but forgetting that the lion is eating up your workers and your staff, and even scaring your workers to go to the farm, which is greater damage. Dangote is not bigger than the law. We have seen so many companies in America, in London, taken down by one single corruption case. In among the companies, one of the fabric.
No, you are not following my point, Wolfie.
Hold on, I'm coming to your point. Dangote.
Of the letter, even the FBI doesn't just storm if it's no robbery. But like in financial crime we are talking about right now, it's financial crime we are talking about. In financial crime, they call you. If they don't even write you a letter,
there's a lot of background noise coming from both ends. So put what you want to put to Abba and then mute and then
So Dangote is one of the benefactors or one of the key problems why Nigeria is suffering this effects of foreign currency. He and Emefiele and his cohort, they actually use Nigerian money to build that refinery we are talking about. That's a personal business. He took our foreign currency and put on a refinery. Now we are struggling for foreign currency. The economy is in a shambles. And the law enforcement want to do their job. You're saying because he's building a refinery, we should not go after him.
Nobody is saying that. I don't think.
Anyhow, you see when
I'm not alluding to that at all. What I'm saying is that due process has to be followed.
Yes. Anyhow, EFCC went to get documents. They didn't get to Dangote. They're going to get documents. It's their job.
You ask for the document. Look, have you seen Dangote? Have you been to Dangote's office in Ikoyi? It's a multi-story building. These things are in computer. You need a truckloads to carry their computer. Everything is just showboating. You know, you can get all those documents even from Central Bank itself. The FBI will be ready for you before they even make that first invitation or phone call to invite you. And if you're obstinate, they pull you in. They confront you. FBI will confront you with evidence. They don't speculate. So they are very patient and they always call.
Baba.
That is why most cases in America, 91 or 92% are on plea bargain.
Baba.
Only 8. Yes, sir.
So when FBI showed up at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate without prior invitation or warning, do you think they've broken any law?
Prince Daddy will tell you couple of times Baba was obstinate. He was dribbling them.
But because of that, the law enforcement decided that they're going to obtain this information, whether he likes it or not.
And don't forget, Smith said they were even discreet on that day. One of the statements Smith said, they were very discreet. They didn't make it obvious that they were raiding. And they were looking for documents.
The media were there. But the thing is that whether Dangote is highly placed individual or high-valued Nigerian, he's not above the law.
I didn't say that by all means. I didn't say that. I never say that.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir. Oriola.
That's Larry.
Yeah,
Larry.
This is Larry. I think I agree with what Baba said. For me, the whole thing that EFCC did that day was a charade. They didn't do a good job. And the problem we have particularly with EFCC, and I've said this before, and I will keep saying it. You see, one thing is for you to do an investigation. Another thing is for you to do a media trial. You see, when you put some things outside, and when you try to come back to correct it, so it will have actually damaged a lot of things. Number one, I don't see the reason why EFCC has to do that raid. You asked for documents. They gave you that document. You went to their office. Before you got there, they were already in your office. Even after that raid, you told them to now come in on Monday to bring documents. So the essence of going there, right? You could go there, you could invite, you could do all sorts of things. And that was not even the impression the media actually put out there, right? Was, you see, the media is one of the problem. They put an impression that looks like, oh yeah, this is all about Dangote. At that point, there are 51 companies that were on the
81.
51 companies, right, that had the same issue. But because Dangote is the only one that that will bring the news and everything, right? They make it look as if EFCC was against Dangote. They were trying to go to Dangote's office, raid Dangote's office. And at the end of the day, if you look at the whole case, right, you end up seeing that you needed documents. You had access to CBN, right? Every document you need is with CBN. And this issue of we want to go there to raid and see, there's different, you raid when you've actually exhausted every other means. But when you've not even exhausted all means and you think raiding is the first thing, have you ever seen why in most cases EFCC go to court, they lose in court, and they are even being fined? Because this is the main thing, right? You see, some things are not the first thing to do. They are the last thing to do at extreme cases. But in a situation where you put the last thing in the first to be the first thing, right?
Putting the horse before the cat. I mean, the cat before the horse.
Use other things to correct that mistake, and you will now get into a point where you will not be able to correct that mistake. Because the whole thing, if you ask the EFCC guy, I know they try to come out and try to this is not what we want to do and all those things, but that is just it. Sometimes some of these guys need to learn how to do proper investigation. And that I hope this new guy, right? This new guy now understands the whole thing. Take, for instance, now, look at the modus operandi those days, right? You just go to places, they said they raid people, they do this, they do that. This new guy came and said, no, that is not the right way to do it. Because the raiding and all those things, that's what brings the news.
They thrive on the sensation.
They make it look as if EFCC is working by all these raid and all those things. And at the end of the day, you see them going into court, and they take people to court. They spend money, because trying corruption cases is one of the most expensive legal thing. But when you don't do good job, you go there, you pay lawyers, you do all sort of things, and you go to court and you lose.
Larry,
you must have spent a lot of money. So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, I can hear you.
But what if they're already armed with the warrant, a search warrant?
See, bro.
And what if they already have their search warrant with them, and they decided, okay, they're going to do it?
The whole thing that happened that day, right? Probably if you've been following EFCC very well, you definitely know that that's not exactly what happened. Because you asked people to come, right? They were already in your office. A team has actually gone there. Why do you need to do that? And you went on a Friday, right? And after going there, you couldn't even get what you wanted. You now told them to come on a Monday and bring some documents. So what's
Larry, sorry to even cut you. You see, on this very platform, if EFCC mismanaged the process and they rope Dangote in, these same people will be carrying placard. Are we not hearing differently now about the young woman? What's her name again? Better. Are they not going from TV station to TV station talking about, now they will talk about human rights and everything. In a fight between the federal government of Nigeria, or GON, government of Nigeria, and Dangote, do you think that trial will go beyond Tinubu's 8 years term? 8 years term.
So as far as I'm concerned, I've never been in support of all this issue of EFCC raid. I've seen people, right, in Nigeria that have been victim of all these raids. I've seen people that are normal software engineer in Nigeria, EFCC go there, raid them, take their laptops and everything, right? Tag them as criminals. At the end of the day, people now sue them. I've seen a lot of people that sue them. I had friends that are software engineer in Nigeria, right? EFCC go there, take their laptop, take their everything. What do? They sue them. At the end of the day, EFCC has to pay. So do proper investigation. There are a lot of ways for you to track money laundering, for you to track all those things. It's not all about just doing, the normal, let's go raid some.
Is Dele Omokori not home now? Desiani's accomplice. Almost $3 billion. How many years did it take from Jonathan's time? He's home.
So tracing corruption, as far as I'm concerned, it's not just this physical thing.
Oga Baba, like what you just said, those guys being home, that's not EFCC case. If they can smart the law and bend the law, that is for the judiciary. Now, Larry, you're talking like EFCC going to carry out their raid.
That's
like
what I'm saying.
Hold on. It's a fixed thing. It's not a fixed thing. Do you even know that EFCC wanted to really get the upper document by telling them to leave office so that they can get the direct access? It's all deception.
10-story building.
Doesn't matter.
All the staff to come down.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Remember this scandal that removed Nixon from office when they were raiding that office? Was it not a corporation they were raiding when the FBI was raiding it? It doesn't matter. But we tried to reply this people. No, they're supposed to go because it's Dangote. Doesn't make sense now. If EFCC is corrupt, that is one side.
Most of the problem.
Hold on. If EFCC is corrupt, and that's one side. But doing this job, we should not be there that anyhow they're going to do the job. It's their job. It's not yours. Anyhow they say doesn't matter what it takes to catch a thief, but catch a thief.
There are procedures. We are not a military regime.
All right. Bring it to Mbaba, and then we go on to Emeka.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that there is a procedure to everything. We are very quick to talk about human rights and all the rest, because we've seen it before, over and over in the Nigerian space. And in a dog fight between these people and the GO and government of Nigeria, it's not something that will take 1 year. Financial crime is not easy to prosecute. That's why GON has never succeeded. They have never succeeded. All of them, either they are out or they are free, still holding on to all their things. It's about negotiation. You sit down, negotiate after you have all your facts, confront them. They have things on the ground. They know they cannot lose all those things. And they are human beings, they are not animals. If, like I said before, I think to world peace, even with negotiation, with arrangement, the devil can have a meeting with God. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Baba. So thank you, Baba. So let's go from Baba to Emeka, if it's still there. Mekus.
Yeah, I'm here, one man. Thank you. Good evening.
My
brother. We are managing ourselves here. Anyway, I'll just give a rundown of what I intend to contribute to the platform, so I stick to time. I would provide updates, expand on that corruption topic, provide some illustration to see if, fellow panelists would get some more understanding. Talk about the Supreme Court verdicts, and congratulations to the governors. And then, you could not throw me any other topic that you want. Then, good evening, everyone, fellow co-panelists, comment section, individuals keeping the place lively, viewers at home enjoying the show. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I think the sharing is quite important because it brings in new participants who come in to listen and also try to participate in the conversation. And again, don't forget to let your enemies be aware of what's happening. So, update. The president has assented or agreed to, deploy new police formation, that is forest guard, solid mineral police, and marine police. What this signifies is that the president is listening and taking the insecurity situation seriously, and understanding that these important sectors are critical to economic development. And since we're having insecurities that are trying to cripple the economy, we must address them because they are quite unique. And once again, we have a listening president, an innovative president, a president with an open mind. I would want to thank the president again for taking this into consideration. Um, Also, congratulations to the governors who, that's the end of the road. There was no really and a change, anticipated change, right? So the Supreme Court played a pivotal role once again. And I think, that sector is now really silent and quiet. It didn't make the news because what people were anticipating, like the all eyes from the headless mob, all eyes on the judiciary from the headless mob, did not happen. So now the news is, they are looking at different things. So we continue to keep embarrassing this headless mob. And like we all keep telling them, you would learn. You're going to learn. This is politics. It's not an emotional game. And again, you see the governors who are all excited and happy, extending their gratitude to the president for not intervening. Many were thinking
it was an even spread, wasn't it? Even Atiku was applauding the Supreme Court all of a sudden.
Exactly, right? You see now the Supreme Court is living up to the expectation, right? If it favors them, they are living up to the expectation. If it doesn't favor you, Supreme Court or the judges are corrupt. That's the way the tongue goes, and that's why they are called the headless mob, and they will continue to be very ignorant. Anyway, congratulations to them. Then on the corruption space, before I proceed, I would want to tell everyone listening, hold your emotions, keep it in check, just listen with an open mind. Now, corruption shouldn't be glorified. It has its social cost, even direct cost. But again, I think our understanding is a bit limited, and I will illustrate with this. Let's call a country that exists out of anywhere on the planet. Call that country A. Now, in that country, which is called country A, there are only 20 people. Let's just say there are 20 people, the entire population in that country, right? And out of that 20 people, 5 forms the leadership group. And then you have 15, which are the masses. Now, the 5 are responsible for the direction, control, leadership, organizing the shape of country A. Now, if that country A now has 3 factories that are producing. Now, when I say country A, that's the 20 people, that's 20 adults. Let's ignore those who cannot work, which are babies, right? Now, country A, which is 3, is now able to produce, and they need workers. They will definitely go to the population, which are 15, and they take 5, that's maximum capacity. So what that means, that's full employment, okay? Without full employment, all the adults in country A have jobs. They're paying them well, they're working, providing for their families and dependents, right? Now, if corruption is now happening at the leadership sector, which is the 5, right? My question to maybe Baba Jalikoko will be, what will be the impact on country A? I don't know if Baba Jalikoko is there.
What's the question again?
Okay, let me repeat. We have a country A, right? A country A for illustration purpose. Now, within that country A, the total population of that country is 20, right? 20 adults, not the total population, just 20 working adults. Now, out of that 20 working adults, you have 5 that forms the leadership group, and you have 15 that are the masses. The leadership group responsible for the governance, control, leadership, direction, policies, and whatever constitutional, whatever, required for a country. Now, the 15 people are the followers. If country A now has 3 factories that is responsible for, generating activities, production activities, and they are now requiring to employ, they employ 5 per each in full capacity, which means all workable adults are employed 5. Now, if corruption is taking place at the leadership group by the 5 individuals who are the leaders, what will be the impact on country A?
Okay, if the leadership, those in the leadership position, if they run the country...
Sorry, I forgot to include one important note. Now, the GDP for country A, right, on a yearly basis is 10. On a yearly basis is 10. So what will be the impact for corruption from the leadership group on country A?
Yeah, corruption from the leadership can come, number one, in terms of policy. If they roll out policy that is not good for the country, but for themselves alone, and is managed, corruptly, in such a corrupt manner, it will affect the country. Those industries you said, it will badly affect them, and they might end up closing down. And when that happens, you know what will happen in that country.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Now let me say.
Country will
actually
a job.
Actually, thank you for the response. So that we don't go into deep. I still have more questions. I will still table more questions again to you.
Yeah.
Now, but Baba, hold on, Baba. Don't worry, Baba.
Yeah,
sorry, Baba Ajali, sorry.
Okay.
There will actually be no negative impact, and I will explain. Now, if country A is actually on its own and not interacting with other countries, right? Which means there's no outflow of funds outside of country A to any other country. That's all the indicators, just putting the indicators in place. Now there is corruption by the leadership group. Let's say the removal of funds by one of the individuals in the leadership group. That fund will flow out of the leadership group, which we will probably want to say federal government, into the private sector. Now, as a matter of fact, it will even create a positive impact. Why? It will expand that economy. Hold on. Now let me finish. Right?
Let him land.
Hold on. So if the GDP of country A is $10, let's say $10, right? And it grew, and it probably grows by, let's say, 1%. And there's corruption from the leadership group, and they are not removing the funds from country A. So that funds from country A, except that fund that is being stolen, is going to start somewhere and not used for any production activity. If that fund is stashed somewhere, there will be no impact at all. Country A will continue to produce at GDP with $10 for each year, and if there's a growth, it will actually produce at 10.1 for the year. Now, if that fund is now injected into the private sector and not out of country A, that fund would contribute into the expansion of the economy of country A. Now, let me give you another question or illustration first before the second question. Now, country A now sees a population explosion. Now, remember, they have 3 factories that have employed 5 people each. That's the 15. That they are now operating at full employment capacity. Now, there's population explosion. Country A is now 25 people. The 5 leadership are now 20 people. But the 3 factories can only employ 5.
Emeka, I'm not sure the audience are following you in what this analogy that you are going on, but make it and then I'll go to the politics.
The economy, country A can only employ 5 people in full production, right? Which are the 15. Now you now have an increase in population, which are 5 people that cannot get jobs. If there is corruption in the leadership sector, and that funds trickles down into the private sector, not going out, it trickles down into the private sector, 2 things would happen. The fund can either be used to create a new factory to take in the excess 5, or the funds can be embezzled by the leadership group amongst themselves and has no impact. Now, if that population keeps growing with time and over time, the corruption from the leadership group would not be enough to cater. And if the funds are now going out to other countries and the economy, the GDP is not improving vis-a-vis the growth of the population, then you have a problem. And that is the Nigeria factor. Now, let me go to politics.
Okay, before you go on, your example is quite linear and restrictive. I know it's just a simple analogy, but it's not true. And I just like to comment.
Relate to Nigerian situation. It does not even relate to Nigerian situation at all.
Say because for example, go with your example. Well, policies do matter. You said just an isolated country. Okay, that's a big problem. So even if they increase the GDP, even without a population growth, without it, okay, what about instead of 5 per industry or factory? Well, it could be 3 per factory. They introduce technology or innovation, automation that can help increase the number of factories if they want to do that. But because of the corruption at the top, right? You see what? That money that should flow down into the economy to build more factory that will allow 3 or 2 people to work there and have automation is gone.
Okay, Baba. Prince Daddy, you didn't get the illustration well. Now, I said, if that country is in isolation, right? Not completely, like they are not interacting with other countries, and the flow of funds is not leaving or coming in. The funds from a corrupt leadership group, if it is not utilized, as long as the private sector is producing per year annually, right? And their GDP has been classified at 10. And there's the estimate is either 1% growth every year. That GDP will keep growing. And if the funds being the corruption, embezzlement of public theft and whatever, now flows out into production, into the private sector. Yes, it is corruption in the leadership group, but flows into the private sectors as funds that goes to expand the private sector. Okay? Now, why I say the Nigerian factor, we have an ever-growing population. Is the problem that many of us are not identifying with. Now, we have production capacity that cannot take up that population growth. Okay? We now have public funds, a few trickling into the private sector and some trickling out of the country, right? And some also just buried anywhere and not being utilized. It's just kept that fund is just being redundant, not being used up. So now
Okay,
corruption,
not to belabor, Emeka, hold on, Emeka, not to belabor. I think I got your gist. When I analyzed the situation, I was making it as a single country without other countries involved. But to your point about Nigeria, okay, no, see, I've always said it. The Nigerian private sector is what carries that country. Now, your model or your example
all
is justified.
private sectors are responsible for the growth of a country.
Right. So,
Now,
but your model example, hold on. Your model example is promoting corruption and trying to justify. See, the population growth in Nigeria, okay, and corruption. Well, if the government was not so corrupt, the money that they have in their purse or to work with would be sufficient to do a lot of things for the country. You're trying to justify that, because our population growth and lack of manufacturing base, therefore that's the reason why it's so obvious that corruption is making impact in the country. No, I don't buy that.
One man doesn't want me to confuse the viewers, right? I would have given you the third illustration. I would have given you the third illustration, right? And maybe if you want to listen, let me just chip it in. Now, the leadership group, which is the federal government, the funds for them is actually for the federal government. The funds for the private sector.
Emeka, I apologize. Give me a micro window just to answer Ajanleko's question. It says, Governor Dapo Abiodun at the Gateway International Agro Cargo Airport, Iperu, Elishan, with notable investor operating globally within the aviation industry, Mr. Bayo Ogunlesi, CON, Chief Executive Officer and founder of Global Infrastructural Partners, joint owners of, and then it tails off. So the guy does have investment in Nigeria, as we knew he would, but I carry on, Emeka.
Okay, thank you, woman. So the funds, like which we try to analyze on this platform, that's which for the budgets, right? The inflow, revenue, outflow, expenses.
Emeka, let me ask that one man. That article, that story, when did that happen?
I think one man is good there.
One man is there. Where is it?
No, sorry, I muted. I said I couldn't say, but this is under Dapo Abiodun, the sitting governor, so it will be within the last 4 years.
No, I think it was actually last year.
Yeah, so there it is.
It came to Elisha. So the governor was now showing him the agro cargo airport that is building in Elisha. So I think they came for one party like that, and Udobolu. After that, they went to one party like that. So I think it was last year, like 3 to 4 months ago.
So you are correct, Larry. About 3-4 months ago, or even more than that.
Did he make any statement that they bring in investment? Did they say it's joint? No.
All right, let Emeka just carry on. If you want to believe what you want to believe, then believe it. But the guy has a presence in Nigeria.
Going by my illustration, right? Final, and I will not put in any confusion again. Now, that fund, which like the budget, so just to break it down for those who probably don't have the clue, the income, the expenses of the federal government, that's the leadership group. The revenue now is coming from the private sector in the form of taxes. That is now used to finance the growth, expenses, development of the plans of the leadership group in terms of, that expenses, right? So they get their fund from mainly the private sector in the form of taxes. They now use that fund to say, okay, this is what we want to do. Pay staff, buy some few things, and help us so that we can provide that oversight function for the private sector to keep them in check, as well as that leadership governance for them to ensure country A continues to be a country. Now, that fund itself that is coming from the private sector to them, that is what we are really looking at, and we are really being bothered about. Now, they can borrow, but I'm not bringing in, I don't want to confuse anybody further. I don't want to talk about external borrowings or whatever. If they're also borrowing, they can borrow from the private sector too. But I don't want to confuse further. Now, whatever they do with our funds, right, the impact, the heavy impact on it, whether positive or negative, we impact the leadership group more. But because they provide oversight function, and if they are not organized, it will allow the private sector to behave in a way like there's no proper oversight function. They will like, okay, the leadership group is not providing that governance or control that they said they would. So let us misbehave because nobody is watching us. I can throw in an example: fake products, fake goods, whatever. Right now, it's the impact is actually on the leadership group. That's the primary impact. The secondary impact will now trickle to the private sector because there is no proper oversight. The private sector will go haywire. But like I told Baba said, and I said, and Prince Daddy said, and I told you, the private sector is actually responsible for the growth of every economy. The Nigerian factor, the main problem is our population size. And I will take you down to 1960. Our population size and our manufacturing or our manufacturing sector or production capacity not being able to cater for that. And then we now have a leadership group that are not visionaries, do not provide that clear visionary or able to address problems. They are struggling with taking funds that they make for their own personal greed.
Yeah, Mecca, Saudi Arabia.
So that is the factor. Now, back to 1960. In 1960, when we got independence, we were close to 45 million people. We just left the Britain colony to be on our own. Production was on high. People who wanted job got job. A naira was twice a dollar, equivalent to the pound. Things were sweet and rosy. Everybody was excited. But guess what, Prince Daddy? There was corruption. Thank you very much. Let's go to politics.
All right, brilliant. All right, you'll only get a shorter window with the politics just to manage the people on the screen. But I think Prince Daddy wants to engage on what you said.
Okay.
I know we don't have more time for that. I was going to say Saudi Arabia, UAE. What is the base of the economy? Is it the private sector that carries the economy? Or what percentage of the private sector is the economy? America, what you said is like, it works in a laboratory. It does work. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of but in the real world, I mean, to me, I understand what you're saying. It makes sense, but it's very restrictive, and it doesn't see. Over the years, if Nigeria had concentrated on its wealth from crude oil, that they've been selling and utilizing those funds to actually do things for the country, we'd be in a much better shape. Of course, if you have a well-oiled machine, like a company that's profitable, every miscreant that works there will be minimized because of the success of the company. Yeah, when we had a better manufacturing base, corruption was still there from the beginning, but maybe it was less obvious because the private sector was working. When I say Nigeria's private sector carries the country, what I was talking about is that, look, the impact of the government on the private sector in Nigeria is very minuscule. That's the point here. Of course, every private sector carries the country. But Saudi Arabia, I'm not sure what they have there. Maybe cement is online. But all the largesse, all the money they make from that crude oil is what carries that nation. I stand to be corrected.
Now, the Prince Daddy, let me ask you this question. Private sector corruption, what impact is it on? Who will it impact? Private sector corruption. You should agree with me that there's corruption in the private sector. So that private sector corruption, which sector will be impacted? primarily?
Well, it impacts both the government and the private sector.
Primarily first.
Primarily, well, I would say in terms of tax collection, yes, it will impact the government and in turn impact the people. The people that don't work. Not everybody works in an economy. We have the children. We have children. We have people.
The primary impact will be on the private sector. The secondary impact will be on the leadership group. Now, if 250 million Nigerians, right, all have a job in Nigeria, if they all have a job in Nigeria, and there's even capacity to take up more, what will be the impact of the leadership group corruption on the economy and the life of private citizens?
America, you have to define corruption in the private sector. See, the only
no, I don't want to go into. I don't want to go. I don't want to.
Okay, I understand. But the only corruption,
right? Because we will
if I'm charging, hold on.
2 years.
If you are charging somebody more than you should, that's just the reality of the marketplace and other things. Yeah, I don't know if you call that corruption, but
that's not corruption.
Okay, but so what is the private sector corruption? Not paying your taxes. What else could it be?
No, that's tax evasion. That's not corruption.
Okay, well then tell me. I just asked you, what is the private sector corruption?
Private sector corruption, corruption where that private sector, like a company A, right, funds that are required for that company A is now being taken by either someone and is not used for the purpose of company A, or policies that should have been carried out by company A is not being done, right? Because of maybe specific interests, right? Once that is being implemented, that corruption is being implemented, it impacts company A.
Of course, but who cares?
Now,
Who cares? I don't care. I don't care if a private. I don't care if a private company or corporation is corrupt. What does that? Why should I care about that? Is them rather crippling their ability to compete in the marketplace and ruin their chances and their opportunity.
Exactly.
It's not, to me, it's not a crime.
That was what I was trying to say. That corruption in private sector impacts the private sector primarily, and secondary, it will impact the leadership group. Now, corruption in the leadership group impacts the leadership group primarily, and secondarily, it will impact the private sector. You see how it goes, right?
No, I don't.
It goes that way. No, I just give you. Let's wrap this conversation, right? And I told you, if all 250 million Nigerians have a job, they can work, and they are working and providing for themselves and their dependents. Everything is going, right? That's an utopia situation. What is the impact of the leadership group corruption on the life of these private individuals?
Well, it'd be minimal. Well, obviously, it'd be minimal, but that's ideal. Again, we're talking about
It will have.
Anyways, let's move on.
It will have zero or little impact.
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
Politics. Politics.
Oh, if it's economic.
Politics.
Oh, how do we define everything you are saying now? You know, it's unrealistic, and it's never happened anywhere, and it can never happen. So I don't know why you are using this kind of analogy.
No, just to provide clear context, right? That's why I used it. To provide clear context on it, because now, yes, I'm not glorifying corruption. I am not. And neither am I saying it doesn't have an impact, right? Yeah. I'm not saying it doesn't. It does. But
what I'm telling you is that, look, if the leadership doesn't operate with openness, with run the country with openness, with accountability and transparency and policy that is good for the private sector will not even exist. And that is what Nigeria has done for about 8 years. We never package policy that is good for private sector. That's why you see businesses running out of Nigeria. That's why you see investor doesn't want to bring in Nigeria. And that is why you see Tinubu, since he came in, been going around the world, been trying to repackage, a policy that will make it attractive to investors to come and invest in Nigeria. That's why he's taking all these measures. What do you do? Removal of petroleum subsidy, the exchange rates to one rate and no multi exchange rates that we used to have it, and some other things that is doing. Central bank.
Sorry, sir. Just to correct one point. Let me correct this point first. I will let you speak, but let me correct this.
Yes.
Now, the United States have this FAPA law, FCPA on bribery and corruption. The United Kingdom also have theirs. That is why many of these investors from this country, especially from the West, do not want to bring in or try to invest in Nigeria. But the Chinese don't care. Corruption is not what is hindering them bringing their funds into the country. It is because their country has said, this is how we want to operate in our laws. And if you do that, if we catch you, you'll be imprisoned, right? But the Chinese, please correct me if I'm wrong, and I know I'm not wrong on this. The Chinese are investing heavily in Nigeria. No, and they are not doing it because of the corruption. Hold on, sir, please, let me just land it. I'm almost done. They are not investing because the leadership group are corrupt. They're investing because they know there's a return. Also, our stock exchange market produces one of the highest rate of return incomparable to any stock exchange in the world. Okay, you can go ahead, sir.
You see,
I think I actually saw that in the news earlier on today, Emeka, what you just said.
You see why?
No, it's not me saying it, but that is what. Well, anyway, the news will report on the fact anyway.
Why you don't see investors from, Western world going to Nigeria to invest is because they have to give accountability of that investment to their shareholders. They have to give it. And all these system that is corrupt, where you have to bribe this and bribe that and do this and do that, and at the end of the day, you might not even achieve result. It's not conducive for them.
Yeah, but that's the system in most third world countries.
Yeah, woman,
including the Middle East.
I don't agree with you.
You don't have to bribe your way through in the Middle East to get
electricity. The Siemens that built Egypt electricity within 3 years or maybe 5 years, I think 3 years, they have been handling your electricity for over 8 years now, and it is nothing has been achieved. It's because of the corrupt practices, corrupt system. Chinese
agreed, sir. Agreed, sir. Right? Because why is it happening? It's because
corruption is not what is preventing investment in Nigeria. Because if corruption was preventing investment in Nigeria, then corruption will prevent investment in every other country outside of the first world countries. Heavily corrupt, all the Asian countries, heavily corrupt, all the Middle Eastern countries, heavily corrupt, all the African countries, every country heavily corrupt.
So why the example you gave, which I love that example, and I keep saying it. People say I'm saying theory. Maybe they should open their heads and listen properly. Now, where the leadership group is providing a service, and I said it, and it is corrupt, who will it impart? Probably the leadership group, and secondly, the private sector. You have used power, right? The Siemens contract, and even since, Obasanjo time. It is because the leadership group is providing a service that will be enjoyed by country A. And corruption is going on there through leakages, pilferages, inability to implement policies that they said they were going to do. They cannot deliver on providing that service or the product that they say they will produce. So it is imparting on them and their ability to produce that product or the service. And as a result of that, it is now secondarily imparting on the private sector. because the private sector need that product or that service to expand. But if you take that product out of the leadership group and hand it over to the private sector for them to be responsible for producing that product or services, then if the corruption is not happening in the leadership group and they have no any product to produce or service to produce that will impact on the private sector as well as country A, it has no impact on country A. So it is only when the private sector, who is now responsible to produce this product and service, now gets involved in corruption. That is it. And that is why I am a huge proponent of the government or the leadership group should not produce any goddamn thing. They should stick with producing policies, framework, guidelines, and providing structure, governance, and control strictly. Thank you.
All right. All right.
I like the way you ended it, that yes, they should do away with any, they don't have to operate any business, any what's supposed to be or what should be private sector should be operating. They shouldn't participate in it, right? I like the way you ended it, that government cannot do well doing that. But what I am saying is that for government to be, how do you describe them? For them to play that role of policy maker, they have to do it in such a way that we make it transparent and make it, attractive to investors. They have to do it that way. And that is what we have Nigerian government, that is where Nigerian government, successive administration fail to do in Nigeria. And that is why you see businesses, Nigeria, oh Lord, we would have been maybe one of the 5 most, the best economy in the world. But the people in government couldn't package a policy that devoid corruption, that devoid, that is scary to investors, in order to bring them into the economy and invest heavily into that. Those Chinese that are coming in, they are corrupt. They want to steal, and they want to manipulate you because they know you don't know nothing when it comes to technological, scientific. So they want to manipulate you and take away every good thing that they can take out from your place. Look at Wike yesterday. He was challenging the contractor, Chinese contractor. Can you build this kind of railway station, this infrastructure, this shady, and how do you describe this poor infrastructure here? Can you build the same in your country? Wike was challenging the Chinese yesterday. Can you kind of this thing you can build in your own country? If you are to be in China, that you are given a job to do to build this kind of rail, railway station, is this the way that you will build it in China?
But on that issue, right? That's a weakness in supervision.
Enrica, move us away from that space. It's starting to wear a little bit. Take us, just speak on a couple of political topics, and then we go to someone.
Okay, but let me. I'm not talking on it. I just want to. Someone in the comment section was just saying something. Tax evasion is not corruption. Please, I think you should go ahead to go read on it and understand. What I'm saying.
Tax avoidance is not corruption. No, tax evasion is corrupt.
No, tax evasion. Tax evasion is not corruption.
Emeka,
evasion is tax evasion.
Tax evasion is corruption. It's tax avoidance.
It's even a crime. It's a crime, even.
It's
Not
tax avoidance that is not corruption.
Sir, sorry to say it again. Tax evasion, tax avoidance. Tax avoidance is you looking at the weaknesses in tax law to minimize your tax burden. Tax evasion is the complete not paying taxes at all that is due. Now that's a crime.
Yeah.
Tax evasion is a crime. Tax evasion is tax evasion. Tax evasion is not corruption. Thank you. All right, politics. Okay, let's go ahead. Yeah, congratulations to the governors. I'm quite excited. You know, I thought there would be an upturn, a change in direction. Honestly, I thought so. But it seems like you know, that was not the order of the day. The governors who we're actually looking at them being victorious turned out to be victorious, and I'm really happy for them, right? In Lagos State, we already knew what the outcome was going to look like. That was already written in the stars. And,
do you think the Supreme Court bottled it in Kano State? Did they weigh the backlash on the people? Because I had the anticipation that they would just tell that guy to go home.
No way. They watch the street too now.
You see, the judges of the Supreme Court, they are not just only judges, they are also purveyors of our justice system, right? And because of their huge experience with the judiciary, as well as how them interpreting the law, which now becomes a judicial precedent in subsequent cases, would impact on the environment. They themselves would look at overall what is the collective good. I was hoping Ogbeni would be here. I am not as sound legally as Ogbeni, but I know at least I am exposed enough to understand the law. So they will look at that collective good, and in light of that, see how to apply the law with that collective good in place. And like what one man said, did they do a better job? I don't know. I don't want to say my own opinion on this. I think in their wisdom, in their collective wisdom, they do not want a case, in my view, this is me speculating, make a past verdict that instead of that collective good, that impact will not create a negative impact on that state itself or even the affected states, right? So I would congratulate the Supreme Court. It was a job well done. You see, nobody is making noise. Nobody is angry except
even Atiku is praising them.
Exactly.
Can you imagine?
Except the jokers like Chinedu. Chinedu, I don't know what is wrong with Chinedu Vivor, Badebo. He should wake up. He's still learning the ropes. It's not the end of the road. He's still young. He can.
They were inviting him to congratulate Sanwo, but I don't think he has that in him.
And that is bad sportsmanship.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the landscape.
Yes, that is someone who does not understand the space.
You will understand. Don't worry.
It will come
is
around.
Boala not back?
You know, but his window is closed.
Boala congratulated the president. He did.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
Did you hear what Shewumi said today? Boala, keep my space.
I saw it. I laughed. So, but that's bad sportsmanship. That is bitterness, and it's not good for politics. So, if him himself cannot control his emotion and put it in check, I understand that it is still a game. There will be winners, there will be losers, and the losers in turn should congratulate the winners, right? If you don't want to agree with that, then that sport is not for you. So exactly. I think it leaves a very huge, bitter, distasteful situation for him, and I would rightly say he should be ignored. He's not right for it. He's not right for leadership.
Do you think this is just the only window in politics that will ever really open for Rhodes Vivo? Because I cannot see his pathway in politics, especially as he doesn't even know how to play the game.
Exactly. Right?
In Lagos, it's finished.
Thank you, Baba. Exactly, because they look at his disposition. You know, the leadership of every party would, you know, at the end of an election cycle would sit down and organize themselves. And I know he came from PDP too, right? He was supposed to be the deputy governor, gubernatorial candidate for, what's his name again? Jandor. But Jandor, you know, Jandor is always Jandor. Jandor played the first one on the leadership stewards of PDP and didn't go with that agreement. So now, with that situation, if people see you the way you are and you are not playing the game right, they would prefer to go for another individual who is more composed and collected. So, like Baba has rightly said, it's probably the end for him. I would think it's probably the end for him.
Because the Lagos political landscape is not for greenhorns. And and you can't muscle your way in either. You have to negotiate your way in the way everybody does. It's not
rightly said.
It's not a Twitter matter. Lagos
Exactly. Rightly said. Rightly said. So, in that view, for him to get a ticket for a prominent political party will be very difficult. Now talk more of trying to even win. So he didn't play the game well. He didn't act right. You know, he just like he's going the same route with P2B, the Bajwe. And you know that's not what you do. You move on. You congratulate the winner, and you like let's all come together and help the leadership group to you know provide the governance that should be for that state. But if you are not like you are bitter, all you want to do is to find errors so that you can exploit it. I think you're only creating your grave, in my view. So apart from him, who is in my view is quite irrelevant. Others were excited. Their supporter base was bubbling, you know, and busting. You understand why those who didn't like the outcome didn't make any noise or fuss about it, and it is good. It's actually even a shame that our politics would or our election would always be decided by the courts. We should learn to end it with the voters, right? Once the voters have decided, and then we move on. I hope we get mature to that state. But I'm happy with the whole situation. And then, you know, congratulatory extension to the president, who many thought he would intervene, but he decided to wash his hand off and let the court have their way, which is very, very good. Another positive and success success feather to him, one on his cap, which is really good. I'm happy, you know, there's no tension. We were anticipating tension, right? We were anticipating insecurity, but I'm grateful that didn't occur.
All right, brilliant. Did you want to speak to one more space and then I'll move the conversation on to...
Sure.
Which one would you like? Do you want the
anyone?
Do you want the Ogunlese one?
No. We've hammered on that.
Atiku wanted to form a coalition.
Atiku. Now, if Atiku comes into which we have actually agreed that Atiku is not running away. I think his ego is a little bit bruised. He's not running away from that political space. He wants to stay context. I just think 2027 will be a repeat of 2023. Even if they want to form all the allegiance, amalgamation, coalition of a new political party, which is good. Yeah, exactly. Which is good because that's the only way they will stand a chance. There will be forced internal fighting on who would form that leadership faction, right? And then among the guys who participated in the 2023 election, P2B, Atiku, Kwankwaso, and the other non-entities, Atiku still ranks number one because he came second. He is the most experienced. He has been a vice president, he'd been a vice president before. So typically he would, he has more to sell for himself, right, than others. And if there's any party like that, he would typically be the one that would emerge. Then again, what now happens to the rest? P2B can also try to claim a shot at the top. But again, if an article is in the race, he's still, whatever he wants to say, yes, you can make your claims, but it's still not strong enough and sufficient enough to dispose article out of it. And then that problem would continue. Maybe P2B may be a vice president candidate to Atiku, which they did in 2019 and failed. They failed. So again, if that's not going to be the situation, they are going to fail again. So if Kwankwaso definitely would not emerge, right? If it's going to be Atiku, Kwankwaso can't emerge. If it's going to be Kwankwaso, Atiku can't emerge, and that situation is going to look like it. Then a Kwankwaso who is not going to emerge will definitely run independently, like he did in 2023. And now, like we say, his mentee is the current governor of that state. So that stronghold is still going to be maintained. I think a Kwankwaso would succeed more with an APC than a new political party. So what I anticipate is a Kwankwaso telling them, he's been very quiet of late, telling them, I'm not interested. You guys go do what you want to do, right? I'm not interested. And if it's not going to be Atiku and P2B, fine. Then also note that PDP too, in the form of Wike and his group, are still trying to, see how to take over the leadership faction of PDP. But again, they are also anticipating, okay, if it's not favorable here, we can move to the APC. So they are watching the space. Let's see how it develops. PDP has concerns. Labour also has concerns.
Emeka, did you see Anyan with Wiki when they went to see Giadom in?
No, I didn't see that. I missed it.
No, Anyan, that's the secretary of PDP.
Yeah. Yes, I missed that news, but I missed it.
Who is the chairman of PDP? Does anyone know?
Damagum also acting for interim. Damagum.
So and we can tell, PDP is not playing that opposition role because they have in-house problems. Like now, there's also lack of funds, I believe, because previously it used to be Wike who was supporting. Right now, they have lack of funds. They are ineffective. They don't understand themselves, and that's why Show me shouting, "Keep my space for me." Right? Things are not moving. He doesn't understand what the party is up to. So, and time is running. Time is against them to organize themselves and see how to challenge APC in 2027. They only have 2 years left. 2024, no, 2024, 2025, because at 2026 you will be having, the convention should take place and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
go on.
So convention, everything will take place. So then by then your act should be right. So they only have 2 years, and in 2024 they are still discussing, and they've not even perfected their plans. So each hour matters to them. They should buckle up, sit up, and get organized. I wish them all the best of luck, but whatever they do, I don't think they can create an upturn against the Asiwaju of Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Up next, Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me like Baba did earlier, let me apologize to our listeners around the world for unfortunate incident that happened the day before yesterday between Pansat and Ijele. And a similar situation happened yesterday between Ganyo and Rational Mind. It was unfortunate that it happened, but on behalf of the platform, I want to guarantee you that such will not happen again. Sometimes we can make mistake. It was a mistake, but I haven't realized that, a very bad mistake. We want to assure you that, we will, such will not happen, and we will continue to do better as you all look up to. So this year, 2024, this platform will continue to give you the best and, remain factual based and will not tolerate rascality again. What happened was rascality. So take me by my word, it is not going to happen again. So thank you. So let me move on. One man, where am I starting with?
You can start from the Supreme Court, Adane Koko, which seems to be the biggest story of the day.
Yeah. It's a remarkable decision by the Supreme Court. I think it was 8. They delivered judgment on 8, even more than, I think 8 governors and some other senators listening. But the one that people that most Nigerians are very eager to know the outcome is that of Kano. And it came out well. Supreme Court, demonstrated that they will not stand or deliver judgment which is against the right of the people. That is what that judgment says to me. The right of the people, as guaranteed by the Constitution, is what Supreme Court affirmed by that judgment. People have the right to vote and be voted for. Nigerians voted in Kano for the governor who is managing Kano State today. But the recklessness of INEC, they did not stamp those ballot paper, that ballot paper of people that voted, people that were accredited. But due to their negligence, they did not stamp those ballot paper. And as a result of that, the lower court deleted those papers that were not stamped out of the total vote, which gave the victory, the first victory to APC. But the Supreme Court look at it in a different way, that no, the right of the people cannot be jeopardized. The people voted, their right to vote, and they voted for the candidate of their choice. You can't take away, the vote must count. That is what Supreme Court that judgment represents. The vote, every vote of Nigerians must count. As long as they are accredited and they voted, the vote must count. You cannot, on your own side, as INEC, fail to do your job, then cancel the vote of people and thereby deny them the governors of their choice and give them your own governor. Because what INEC was trying to do was to impose their own governor on the people of Kano. But Supreme Court said, no, that is not going to be possible.
But can I push you back there?
Push.
If you don't mind. Yes. But if INEC said the vote is invalid, they use their own prerogative to do that the vote is invalid. That's why the appellate, the other court sacked the governor. So are we saying Supreme Court is legalizing illegal by saying the vote count? Because INEC is a what do you call it? Independent body.
Sorry, Thomas. Why you all dressed up like Jack the Biscuit? What's going on? All right, carry on, Thomas. Look at this guy. Why you all dressed up like Jack the Biscuit? What's going on? Should I change your name to Jack the Biscuit?
Is a Jack man.
What's going on? Are you going to do some what's that minstrel something that Black Americans do?
I have a date,
are you to do tap dancing?
It's Friday night here. I don't know where you are, but it's a Friday night. So I have to go to dinner and then.
When are you going to come off the party scene?
That's never gonna happen. You only have one life to live.
You still go clubbing. I suspect
you have a date tonight, Fansad.
I have a date tonight, and it's just a dinner date, though. No big deal.
no big deal.
The gem that you guys discovered. I was reading up on the gentleman that you pulled up. Yeah, it's an impressive stuff to look at.
He has a strong CV, and Ajale Koko is trying to diminish him.
I think Ajale Koko is just talking about his investment in Nigeria. That it's not conducive.
Thank you, Passat.
Yeah, I understood what he was saying.
In one man. Thank you, Passat.
But this man came through the right corporate ladder. Impressive, very impressive in banking, Swiss, and everything. And we didn't even know we have people like that all over the world.
It was vice president in is it Credit Suisse or something?
Yeah. That's right. He came up through the corporate ladder, and it's a Harvard-educated economist and all that. And he was involved with the AIG.
First degree from Oxford.
Yeah. And I mean, he's solid guy in finance, in business. So, but I didn't know about him, so I'm gonna check that out. It's quite something to be proud of that we have people.
If you are striking deals with BlackRock, it doesn't get higher than that in business.
No, it doesn't. And it's not. He's the chairman of the outfit that employs him now. That's been in business maybe early 2000s. So he's a solid citizen that we have there, Nigerian from Yoruba ethnic stock. And so that's one for you. Have to take that off for you. Good. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah.
So
is it work for all of us, you mean?
Yeah, it is for all of us. It is for all of us. It's for Africans. It's for Yorubas. It's for Africans. It's for Nigerians. It's for all of us.
Yeah, but the money is not coming to Nigeria. So
it doesn't have to come from Nigeria. Want to be proud of people who are doing things the way it's supposed to be done.
Yeah, but
compete where it counts all the way to the top. Excellence.
Well, it's good that he has the money, but for me, I don't see a difference between him and Aria Condé of those days.
No, but it's not right now. We're not talking about money. He has things money cannot buy.
Yeah, he has things.
He works very hard. He competing with the likes of what's his name there from Kansas. The likes, business giants. He's an educated Nigerian African person
And
out there.
it's a proper Nigerian as well. He came out of Lagos, so he
Yeah.
wasn't like an Americano Nigerian.
He's from Ogun State.
Yeah, but he went to King's College, so that says Lagos is a backdrop.
But for me, I think until African billionaires outside Nigeria start having that Indian mindset, right? Probably that's when they start thinking of bringing things home. Hardly will you see an Indian billionaire outside India that does not have a root in terms of bringing investment back, taking investment back to India.
But they make their fortunes out of their country, though.
Yeah, but the multiplier effect is just that after making it out of their country, they take things back home, and that's the major thing. Because for me, for this particular person, right, I've known him for a while, right, but he doesn't have a trace. I can't trace any investment to him in Nigeria until that particular thing you were showing. It was more like the governor trying to woo him, right? That this is your state, at least have something, right? There are a lot of things that you could actually do, right? You can be the richest man in the UK, and if there is no impact of whatever billions you have, as far as I'm concerned, right? It doesn't cost you to have one or two things, right? That you could actually help in developing that country. But yeah, that's what I think, though. Right.
I know, but this man is in the mode of people like the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett, people who do things the old-fashioned way. They earn their money. So the climate in Nigeria has to be
now.
Yeah, the climate has to be
But
right.
how come it's not on the hierarchy, though? We have Dangote, we have Adenuga, and then we have Rabiu, and then we have Otedola, who is 1 point something billion, but we don't have his name on the Nigerian rich list.
It's quite a curious thing. I can only speak.
It doesn't brag.
It doesn't brag. It's old money. It's a different kind of money. It's an educated money.
Forbes will still bring him on board as they did others. Why not him? Because the British don't want.
The way Forbes calculate that money is probably in people's shares they own in a particular company. Make no mistake about it. People such as Vladimir Putin, the prince in Saudi Arabia, those people have a whole lot more money than people like Elon Musk.
Shitload.
Yeah, they're not counting it that way. But anyway, you guys have fun. I'm gonna
All
go
right.
my
Did you just pop in to show off your attire? Okay, let's see you in the fullness of your glory. Look at this guy. Also, never die.
Okay, strike a pose.
All right, guys. Take care. I'll see you later.
So that's the artist formerly known as Pansat. Now Jack.
Okay, smile for the photograph.
A 6'4" all muscle guy. That's what you
all muscle. Look at that.
Smile for the camera. Oh yeah, strike a pose.
Don't be jealous, one man.
Don't worry.
All right, see you guys tomorrow.
All right, have fun at your date. So that's Pansat, of course, the mighty Pansat. Back to you, Ajan Lekoko.
So to Thomas' question.
No, you cut me off, one man. You cut me off.
Sorry, he came in just to say hello, so I just thought to give him the window to do that.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I'm not man. Yeah, that's all right. What I'm asking Ajale Koko is, if the courts use their prerogative to say those votes are invalid, can we say the Supreme Court is now legalizing illegal by saying the vote is valid, even though it's the vote of the people? We know that. But we know that there are some instances that INEC will use their own prerogative to know maybe this vote is valid or not. So Ajale Koko, that's the question to you. Thank you.
No, Supreme Court is not legalizing illegality. Supreme Court is what they did was to uphold the right of the people, the right for their for their votes to be counted. Because the problem that happened was, that
Was not the fault of the people.
resulted to INEC to say, to regard their vote as voided, was by the negligence of INEC official. It's not by the people. So in order not to have, like I said earlier, not to have INEC preferred candidate to be governor against the people preferred candidate. That is why Supreme Court took that decision that, look, the vote of the people must count and their vote is valid. It's not their fault that their ballot paper was not stamped. It's by the fault of INEC. So people cannot stand in 3 hours, 4 hours in the sun. They voted. They didn't know whether they're supposed to stamp it or not. They just voted and go to their houses, and they voted. And now you are now saying, oh, because it's not stamped, it's not a valid vote. So I think Supreme Court did the right thing.
Baba Janliko, can I add something?
Okay, yeah.
INEC never dismissed those votes. In short, INEC actually admitted, they took responsibility for it. And if you look at when this particular person was talking today, he still said the same thing. He said INEC actually admitted, right, that it's a valid vote. But, on the other side, right, because that's what, for me, I knew it was going to be like this. Because if you look at the whole thing, right, it was not really adding up. And I can't even fathom why appeal court, took that decision. Because it's so obvious. Even if you look well into the electoral act, even when votes are not stamped, I think there is still one or two things, right? In as much as the returning officer can attest to it, it's still valid. But the appeal court never even looked at those things. And I like what actually happened today, right? I think it's more of rascality. There's a lot of rascality within the lower courts, not really following precedents. Another thing that actually happened was this issue of nomination. The issue of nomination has been addressed severally at the Supreme Court. And you still see some of those lower courts not really following that precedence. And that thing was re-echoed again today. And I think it's a long way. It's a lot of things that the lower courts still need to learn. The issue of nomination, it's at the prerogative of the political parties. Aside that, that's another thing that they were trying to, they said it was not duly nominated, and looking at that, and the lower court still said they still took their decision. So the whole thing, as far as I'm concerned, and I like what actually happened today, because a lot of people felt, oh, probably because they are afraid or anything. But if you look straight into the whole case, look straight into the merits of the case, they did the right thing, following the law, looking at the merits of the case, and making decisions based on the merits of the case. That's exactly what I see today that Supreme Court has actually done. No sentiment, straightly the law and following the law.
Yeah, I like the way you ended it. It's a decision that outcome, I think, was based on legality and not technicality.
Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
Let me bail out hand over to Thomas. So let me bail out hand over to Thomas. The floor still yours. So thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, Mama. Yeah. Ajale Goko, continue.
So it was the outcome represented legality.
But Ajale Koko, what do you think make the Appeal Court to cancel the election? What made them to do that?
Well, we don't know. I don't know why they did it. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to say anything bad against them, but they can make mistake, and that is why we have Supreme Court. The lower court make mistake, but their judgment sometimes, or their judgment sometimes doesn't align well with the Constitution. And Supreme Court, being the super court of the land, the mother of all courts, will now interpret the Constitution. And that is what they did today. They interpreted the Constitution that, look, the vote of the people count. And therefore, they are, whether they stamp their ballot paper or they don't stamp it, it cannot be rubbish away. So this is a very good development. And this is not the first time for Supreme Court to updown the decision of lower court. They have done it several times. Even during
They've done it several times, yeah.
several times. When Wike, the last time that Wike, I think maybe the first time, is it 2014 or 2015? Yes, the same thing happened to Wike now. They ruled against him at the lower court, and Supreme Court gave him the victory. So today's is, to me, I describe it as a victory decision, a victory outcome for the people of Kano. And the judiciary, and Supreme Court did it well, and we have to acknowledge that, and that is what we want. We want,
Opposition.
a outcome that will be strictly based on legality and not technicalities. All these technicalities, this thing, I'm not saying it's not allowed by law, but
Ajale Koko, technicality is the order of the day now. They always use technicality.
yeah. So congratulations to the Kano people and the governor. I believe that governor will sleep. We have a very good sleep tonight. We have the best of the best weekend in his life.
And the other room too.
Yes. Everybody was, people were worried. A lot of people thought that APC wanted to take that Kano away.
But Ajale Koko, is the Kano people, are they happy?
Oh, sure. There was jubilation. People are happy. So, but, people thought, some people were worried. They thought they wanted to take it away from them. And if that had happened, that would have brought the political career of Kwankwaso to an end. Consider if APC
yeah,
that would have been
dead like Dodo. You just die like Dodo.
Like Dodo. So, but now this will rejuvenate
him again.
Yes,
yeah.
This will rejuvenate his political base and his supporters around the country that voted for him. They'll be happy that the only state is not taken away from them. So I think it's a good it's a welcome decision by Supreme Court. So the one of Lagos State as well, the welcome one. That one.
Ajale Koko. why would somebody be challenging Sanwo-Olu sef? Is anybody going to search Sanwo-Olu for anybody?
Well, look, that of Sanwo-Olu, nobody. I mean, I don't think there is anybody that will ever think that the Supreme Court will rule against Sanwo-Olu victory. He won.
Ajale Koko, who took the case to court? Labour Party or Supreme or which party?
I think two of them,
Uh,
Labour Party and PDP. I think it's two of them. So,
but why are they wasting their money and wasting time?
that's Nigerian politician for you. They believe that they can win taking matters to court. They believe, yes, they just challenge it, even when it is clear to them that they have no case. They still want to go to court and waste money.
Like Peter Obiadi.
They have mental problem. That's the way I see it. Mental problem. So I'm glad for Zamfara too. The PDP in Zamfara retained their own seat, retained its own seat too, and that will enable the PDP government to probe Natawale. What is the name of the former governor that is serving as
Matawale.
Matawale as the defense minister, state defense. That will enable them to probe him, expose him, and possibly send him to jail. They have to.
Ajale Koko. You want them to send him to jail?
Yeah, of course. Over 90 billion. I think EFCC said they've reopened the case today. So.
Oh yes. He must go to jail. They should anchor him out of that Ministry of Defense and take him away straight to jail. So I'm very happy for that. So, and I'm happy for the Plateau too. That PDP.
I'm really happy for that. I'm really happy for that guy. Because his zone was so close.
Yeah, was close. Yes,
so close.
Yes, I'm happy for the Plateau state too, and I think I had no doubt about that of Ebonyi State. I knew that one they won the election, so the Supreme Court affirmed that victory. So, but it's all those decision or the outcome reached by Supreme Court in all these cases. I think they are.
Ajale Koko, I'll put something on the screen. Read it. All disobedience, their brain no dey work. Their brain no dey work.
Because you want to get at Peter Obi.
These people. I check the name. Emeka, you can see the name. Useless human being.
I'm really happy that the whole thing actually go like this. If it had gone the other way around, it's not just Cardinal, right?
I'll put you in the bin. Thank you. Continue, my brother.
It's not just Cardinal, right? A lot of all those guys, you just see them, lying behind that thing to cause issue. And I like what is really happening, right? And I like the way Tinubu is actually handling things. If you look at what happened in Rivers, right, they were trying to use that as an opportunity to disrupt a lot of things. And if these had actually gone the other way, I can tell you that most of them are not really even happy that it actually went this way, because they were looking for the other way around, and just small thing to cause chaos. And that's just it. So I'm happy that the whole thing, sometimes the judges too look at the mood of the country to make some judgment, which is really good. At least everything is peaceful. Everybody has like go their way. And I'm even happy if you look at some of when the commentary by some of the PDP governors, they said they are happy that even those that actually had that were ready for war had to like shed their sword. Like, that shows you that a lot of things will have happened if it had gone the other way around. Some people were really ready to disrupt, cause a lot of issues, cause a lot of problems. So I think it's good. It's good. At least it's good. It's going to help even the president. It's going to help everybody to focus on, because there are a lot of problems presently in that country that needs to be looked at. I can't imagine issue of another problem coming out from Kano, from Plateau, and all those places. So I think it's good.
Yeah, I think I
Yeah,
agree with
yeah.
agree in totality with you that those decisions reached by the Supreme Court were well meant to bring peace and give people that confidence that Supreme Court will stand by them when it is clear that they won the election. Supreme Court will use the legal interpretation of the law, to effect judgment, to carry out their judgment. So it is good. People will start to have confidence in Supreme Court now, because most of these cases, particularly those of the opposition that won, I mean, everybody will relax now.
Yeah. I think most of them were retained.
Yes, all of them will.
Almost all of them.
All of them across the country, everybody will have, that peace of mind. People will start to look at, okay, it look like we are in a country that, things can work. Let us calm down. Let us focus.
But Ajani Koko, don't you think ABC wants to turn this country to one party country with how they are going now? Because I can tell you there is no opposition for now. Can you agree with me? There is no opposition for now.
Yeah, there's no opposition at the federal level.
Yeah, there's no but the federal determines the states. You know that in some time.
Look, the state is a different level of government, and so federal government cannot control the state. What is happening in the state, they can. But the parties that, the opposition party in the parliament are not working together. I'm talking about the opposition parties, all of them together. They are not working together to challenge the ruling party in some excesses. Maybe they have not seen anything. If we are just 7 months.
Speculating. Yeah.
Benefit of that. Maybe they have not seen anything yet for them to come together and fight against the ruling party. But there are a lot of things that we have seen, we the people, that are being carried out by the administration that require them to speak up, but they fail because they are going to benefit from, they are benefiting too from.
Where's the Labour Party senators in the House? Where are they?
I want to jam. Forget about them. Everybody wants to eat. They want to eat and they want to make money. So, but the opposition party, we have not seen any. They are not playing any role now. It's like they have aligned with the ruling party, and what could happen in the future is that you will see these people will defect
to APC.
to APC. It will happen.
Yeah.
Yes, it will happen. Particularly if the president continue to carry out some policy that is working, if the president carries out policy that is making some difference positively in the life of the people, or is taking us on a direction that look like we are
Promising.
that's promising, we are on the right track. I think yes, they will join. They will leave the present because they will see there is no
Baba,
cause for.
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Don't you think why the oppositions, right, why they are not able to really put everything in order? Don't you think it's because this is the first time we're having a politician that understands politics as a president? And most of the opposition, this same opposition people we are talking about, one way or the other, most of them have had one or two things to do with him in the past. Don't you think so?
No, I don't think so. I think what is responsible for ineffectiveness of the opposition is because they lack leadership, they lack national leadership, they lack coordination, they lack focus, they don't even have manifesto.
They are even not together, Ajale Koko. They are not together.
Don't listen. I'm not saying I'm wrong. Not manifest. They don't even have ideology that they want to pursue. They don't have ideology they want to pursue. They don't have ideology they want to carry out. That is why they cannot fight. It's like APC, PDP, and this thing. What is the ideology? So when they are not pursuing a particular ideology that represents their party, that the reason why people voted for them to go there and carry out, then what are we talking about? You can't have effective opposition party. So that is the problem.
And
so what we are going to see at the end of the day is that if the president can perform well, they will consume them. And it has happened before during the time of Obasanjo. When Obasanjo was there for 8 years, he was able to consume the opposition party we had then as APP. A lot of APP members crossed because Obasanjo government brought economic prosperity. The GDP rose to like 15%. I mean, the people, the economy was buoyant. Teachers were buying houses. They are buying cars. Everybody making money. I even back then, I know how much I made back then.
Hey, Baba.
Do you remember the slogan then?
So why do you want to oppose Gbemua? When you see people, you want to go. You have to follow him so that you remain relevant politically too.
Yeah.
So that is what is going to happen.
I think we should just give it to Obasanjo. Because I remember those days. Secondary school teachers that never thought of even buying a car.
Bicycle. Say bicycle. Bicycle.
Yeah, a lot of them bought cars. I think that I remember then that was the period of this. Is it Daewoo? You know, a lot of them bought Daewoo.
Daewoo is that. Yeah.
You know, it's. I think it's actually good, But what I'm seeing with this opposition, let's look at it inally, right? Take for instance now PDP. They don't have a united front. PDP now, it's almost divided into three: the Atiku caucus, the Governors caucus, and some that are still loyal to Wike. Look at Labour Party. Labour Party is
They are
divided.
in disarray.
Fashion, Abure fashion. Look at which other one? Abga.
That one is dead.
Àwọn party abẹ́lé nìyẹn.
Àwọn party abẹ́lé.
YPP. That one has gone to.
Larry, you are going too far. Too far.
You know why I'm saying this? I just don't want to like focus. At least they have representative, right? At least they have YPP has a senator in National Assembly.
They will soon defect, my brother.
It's not like
defect.
Yes,
that one already defected now, isn't it?
Already.
He has defected.
Uba, what's his name? He has defected already.
So, I didn't even know that they have defected. I was just saying it.
He has already left. He's already in APC now. You know, so I just think probably, right, and that's where I think Atiku, if Atiku really likes that party, right, but Atiku, I've always known Atiku not to. He always believe in what he wants, right? If PDP is not giving him, don't be surprised that you see an Atiku going to somewhere else to say, oh, probably want to go and champion something there, and you know, look at him saying he wants to lead opposition. Which opposition do you want to lead? So
Larry. Opposition he will not be the president.
All he wants, Atiku, if you look at Atiku's politics, Atiku has always been taking people's structure. He will look at anywhere there is a good structure, he goes there, find his way and contest. Now he's seeing PDP, the way he's seeing PDP, because he's seeing PDP now that the governors, you know, they are not ready to release the party to him. Now, he said that he wants to go. Which opposition does he want to lead? I think if these opposition people, if they really like Nigeria and they really want to give Tinubu run for his money, Atiku should just say he's not going, he doesn't want to even contest again. Let Atiku say he doesn't want to contest and see how PDP will come back stronger. But it's a pity, you know, the guy will always still want to come back. But it's good that now, because for now, I don't really think he's going to see that money, right? The last
time, if Atiku die, he will still contest for president in heaven.
Yeah, but it was easy last time now. There was Delta money now. There was Delta money. So, you know, a lot of people thought it was Atiku that spent most of the money last election. Most of those money came from Delta states.
Okoa.
Yes. Most of those money came from Delta states. Even close to the election, you know, Okoa was still taking loans. And that's why a lot of people in Delta are not even happy with him. Because most of the finances came from that state. And that state, as far as I'm concerned, Delta, Akwa Ibom, because they collect a lot of money, right? If you look at their what they collect from the federal allocation, and you're like
derivation.
Not just derivation. I think if you look at what they collect, I think Delta should be number 1 or 2 in terms of how much they collect from the federation accounts. So they have a lot of money, but I don't see that money, you know. And those that are even close to Atiku, they are smart. Take for instance now, look at Dino Melaye. Dino Melaye collected money. He said he wants to do election. On election day, the guy didn't even go to vote.
He knew that he's going to lose. He knew.
So he didn't even go out to
and
vote.
He's buying houses in Dubai too. So
he has cashed out.
Larry, he didn't see him. He has relocated abroad. He's no longer in
Yeah,
Nigeria
he's
now.
in Dubai now. The last time I saw him on
He
Instagram.
was preparing. He said he wanted to prepare which food, chef. Had it been he was in Nigeria, I would have called one guy to prepare for him. But in the Igbo land, that he had to do everything himself.
So
He had his 50th birthday in
yeah,
Dubai.
Atiku
Atiku was
there.
there.
All of them were there. So a lot of those guys, those are the
I
key.
hold on, Larry. I saw him in the pedicure and manicure yesterday. They are rubbing his face, rubbing his feet.
Yes, now because the guy has cashed out. You know, he was showcasing.
Just the pedicure and manicure. Oh my God.
He was showcasing the latest G Wagon that he just bought. You know, that he just bought.
Despite the fact the Bentley parked in his house in Lagos,
I think he bought
in his city room in Lagos, he's still buying G Wagon.
2024 G Wagon, and he was showcasing it. So most of those guys, they really cashed out.
What are they doing? What is so hold on? What is Gino doing for a living? What business is he?
Politics.
Wow.
See, it's not politics. It's not just politics.
I think he has some kind of investment that is.
No, I know Dino has a lot of, particularly in the US.
Yeah, you have a lot of investment.
He said he has a share in one of these fast food joints.
Yeah. I know he has.
Is it McDonald's or
he has some things in 7-Eleven. I know he has some things, but still, I don't still trust him because
it's not the money he's getting from that place and spending, Larry. Don't be deceived.
Before having that McDonald's, how did he get this money?
That guy and Oshwopi are friends, so I don't even trust him. So I don't. So all of those.
Hold on, please. Emeka Uz, or what they call you? You need to go to your obedient platform. Yeah, I've banned you forever. Thank you. See you in heaven. Continue, my brother.
So most of those. Another person that you look at is this Egbondele Momodu. You know,
That's another ridiculous human being.
Look at Egbondele Momodu. You know, all those ones are, you know, anywhere they see that is rosy, you know what I'm saying? They go there, you know. One day, today, you'll be seeing him, you know, talking about Atiku. Tomorrow is in Ghana, talking about that guy in Ghana and this and that. So, if Atiku really...
Also, today, Momodu going to Aso Rock to meet Tinubu. Go and write it down.
No, you see him in Ghana because Ghana election is coming, is close. I think Ghana is going to do their election in this year, in 2024. So you see him going to Ghana.
Yeah, in December.
He's following Dramani up and down.
Yeah. So
that one will lose gallantly.
I know he's always, you know, following. He's going to Ghana, but now he's still following this. What's this guy's name now?
You know, the kind of business he doesn't work out. You know, you go to occasions, you take pictures and all those things. You can get all those things online now.
Yes, now you know those days that we used to buy Ovation now, that it will show all the richest men in everywhere.
Exactly.
And you are like, but all those things are no more. So if Atiku really wants to help that party, Atiku is the only one that can actually help that party. All he needs to do is just to come out, you know, as a leader and kind of like, I've tried this thing several.
Larry, is Atiku really a leader? Why are you?
He doesn't have it in him. He doesn't have
exactly. He's really a leader. Yeah, somebody that is just is a political prostitute.
He's a greedy
he was
human
just jumping up and down, no ideology, no principle. He just, I think he has been overshadowed by his ambition and he doesn't even know how to work it out.
Exactly.
How many parties has he traversed since 1999? Exactly. Forget about the one that he has done before 1999. How many parties has he traversed?
Even this Tinubu.
Simba, even Tinubu gave him his platform. You remember?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
When Obasanjo was all over him, right?
Was he not part of the APC? People that formed the APC in 2015? He was supporting Buhari in 2015.
Yeah, he was.
You know, that's
no. participated in the primary. You know, he was beaten now to third.
Yeah, it was. That's part of the grudges he has against
Papa
Tinubu.
came second after Buhari now.
That's part of the grudges he had then against Tinubu, because I still remember, you know, that primary was done in Lagos. Atiku was all, dollar was everywhere, you know, but
Larry, this is to Ajale Koko and you guys. If you are looking for the most shameless human being on earth, are they not politicians? Can you imagine somebody gave you his platform to run for a president? At the long run, you still go to another party to run against the same person. Is politician not the most ridiculous human being on earth? Because I can't even fathom it. The same person that you could still now come again running against somebody that gave you
No, but
your own his own
Thomas,
platform.
how many politicians that has that characteristics has actually been successful in achieving their ambition? None of them.
I think few or none.
They will do it. They will just okay. Let's look at it this way. Apart from the governorship election that he won before Obasanjo made him the vice president, how many elections has Atiku won in his life?
None.
He was just a fortunate guy that is one of the beneficiaries of corruption in that country.
He won
Yes.
Adamawa's governorship election there.
No, that was what I said. Apart from that governorship election.
Apart from that one, which election has he run?
He hasn't contested any other election apart from presidency.
So that one is not an election. How many times has he contested as the president?
But you are the one asking out, what kind of, which election has he won since that governor?
I said apart from, maybe you didn't listen to me.
Yeah, he mentioned the one of the, he mentioned the one of Adamawa. Yeah. So
Obi is also following that trajectory, and that is the same way because by the time you start jumping from one place to the other just because you wanted to win.
To be truthful, Atiku won 2019 election. It was rigged.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. How can you prove that?
How can you prove that?
They rig it against him.
Who are the
we don't care. Rig or no rig.
He didn't win.
Do you think it's only the winning party that rigged the election?
No, he actually.
They all rigged.
No.
Everybody rigged the Juni. Everybody rigged.
But Atiku won 2000.
Okay, Baba Jale Koko. What was the margin of the what was the difference?
Let's forget about that. But he won.
Lè máa ṣe mọ̀ pé àwa náà ṣọmọ kékeré àtàwà láyé 2019 náà.
That's according to you.
Actually, I think he won that election, but at least he's not the president anyway.
Just an opportunist. If Articular has stayed in APC, probably would have had that. He will have got that chance. But he's always looking for where they don't cook everything finish. You could just go.
Like
let us. Who is Atiku's friend? Who is Atiku's friend in Nigerian politics? Tell me.
Dele Momodu.
If
you have somebody like Dele Momodu as a friend, that means you don't have a friend now.
I didn't know that was jumping, falling. As it so, till tomorrow, right? One of the reasons why I respect Tinubu is during the campaign period, it was really, really massive. The abuses, the bullying, everything, they threw everything at that man. You know, sometimes I'm always afraid. Sometimes when I look at social media, I'll be like, what? The media was against that man?
Larry, you remember the scenario with what's her name? This actress. What's her name from Peru? Funke Akindele.
Mm-hmm.
When Tinubu said, this one, but and he made a statement there, and their Asleep TV, they took it and they started, making it a big deal. Like, what does Tinubu think he is? I think Tinubu said, no, that guy is too small that they should not even compare. They should not even bring his name whenever that guy's name is mentioned. And it was so condescending that you bring it from Kakindele where you mentioned Tinubu's name.
Do you know at that point itself, it got to a point I was like, are you so sure that this man is even all right? Because they paint a scenario, Nigerian media, they painted that scenario, and you'll be like, sometimes when the man is talking, like, can this man even talk? Because the scenario these guys are painting, that man will talk before they bring, after like 5 minutes, another video is out. So, a lot of people, they abused him. They did all sorts of things. They did. And I like what you said. You said he doesn't even look at social media.
No, Larry. He is the only politician in our political space now. If you want to agree with me,
yeah,
we can put him. So though some people like Wanyayuku might not like it, but we can put him. He might not have the kind of ideology people like Awolowo, Azikwe, and the Aminu Kano used to have. But if you look at Nigerian politics, he is the only one that has adherent followers. People that are loyal to him, people that he can call his own. People
Simba, we should give him credit that is due. If the likes of Awolowo are to be alive today, practicing, doing the same politics that they played in the 60s and 70s,
they will not win. They will not win.
They will not even be relevant. That's just the basic.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they will not.
Look at even the people, the people from South to West. Seeing them, you see them coming all out against this man, the likes of Adebanjo and the likes of the rest of them. People can actually have their own different views, right? But they made use of Afeni. They were the ones that, your view is different from Afenifere. That man basically was using Afenifere to promote everything he was doing. You can support Obi. Yeah, as a person, right? I can be Paade Banjo and I decide I want to support Obi or I want to support Kwankwa. So that's good. Afenifere used to be, an association that a lot of Yorubas respect during those days of Brahma Desoya and the rest of them. But immediately these people came, they at a point, the man was even saying that Afenifere is like a political party. And I was like, how? When? And they were using basically using Afenifere's name here and there, all because of what? You have one or two things against Tinubu. Yeah, you can as Paade Banjo say yes.
It's a personal grudge now.
I don't want to support this man. This is the person I want to support. Good, everybody understand. But when you are now using Afenifere, and all the babas in Afenifere are like, why are you using that Afenifere to promote your own agenda? But I'm happy, right? I'm happy that the man is, I'm happy. And a lot of politicians even respect him. One day I was listening to this guy, this Bauchi state governor, Bala Mohammed, Abi Bala. The man was like, he respects Tinubu a lot. Because a lot of them, is it Kwankwaso? Kwankwaso and Tinubu has been for long. Remember during those days of when this guy was having issue with when this former CBN governor Sanusi was having issue, Tinubu played a huge role. How they had to how Sanusi had to go to Lagos and all those things and all those things. So all of them had one or two things. They've had one or two things to do with him. And one thing I respect, right, about that man, he said something. I was reading some of the things he wrote. He said, as a politician, betrayal is real. plan for betrayal and plan for forgiveness. If you look at all those people, one way or the other, they've done one or two things that, you know, if you're not a good politician, you'll be like, no, they won't come back. But this man will still bring them back. And still, because he believes in what he wants, the value that you are bringing, not, you know, because he believes that politics, you're not meant to be with one person. Politics can take you to somewhere else. But once he knows that you have that value, it will still bring you to himself and still use you for that value. A lot of people.
Larry, you know, earlier on when you are talking, you are praising Obasanjo. Okay, let's compare Obasanjo's regime. This Supreme Court verdict that we are praising now. Do you think that had it been Obasanjo that is in government now, this thing will happen?
No, I was not praising Obasanjo. We were talking about economy, right? We're talking about economy, how, you know, this whole minimum wage.
Let me tell you, if you have looked at Nigeria economy generally,
Obasanjo is not a Democrat, right?
You know what? Even the economy that you are talking about, let me tell you this. Go and look at from 1970 upward. Anytime it seemed as if Nigeria was seemingly good and things were a little bit rosy, go and look at the pump price, the oil price. It's not as if we have had any ingenious leader in that country. Believe me. If you are fortunate and things, there was no crisis and your oil price was good and it was steady, then people will start praising you that you have done something. 1974, go and look at it. Nigeria, we were pumping out 2.3 million barrels of crude. 1974, and look at the price then. Then look at our population. Then look at what we are doing now. And you think that anybody can perform magic under this kind of economic climate?
No, it's even crazy now because Buhari was -0. Because Buhari was -0. But we just
Buhari, he was not good on his own, but he also has to cope with a lot of challenges. I mentioned it yesterday. If you look at what happened between 2015, 2016, 2017, when the Niger Delta Avengers started their shenanigans, started busting pipelines, and Nigeria crude went to like 500,000 barrels per day. What can you achieve when that kind of a mono economy that we're only dependent on oil? Look at the effect of COVID. Every country suffer it. You understand? So sometimes, yes, the guy was loose. He was not able to control his ministers and all those things. But we can't still take all those things away from
those things are there. Look at one of the ministers. Do you remember one of these former minister of communication? This Ibadan man.
Adebayo, what they call his name.
Yeah. You know what he said then? He said, boy, he can put you there for 4 years, even if he doesn't see you, doesn't even care. That's a minister that worked under him. Like, he doesn't even care. Even if he doesn't see you for 4 years, he doesn't even care. You know, that's why a lot of them were able to do things. People that, in natural sense, are not supposed to even have powers. People like this Tunde, that is cousin.
The recharge card seller.
That guy was basically controlling Nigeria economy. Billions. He was buying everything. If Tinubu wants to probe, go and probe Rano. Now those guys get them. If you know,
I did see how Rano was multiplying during the Buhari regime. The guy was just building filling stations up and down everywhere. And he came. That guy was part of the people that destroyed Nigerian roads, because he came to Nigeria with all these 66,000 liter form of tankers, very heavy tankers. And you know what they are doing with it? Let me tell you what they are doing with it. Most of the time, when you see all those 66,000, they are not staying in Nigeria. They are going as they can travel as far as Sudan to go and sell those things. One of my friends was telling me that if they go one trip and that truck did not come back, Larry, that they have made the money, they have made profit, and they can still buy another truck
Can you see?
from that. And that was where our subsidy money was going, because we are subsidizing the whole of Africa, not only even West Africa, the whole of Africa.
So a lot of those guys, they had a lot of power. They were doing, imagine this Jim Obazin was like, it was that guy, they were busy pushing CBN governor, because they were deceiving him. Oh, Baba likes him, Baba like you. Don't worry, Baba will make you the candidate. And they were just collecting money from him.
The guy was already, he has bought vehicles now. He has already even labeled them before his campaign.
They promised him. They told him, don't worry. They promised him. They were busy collecting money from everybody. They were collecting from Amechi. They were collecting from this. They took Amechi to Daurago and Chief Tasik title. For what? So it's Buhari himself, sometimes, we can say probably, the economy and all those things. But, when you leave people, when you are this kind of laissez-faire leader that you don't even care, everybody go and do what I'm very sure if they show Buhari what a lot of all those people have done, I'm very sure he will be surprised.
They will be shocked.
I'm very sure. And people don't know, right? Tinubu has told him everything. Do you know that they had a secret meeting in London? But Tinubu, I'm very sure that was when Tinubu must have actually told him, like, Baba, these people, they've destroyed this country. You just stay. Let me deal with them. Everybody was just doing, okay, aviation did his own. Which of them, can you name any of them that didn't do rubbish?
Even including that Amici that you're talking about.
Yes, now. Is it not the same Amici that they went to China to go and sign a contract? What's in the contract? You said you didn't even read it.
And he wanted to become president.
Yes, now. He went to China and signed contract. So you didn't even read the contract you were signing. You were just,
And the funny thing, Larry, this same Amici will come and be condemning the government, and some people will still be listening to such foolish guy.
Amici is just a selfish guy that felt, because, at that point, because they've actually promised, he felt, he's the candidate. They were promising CBN governor. They were promising Amici, to the point that they said even in Villa, Amici he felt he was even more powerful than the vice president in Villa. Because he felt he was the candidate. All of them did, I'm very sure the probe will still get to Amici.
I think one of the things that gave him that belief was that, he contributed a lot to the Buhari emergence. He was the chairman of the so-called governors forum that time. He was part of the people that actually got this amalgamation of the APC. He used a lot of the money from Rivers State that time to also finance the campaign and all those things. So he was thinking that, okay, his payback time has come, but Buhari has to compensate him and all those things.
Oh my God. Okay, see the trade they were doing that time. You've not done trade in Nigeria. You were doing trade from Nigeria to Niger. Of what importance is that?
It was using that one like something like a bribe now to appease the Northerners. It's part of his political calculation.
Instead of doing that, why not go to Southeast and do that training, even if it's in your own South, and do the thing, and you were taking trade to Niger. Now we are Niger, they close border to Niger. Where was the essence of the trade? So people say, oh, don't blame Buhari, don't blame. That's in most cases, right? If you are a leader, be a leader. you know, but when you are this leader that you don't even care and things got spoiled to the point that people started doing what they like. So what exactly do you really get from it?
But do you really think that this type of democracy that we are practicing can really work for us in that space? Because if we don't adopt our own form of democracy, this one that because let me tell you, like it's not only the leadership group that has, let me use Emeka's word, that is corrupt in that country. Even the unborn child in that country is corrupt. Both the leaders and the followers are corrupt. Looking at because we can't have a kind of election that we think that can actually liberate that country with the present political climate. Because the people self, if you have participated in the rural politics, you discover that even by the time you are campaigning at the local government and the ward level, the people will be demanding. You can't just come and say this is what you want to do and they will vote for you. They must collect something from you. So in that, with that kind of mindset, do you think that okay, somebody will come and invest, you collect a lot of money, and you think that the person will not get there, will not recoup his investment?
It's just so.
You understand? And then you see the people that voted for you, they are doing some wrongs. Because in Nigeria now,
Simba, look, these politicians weaponize poverty. And when people are so poor to the extreme that they cannot even know when they will get the next meal, what do you expect them to do? Because they are desperate people.
Yeah.
They want to survive.
That's true.
And these people that are supposed to make life better for them, make it worse off for them. And then they come on election day showing money to them that, look,
because those days they'll say, okay,
so much infrastructure.
Vote your conscience. But when you
vote, build the physical infrastructure for you,
Fayose, CEO of Stobag Infrastructure.
But what do you think will be the way out?
The only way out is to restructure that country. This country, the way it is, we cannot get good governance the way it is. It must be restructured in such a way that local government can function. When local government can function, you, Simba, can go to your local government and say you want to be local government chair because that is your base and you want to transform your local government. And surely as you are not a corrupt person, if people voted you in, you will surely make life better for your people. It is, if we don't look the way it is organized now, the way it is arranged now, it's only this big party that can win election.
Yeah.
No smaller party can win it. Never. It's never going to happen.
I don't even know.
This big party.
I don't even know why they are still doing local government election. Because I don't even know why they are still doing local government election. Because now, almost every state now, you know, the governor in power, you do local government, is that same party, just, you know.
Is that same party, no election, we just appoint people.
Excuse me. It was not the same Obasanjo that started this useless, because that time, local government election, they used to conduct it with the national election.
Yes.
He was one that, you know, back then Obasanjo, he did a lot of wrong. Even all these allocation, state, joint, what they call it now? This state and local government joint account. He was one that started it.
Hold on, Simba. I know you don't like Obasanjo. You want to use one means or the other to go after Obasanjo. It was the constitution. It's the constitution you have that specify that every funding must go through the state to the local
Hey,
government.
Babajare Koko,
When
we are all
Obasanjo
witness.
started,
We
they were not doing.
witnessed. How did they do it before 1999? Was that constitution
Before,
there before 1999?
yes, you are yes, you are right. Look, it was going directly to the local government. Their funding was going directly to them, and that was what Obasanjo started with. Until when the state governors gang up to say it is wrong.
They
That
didn't. Let me tell you, it should have stand against it, but because of his own ambition, that man, because of his own ambition,
which
third
ambition?
term
How does?
agenda, he sold out. That was what happened.
What do you mean by stand what? How would he have stand against it? How would he have stand against it? When they were all, the National Assembly were fighting.
How was he doing it? How was he doing it initially during his administration? So why did he give in? Why did he didn't start
it
with it?
directly to the local government.
Yeah, because I remember Okonjo in Wela that time, they even release it every month, how much each local government were getting.
Yes, but the governor gang up, they said it is unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional, and they said they cannot accept that. And I haven't read the constitution. They say the governors are right.
Adewale, I mean, Thomas has gone as usual in his usual characteristic.
It is not.
Thomas, Adewale want to come in, if you are hearing me.
Thomas.
Ó ti ṣeré lọ as usual now.
Adewale wà ń ta nìyẹn. Òtútù máa pa ń ta mi tó wà yẹn.
Allah, because I don't know why they are still wasting money to do all these local government elections.
No, don't call it election. Now it's local government election.
They continue appointing and don't waste money. They should continue appointing. That's
at least, they will just do one blah, 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 blah. Okay, the same APC won everything. PDP won everything.
Maybe, Larry, you are not, I don't know whether there's any election, because at least I've been in Nigeria when they said they were doing this. I didn't see anybody voting. No.
Yeah, see the last one.
In fact, that day, they don't declare that day as a work-free day. You don't even see any sign of election going on anywhere. You just see that they are rolling out results.
And that
our governor fún àwọn INEC state INEC wọn kọ́kọ́ figure ni.
Okay, look at what is happening in Osun now. They said the guy this Adeleke appointed as the chairman of the Osun State local government elections whatsoever. He's a former PDP guy. The guy said, I've left PDP now. I've left PDP. I'm no more in PDP again. It's for me, right? It's better you don't even waste money to say you want to do any election, right? Until if National Assembly really want to help Nigeria.
But that one can be challenged. They can challenge him at the law court and they establish.
No, they are in court now. No, Baba Jeleko, they are in court.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the case is already in court. They are in court. APC is challenging him in court. So if the National Assembly, I know they are trying because they but all those things, or autonomy or anything, the number one thing is bring local government back to INEC. Let INEC conduct local government. Let every party be part of that local government election.
Larry, would that be is that a constitutional change or just
no? It's going to be more. It's going to be more of constitutional change now.
Okay.
It's National Assembly.
But Larry, if they do that, it goes beyond just elections. It also goes to the pulse of the councils being controlled by the state as well. They also have to address that as well.
I think they've done that. They've done the National Assembly have passed the bill, but the problem now is the state assembly.
But it's not being implemented. So what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
the state assemblies also need to pass, but the state assemblies are not passing it. National Assembly have done that.
They will not. It doesn't favor the governor. They will not pass it.
So I did being National Assembly alone can do that thing. That thing will have been a law. But the state assembly also needs all the state assembly also need to approve it. But the state assembly are not approving it.
You see, gbogbo constitutional review don't say is it cannot work. When we are telling them that let us have people sit down and talk about our nation, how we are going to run it, and formulate law.
Babajali Koko, why do we always following the same route that has not been working for us? I will talk about okay, sit down. How many times have we sat down in that country and nothing came out of it? We sat down during Obasanjo. We sat down during Jonathan.
You are missing the point, sir. Please, Dr. Simba, you are missing the point. When they sat down, it was not legally binding. It wasn't sovereign. That's the difference. What we are saying is
what
that
do you mean by it's not sovereign? It should the one that we had during Jonathan was not sovereign.
No, because if you want it to be sovereign, that panel or that confab must be noted by an act of Congress. So once somebody passed the bill to have the conference, once they pass the bill in the House and Senate, whatever is concluded in that confab will be legally binding. That's what they never had. That's the difference. So if you want
to, why do we wasted billions that time during Jonathan?
Because at each time people had the agenda for the confab. Like OBJ, the only reason he wanted to come because of that was his own agenda. Now he didn't really care about anything else. That was the reason why he held the conference. Everybody has had a hidden agenda for that confab.
But Babati, when will the politician have agenda for the people? OBJ had his own agenda.
I'm saying, Thomas, on this channel, I have labeled Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and Fulani as the Wazobia supremacists. This is what scares them. If you have a true confab, you see all those small people, those Igbira people, all those when they come together now, they have a voice. Wazobia supremacists don't want that. They don't want those smaller groups to have a say. So if you have a confab and those small groups come together, why do you think in the last confab in 2014 they proposed to have more states? That came because those smaller groups had a say. They had influence.
Yes, you are right. You are right. 100% right.
But the difference is that if you make it sovereign, that decision would be legally binding and everybody has to adhere to it. That's
Babati. We are just bunch of unserious people. The so-called even legal analysts, legal luminaries in Nigeria, like Palano, that is now becoming somebody else now. He participated in that confab.
Do you remember when the same Falana was justifying the invasion of Igbo's house? So, do you remember?
No, me, I don't even listen to Falana again. I don't listen to him. It has become
Let me make you laugh, guys. Let me make you guys laugh. He came to Ekiti State to contest for governorship election. They took his money. They took his money. They let him down the market.
Corrupt people.
No, that cancer is everywhere.
These are the most corrupt people in Yoruba land. These Ekiti people.
No, it's the entire country. It's not Yoruba land, Baba Jale.
No,
What
no,
they
in
did to
that
that man,
country.
the same treatment they gave Khalifa when he was contesting for presidency too. They gave them the same treatment. So that's to tell you that Nigerians are not ready to have a reform. They're just paying lip service because
Adewale, that Falan is a very confused guy. He's a confused guy.
If he's confused, is Khalifa also confused as well?
No. Don't you think is Falan not even following Fanigawa's footstep?
No, it's not. He's not.
He's not even following that guy's footstep now.
What you worry now?
Falan was not even looking at that money then. Gani had every avenue to be corrupt. Gani had every avenue to do the other way around. But Gani stood firm. But Falan,
You know what is also funny, there is this other legal luminary from the so when you talk about the lawmen, it seems the majority of them are from the talking about Affe Babalola, even the one that stood for Tinubu now, what is his name? They are all even Falan as well. But you know what is funny is that Affe Babalola made his money representing the government, representing the so-called politician. Now he's now becomes the oracle and the spokesperson of the downtrodden, which I found a little bit strange. So you took Abu's money and you're not trying to make it to entertain Abu, but you are claiming only when you are representing these people knowing fully well that the money that they acquire.
You don't want him to do his job. You don't want him to do his job.
So that contraband is
no, it doesn't contravene. No, it does not contravene as a.
So representing the politician that he knew that illegally acquired
his own service. When he renders his own service to defend them
against the people, Baba Jale Koko. He renders service against the people.
Baba Jale Koko. You know why I don't respect some of this lawyer? Another person, this man they said we shouldn't say any bad thing against people that are there. This man in Abeokuta, Bola Ajibola.
The former ambassador.
Yeah, Bola Ajibola was that case of this Bakassi thing.
Yes, I remember. Bakassi Peninsula during Obasanjo regime.
Yes. Some of all these lawyers.
And he was busy lying to us that time.
I'm telling you. They made a lot of money from that thing. After that, he went, after that, just like this man, this Affe Babalola, the same thing he did. He went to go and build Crescent University in Abeokuta.
Not Abeokuta, in Ekiti.
No, not in Ekiti. Is the most expensive private university in Nigeria.
I said Bola Ajibola, even the Bola Ajibola, is it not the same thing? The same.
Oh yeah, he too has a university.
He went to build Crescent University in Abeokuta. Baba too went to build the Affe Babalola University in Ekiti. Is it not the same?
And Baba Jale Koko's friend also, Obasanjo, he used our money to build his own university. Bear University also. The library, you remember that presidential library that he forced all the government to come and do. That library is not the library to his university now.
Do you remember that Fayose said his body is still in that library? We'll collect
Of course, he assisted the governors to pay money into that to build that library. He forced every single PDP governor, even those who are not even PDP, were also compelled to pay. So, and that library is not government. Anyway, maybe when he dies, the government will claim it.
It's not the same thing for the farm.
Hold on. Farm. Why are you attacking Egba's sons on this platform?
Because it's you, Egba, people are very corrupt.
No.
Babati.
The most corrupt.
Babati, hold on. Look at this Adewale calling Egba or Ogun
Oh yeah,
State.
Mileno.
They are the most corrupt Yoruba in the entire country.
Adewale, I agree with you totally. They are the, in fact, they are the one destroying Nigeria.
They were the first to be exposed to education. They were the first to be exposed to trade. They were the first exposed to the politics. And yet,
Let me make this point.
they corrupted the entire Yoruba land.
Adewale, let me make this point. Babati, you remember the other day? Was it a day before yesterday when you people were talking on what do you say? We were discussing on Africa, religion, religion and all sort of. You remember? Was it yesterday or a day before yesterday when Aizan came in and one guy?
No, it was after the episode of what's the name of Ijele and Pasat.
Yes. You know what Adewale said? This corrupt guy from Ekiti. I was listening to it the next day when I was driving. I can't help myself. I almost hit another car in my front. He said, look, there is one religion. He said that religion, what they practice is only Oko not practice. Only Mexico.
No, you guys don't understand. It is true. I have videos and pictures. They actually celebrate the
Not now. Stop it.
I'm telling you, man.
No. Worship. Only Oko. For God's sake. This Ekiti guy today.
Ekiti people.
They corrupt in this country, yeah.
The only thing, if you go federal civil service, there's a be right petition. Now only waiting there's a be that Ekiti people and petition.
You know the funniest thing is that the state has a lot of intellectuals, but the corruption being extended or handed down from these Ijebu, Ogun State people, all of them together, would not, to the point that
let me sing the song for you. So, Bob, when Egba ke ibẹ̀ ni gbàgbọ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Àwa Ẹ̀gbá ló ní Jésù o.
Jésù wo ńbẹ̀? Which Jésù?
Oh ma.
Toyibo.
Jésù Oyigbo.
You know we have the first Bible in Nigeria. We have the Bible in Nigeria in Egba.
Even though you don't believe in that Jesus, Babati.
Stop abusing. Why is there an attack on Egba on this show?
Leave Egba people. Egba people are number one. They are number one.
No, actually, truth be told, they have the privilege among the Yorubas. They have the privilege among the. If you look at them, the kind of education that they have, they are professionals. Unlike the so-called Ondo and Ekiti, that they will go and be a professor of history, geography, and all those things. So there you see them, they will be the chief executives of industries, bankers, doctors, and all those things. But we go to Olodo ni wọ́n so you want to get at me, Abi? Most support them. You are attacking me again, eh? No problem. It's one man that I will come and deal with you. I will tell you.
No. Simba, are you from Oyo? Babati. Wait.
Ṣé ọlá kọ́ yẹn? Ọlá nìyẹn. No.
Wait.
Babati. No, when you say Oyo, you know, I'm from Osun, but you know, we are all the same before now. So that's why if you look at it this way, before Osun was carved out of Oyo, before Osun was carved out of Oyo, Osun were actually the one dominating Oyo. And immediately Osun State was created. In fact, the most of the civil servants in Oyo that time, a level 10 officer was now becoming a permanent secretary in Oyo because the Osun people, yes, that was what happened. And that was, in fact, the Osun has a bloated civil service immediately after the creation, and Oyo have a lot of space. Because, okay, look at it, what is in Oyo? It's big, but they are not that educated.
Yeah.
Are you trying to? Do you want to ban me on this channel?
Oyo is the genesis of Agbero in Yoruba land.
Oyo used to have factory. You say what is in Oyo? Oyo used to have factory now. Exide and all those factory, all those
That's not what we are talking about now. Or they have all those ones by virtue of being the capital of the Western region now, or Ibadan, not Oyo.
But why does Thomas call it Oyo? Thomas.
I'm from Oyo State.
No.
I am from Okeo. I'm of Okeo.
It's not Oyo now.
Okeo is Oyo now. It's still under Oyo State. Any is saying everyone is still under Oyo State.
Those are the Okeogun side of Oyo now.
I'm from Okeo.
Simba Oko Oyo. Thomas ti wá lọ́rọ̀ pé ó ti gbórí yẹn rí nígbà tí Olúwo tó lọ ń send sí Aláàfin pé èrò Ọ̀yọ́ ẹ wí fọ́ba Olúwo ṣọgbà ajé o, because you know what it means. Olúwo was just like a subject to Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, and he was even a senior traditional ruler when you compare to, what's the title of your own traditional ruler?
They don't have, when Ibadan does not even have an Oba. So what is the problem with them?
What are you talking about? We have Olubadan.
No, we have
Olubadan.
No,
Olado the vessel.
We the
almost don't know him now.
What do you want to know about Lume?
Don't Google it though.
Thomas, they don't finish you, believe me. What to
gentlemen, I had the player to tell you that Thomas is not a Yoruba guy. How can
just as don't
let us go to that side, though.
No,
that was one yesterday.
Babati, what's the title of your own Babajari Babati? I know you are a prince. Just tell him. Then Adewale, tell him. Odiola, tell him.
Alaki of Egbaland.
Paramount ruler.
Larry, what's your traditional? What's the title of your traditional ruler?
Oh, the same thing with Babati now. Alaki of Egbaland.
Are you from?
Yeah, I'm from.
Larry, sorry. Okay, Larry. Okay, I think say now, Mr. Trump. No mind me.
My own king.
Yeah.
No, it's my own king, not your own.
The original son of Oduduwa, Owa Ajero of Ijere.
Oh, what? No matter. Ajero of Ajero. It's Ajero. Which one is Owa Ajero?
You call it together. It's Owa Ajero.
Thomas,
Thomas is still googling. He's still googling now.
Everybody knows the Oba except Thomas.
No, Thomas go ask ChatGPT.
I've been suspecting Thomas for a very long time, so at least I
oh my goodness. Thomas, the road to your speech is not even hard.
Yeah, if I don't know,
Thomas went to
if I don't know
Thomas went to Nigeria. He didn't even stop by his village.
if I don't know my king,
Thomas, seriously, you don't know your king. Seriously.
I know my king. Why would I know my king? Yeah, Babati, come on.
What's the name? What's the name? Can you title?
We
He
call them
doesn't know the
Onjo.
road to his village, Babati. He doesn't know the road. Let him say from Ibadan. Let him describe how he take a vehicle to his village.
The road
He
is not
doesn't know.
even
I'm
that.
telling you.
The road
It
is
is
not even that.
Onjo of Okeo.
Onjo lọ lédè òlọ́dé òdé lu ẹ̀.
Onjo of Okeo. My parents is in Ibadan now. Why would I go to my town for? What am I going there for?
Yeah,
My parents live in Ibadan.
And so?
My parents live
Hey,
in Ibadan
you
now.
better be claiming Ibadan now. Be claiming Ibadan now.
I was born in Ibadan now.
According to Ekene, you are like Emeka. You don't know the name of your king. You don't know the name of your governor.
I just told you now. Onjo of Okeo. Onjo of Okeo.
You made a call, eh?
Thomas,
You made a call. Thomas, you made a call. He made a call. Somebody told him. He didn't even know how to pronounce it.
Onjo. O-N-J-O.
Is he a basket? Is he a basket at his own joke?
Well, I do.
Yeah.
Is he from Dupe or where is he from?
That's my king. You guys.
Baba Jayoko, please come and base Thomas out from the hand of this guy. So.
No. They are not.
Is he one of those things Obasanjo should stand up for your
Stand up.
No.
Stand up and sit down.
It's probably one of them.
Oh yeah,
You know why Obasanjo did that? What he did? I thought maybe they are in the same all this cultist society. So I know Obasanjo is their boss over there.
Thomas, you can imagine that he is with that kind of person is the person we are calling a leader in Nigeria, Obasanjo. Can you imagine?
Obasanjo.
That reckless man.
That reckless man.
Thomas, so believe me, but the way he's been acting, can story the way he's been acting.
No, that is it. I'm not lying.
English.
Babati, look at Obasanjo's face. It doesn't resemble Yoruba people. No,
according to one man. You know the funniest thing, politicians can concord a lot of things. You remember that man that gave an interview and said, how are you sure to Obasanjo from Yoruba? He said, you don't know. I think it was there when it was.
I'm being serious right now because that prince from Onisha, whatever. Go. I'm being serious right now.
So how come he got the travel mark? The travel mark was it by accident?
No. How can you say you're more Nigerian than being Yoruba? How can you say that?
But the funniest thing is that people will ask you the day you were born, the evidence where you were born. You know, politics is terrible, man. How can you say Obasanjo is not Yoruba? They don't even have tribal marking.
Obasanjo is Yoruba.
Adewale, they told Obama that he was not born in the US. Are you surprised? Even I'm telling you the US that has data.
Yeah.
So Babati, how possible? I think the Meji Lawal and Shibankole Abi Shibankole, right? The Meji Bankole's father.
Yeah.
I think they are both high chief of Egbaland, right?
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So how come that you can have high chief? Obasanjo can be high chief in Egbaland and yet it's not from Egbaland.
No, he's claiming Yoruba. He's claiming Yoruba is not a Yoruba man.
No, you
Who
know
is
that
claiming Yoruba?
you know that particular thing. Like
Obasanjo.
I've been
You
hearing
are
that thing.
joking.
It's not just now, right? It's not just now. Even in
His
Abeokuta.
father is the Igbo man.
Even in
Larry,
Abeokuta.
You know Obasanjo's father?
Larry, would you Prince from Onitsha here? Lord, would you boy here? Carbon copy OBJ. Google that
No,
Prince from Onitsha. You will see
no,
that
I'm
face.
sure. Even
Exactly like
in Abeokuta in those days, right? They used to say it. The Oba.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because
Thomas.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Thomas, hold on. Thomas, do me a favor. Google OBJ's dad, the Prince of Onitsha, Koko Wojuboboye, right now. Omari, Boboye already be OBJ from the 50s.
Yeah,
Exactly like him.
They used to say
I'm
that.
telling you, don't Google it right now. You will see the face.
Even those days, Babati, are you very conversant with Abeokuta? Those
Of
days,
course, Obasanjo. Yeah.
okay, those
It's,
days when
yeah.
Obasanjo was fighting with the Akeolugba days, you know, they had very big fights, Obasanjo and Akeolugbade. They had a very big fight. And those days, this thing has always been there, right? Because they used to say Obasanjo. Because even if you look at Obasanjo's people in Owu, there is a lot of story around it. The only brother I know with Obasanjo is Owulade. And even the Owulade self, if you trace all those things, if you trace that family, so the real Egba people have always been saying it. I know there was a particular fight then. It was this former Alaki of Egbaland that settled it. Likpede that settled it. You know, Egba will always say, they will always come with those history. You know, that they will always come with those. They will always come. You know,
Maybe the guy was accepted.
Larry.
It was accepted because of his achievements.
Larry, have you seen that picture that I'm talking about of his alleged dad before? No. Okay, am I lying that the guy looks like Obasanjo? Am I lying?
Who is the
guy
person?
looks like him, like exactly. I'm like, bloody hell. I'm just saying, you know, something is off somewhere. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Your thing is breaking. I can't hear you.
Who's the alleged father?
No, Google it now. He's a prince of.
Yes, I think there's the next.
Just Google. No, just Google. Just like Igbo dad and bring the picture up and show everybody. And you tell me that.
You say you now know say Yoruba like it where just because they don't agree with Obasanjo.
The man, that's the point.
No,
Obasanjo is our pride, though.
But it's our pride.
It's our pride, to be honest.
Obasanjo has always been like that, even in Abeokuta itself. Obasanjo has always been like that.
Yoruba lẹ ń rí yẹn.
Even in
Baba Ajalebu ẹ̀gbọ́n ọ̀tẹ̀ Ìbàdàn ló máa kógun wájà lu.
You see gbogbo àwọn Akeolugbade, àwọn gbogbo Igba Agbon don mention yẹn because they were born with silver spoon in their mouth. This guy was from Atakpata Dide, from a poor family. And
but if you want to start off from a rock, that analogy is wrong.
By his luck, career, he became their commander.
Greater than them all.
Greater than them. They were jealous and they were talking crap. And they were spreading rumor. And Yoruba are very good at the singular thing that this man did that offended Yoruba was 1979 election. 79. Awolowo 79. That was it. Ìgbà yẹn lọ jẹ́ kílé ayé gbádùn. Tọ́fẹ́ bá tiẹ̀ jẹ́.
Ajale Goku. We understand. Now, I grew up that to know that Wole Soyinka graduated with third class. And I grew up to know that Obasanjo was a dullard in school. I didn't know.
Obasanjo was not a dollar. It was a.
I know. Baba, that's what they used to tell us now.
In fact,
that guy.
No,
he was very smart. He was smarter than that. You know, he had double promotion twice in secondary school.
Abi?
Twice.
And he was the senior boy.
That who is that person? Bolaji Akinyemi was his senior when he was in primary, when he was in Form 1. That one was in Form 3. He got a double promotion. He met him in primary, class 3, and he finished before him. Very, very smart.
No,
sound, intelligent guy from the beginning.
I think
and I'm not surprised that guy was able to rise to where he is in this world. One of the greatest men in this world, whether we like it or not.
One of the greatest Yoruba man.
He's not one of the greatest. He's the greatest Nigerian. He's the greatest Nigerian.
Really?
Ajani Koko, do you know what they call Obasanjo outside Nigeria?
Baba,
they call him Baba.
Baba. Yes. And I don't know why Egba people, right? I don't know why Egba people don't really like Obasanjo that much.
A lot anyone.
Seriously.
Àwọn bàbá tí àwọn ní bàbá láwọ àwọn
Kuti family, all those Anikulapo family, you know.
Egba people don't like him, and he did a good job, particularly bring this issue of Abeokuta being capital. Obasanjo played a major role.
It's not a major role. It's not just he was the one that brought that capital there.
That capital to
the commission that was set up to
create
that thing, it was Shagamu. Shagamu was where they
can we move on to a different topic, please? Let us
Babati, I have the picture of alleged photo of Obasanjo's father. They look
forget about
100% alike.
Look,
thank you, Thomas. You see my point.
Thomas,
all the other now.
Okay, Thomas. Do you want me to give you a picture of someone that looks like your uncle from Jamaica?
Hey, Thomas.
Forget about that one.
Thomas, can you hear me?
Just forget about that one.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'll be going out and I'll come back. I want to make a phone call because that's how you live. You go for only 10 years.
Can I beg you for a favor? When you go out there, don't drink before you come back.
No, I'm not an No, going out means I'm going to be out of the platform. In fact, this place is even freezing now. It's going to get cold.
No, Adewale, what's the temperature in your state? Let me.
No, it's not yet bad. It's not yet bad, but we are looking after tomorrow. It's going to be celebrated. I think it's around
bad this weekend.
29 now.
Okay, we are going to eat -50 this night.
Oh, okay. We will be going on that day. By weekend.
By the way, question.
So, hold on, Babati. Thomas, do not go on that Alajala travel that will be chasing you around on this platform that you have nowhere to be found when I come back to the platform. Okay.
By the way, what happens when NEPA takes light and you have 50 degrees? How do you guys cope?
Before I leave, Babati. 2 years ago.
Iná ti lọ lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́rin nígbà tí mo ti dé ìlú yìí o, but luckily kò sí ìtọ́jú 30 minutes nínú ẹ̀.
Àná ẹ̀ ṣe mí.
2 years ago. We had an episode here in Texas where the light was off for like almost 4 or 5 days and it was below zero. Everywhere was frozen. There was snow everywhere. And it wasn't a good side. It was a terrible situation there. For the 5
That
days.
was when you had the greed. Yeah, the greed.
Yeah,
from
in fact, they sent us a message today. I saw the email. I was like, ah, God, it's almost February. Hey, God, please don't let this happen today. I mean, this year, because it was terrible, terrible, terrible. There was no light for 5 days. I feel
But I'm saying that the guy, no, the man said that they have minus 50 degrees in Canada. So what happens if they take light over there?
they will
Don't die with that now.
That's it.
No,
That's
people,
it.
I don't know how people will survive that one though. That's a national emergency.
But we survived it because we were below. I think it was like minus 20. Say then at that time, when 2 years ago, it was terrible.
No, I remember that one in Texas.
People die.
The whole hotels were filled up. Everywhere was filled up.
Everywhere you go, no, even that was. I entered one hotel. As soon as I was about to step in like this, the light went off. Their light went off, and I think at that time they were using generator. I had to make a U-turn right there at the lobby. It was terrible. Even common fast food that people don't eat. Majority of Nigerians don't eat. To even get a fast food, you'll be praying to God.
And the crazy thing in this country is, if there is no light, there is no life. Because everything is, you can't cook, you can't do anything. Everything is just.
Our niggas in Leo. I need stove in Leo. I need in Leo. I'm a dialect Leo.
Ọlọ́run bá gbọ́. Mo ṣe ń wo gan pé lèmi máa lọ bára mo ní ìdàtí wá mi máa ní gen because ìjọ kan tí kúrò ẹ̀ bá lọ ṣẹlẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé kìíní kò tọ́ gen yẹn kó ra wá bá kó máa ìgbà yẹn ló máa rántí Nàìjíríà pé ìwọ náà tó wá jẹ́ Nàìjíríà tó wá ti fa gen síta wá ti gen àti máa lọ láúláú.
In Nigeria, you are used to all those problems, so the solution is already on ground.
But
and we are so blessed.
Hold on. Once again, what happens when a part takes light for them? I'm really worried about your safety. I'm being honest right now.
Okay, Ola, what are you particular about? What about we that we used to have more than 50 degrees? The other is the too extreme.
Okay.
I don't understand. I see. What I don't understand is we have global warming. Global freezing is what we have here while you are having global warming in Nigeria. So the thing is this, it's like I don't know whether our temperature is the reason we are not developing, because you just imagine, there was a time I asked questions, say, how are those animals, how are they even surviving? You understand? Or someone started analyzing that, okay, they got a deer, they were trying to make barbecue out of those deer, and they see the thickness of the
fat. Yes.
Okay, I say, okay, a human being used to have fat now. How come it's only fat? What about those people that?
No, those animals have already adapted. The first time I saw a snake in the dry desert here, I was wondering how that snake survived. But it's adaptation.
See, but you know one funny thing? That it. I said that's it. That code. I just walked inside that code yesterday for like I was in downtown, so I ran less than a minute to my car. If you see the way my hand was like ice block. So I now put another glove on. That glove said, you are wasting your time, because that glove was just like a very light nylon to decode. You know what happened today? I was forced to go and buy a very thick and heat generating gloves today. I just have to go and buy another glove. So it's not easy. Because I could even
the true extreme of temperature can actually cause damage to your skin. Whether you can have like if you have frostbite, it will be like burns.
Frostbite is like because that's what I don't understand, how those people that are homeless, how they survive. That's the only point.
A lot of them die. A lot of them die.
They dress warm. They dress warm more than anybody. They dress very warm. They know the kind of wears they put on, the pant and everything to keep them warm.
But Baba Jayoko, what about the hair that you breathe?
Oh man, those guys, don't you know they have some gloves? I mean, some what do you call it? That can cover your hair, can cover your nose. It's only your face.
Head mask, like head warmer.
Yeah. Oh.
If you see them here,
Baba Jayoko, you remember the day I was talking? I was talking about this, that necessity is the mother of invention. We are so blessed in Africa to the extent that we have moderate weather. Everything is moderate.
Easy.
I think it's part of the problem that I was saying it, but you are against me. That I said Egypt, when you mentioned Egypt that they have electricity, I said they cannot afford not to have electricity because they would die.
You're right.
You understand? So that is where I was going.
If we have cold weather in Nigeria too, I believe we will have electricity.
We have it. Let me tell you here. Let me tell you, there was a day, a family, they brought 3 children to our hospital here that suffer from heat stroke. They took their electricity, not even took, they didn't pay electricity and their own electricity company cut their light for just 30 minutes. In the prime of the summer, when temperature was about 52 degrees Celsius. Here, you cannot survive without your AC working. What is the difference? What is the difference between that one and the people, the world where Ola is? Is the too extreme now?
Simba, is that your place, between your place and Qatar? Which one is hotter over?
I think Qatar is even hotter than Saudi Arabia.
It's like that Qatar can even cremate people.
Simba, let me say this. The last time I went to Nigeria, I always pass through Dubai, but there are some airlines they don't want to go to Nigeria, so we pass through Qatar. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. As the plane door opened like this, I said, if people living in this country, they said people are living. Oh my goodness. Just to walk from the plane to the bus station that will carry us to another plane to Nigeria. Oh my God. I said, people living here, they can't afford not to have electricity.
Thomas, the people only survive here because of technology. You understand? Because of technology, and that is why even if they park their car, they don't off it. If they enter supermarket, they will leave that car on with the AC on, because they cannot afford to. By the time you come out and say that is when you now start the engine and the thing will now be gradually warm. I mean, cooling off. No. They will leave it, even if it is 1 hour. They will leave it out there. Then they will come back. So that's it. It's technology, because all these areas were not habitable before all of them started having money.
They told me this is their winter time.
No, we are in winter now. At least the temperature now is about 5 degrees here as I'm talking now.
God, they said this is a winter. Hey, I said, how did you guys survive? They say, well, there's electricity. So,
no, that's in fact, I've only experienced blackout for like maybe 5 minutes here, and it's not even the general one. I think it's a local issue. It's a local issue. They cannot afford to have blackout for 1 hour. It will be a disaster. Disaster. It will be a disaster.
No. That country, they can't afford not to have light.
In Nigeria, when there's no light, you just stay, you take your chair out of your house, you can stay under the tree. You'll be enjoying your life.
Abba, fresh air.
Simba, that Qatar, for 1 day, it could be my life.
No, it can never happen. It can never happen. It's only the only thing that can make such a happen. Maybe they have maybe a serious natural disaster, like maybe earthquake or whatever.
Tsunami or earthquake, yeah.
Well, God really loves
Simba. I said,
yes.
The plane opened. I said, what is going on here? Because we were coming from Melbourne, which is a cold area. I have my jumper on, and plane 2 is very cold there. I don't know how I remove all my jumper. I'm coming from a cold region, which is Melbourne.
But you are not exposed to the heat now, because everywhere you go, you will still be under air condition. Everything will be cold, even in the airport.
No,
there.
it's just only to walk from the plane because their airport is very big. You have to go through the bus. The bus will take you to the terminal. Their terminal is very far from the plane. I said, if you see the wind coming,
Okay.
blowing
I think maybe your time you boarded through another terminal. You dropped in one terminal and went now travel to another terminal for
another
boarding
terminal,
again.
yes,
Okay.
to Nigeria. Yeah, their airport is so big. You can't even walk it. They have a terminal bus from
The airport in Riyadh is more than the size of Lagos.
Thomas, do you know what? The one you have in Lagos is a car park. It's the airport.
I said, is this airport or a whole country? Very
The largest airport in the whole world is the airport in Riyadh.
No. It's in ATL now. Atlanta has the biggest.
It's Atlanta.
No, it's
Atlanta
Turkey.
It's Atlanta.
It's in Turkey. The largest airport in the world is in Turkey.
I think
Google
large,
it.
right?
Let us Google it now.
It's Atlanta now.
Google it.
I think it's ATL.
I said Google it.
The largest airport.
The busiest airport. I don't know if anybody has
busiest
passed
is
it.
Atlanta.
No, largest is
Not busiest. I'm talking about big in terms of size, not in terms of being busy.
It's Turkey, Istanbul or something, maybe another town, but it's in Turkey.
No, they say it's in Saudi Arabia, the largest airport in the world, located at Amman, Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they wrote here. Yeah, 300 square meters. As of this year, kilometers.
In fact, international airport, Saudi Arabia is the world largest by land area.
By land area, yes. That's the first one.
That's it.
What is that?
Wow.
199 square miles, right?
300.
There's
300 square meters.
Now, which then take oil money?
Yeah.
Oil money there.
That's very huge. That's a big.
They said it's equaling the size of the New York 5 borough.
What's that supposed to mean?
What is borough? Is it the airport in New York that is called borough?
I don't know what they mean, but if you know be Panadol extra, if no fit be Panadol extra now, because you get like can't make the Shakara New York to they are joking. Ìlú ńlá nìyẹn.
Ìlú àwọn èèyàn.
Ìlú àwọn èèyàn.
New York.
Saudi Arabia in the next 2 million years can still not catch up with New York.
Well, now we live for that New York self.
But I hear say the rat there they chase a cat anyhow. That all those body cats. That if those rats just show face like this, that the cat will be crying. All those cats there.
Cats that can eat human being.
Cat or rat?
I be rat, I mean.
They say those rats, they're tough. They said they show one picture like that all those rats, they were chasing the cat and the cat were just crying. I said may they can't give her no, if they give
the rats, those rats are bigger than the cat themselves now.
Yeah. They stop.
You know what is since I've been in Calgary, I've never seen cockroach, I've never seen all those rats, right? But when people talk of cockroach in this country, I laugh. There was a guy. I think he bought some mattress on one of these online. So, or maybe someone that visited him, they came with a bed bug. As they report to pest control like this, you go to no be small wahala. You go to say that joke. If you see the procedure now, you will say, why did we even tell these people? The way they will come as if it's one pandemic, the way they will isolate everything and treat everything. Oh boy, I fear I fear this country. You know, this country, for example, now if you have malaria, don't just go to hospital. If you're in Nigeria, just look for someone that has this thing. If you go to hospital, don't be surprised that they go drain your blood and go replace everything just because of malaria.
But it's even, let me tell you, if you don't give them that history, you might even die from it because they will not even remember that you can have malaria. Because even the doctors there, how many of them are trained to even, they are not trained to treat malaria now. They don't even know how to treat malaria.
Because that's extreme. That's extreme.
Yes, they are not used to it. Even here in Saudi Arabia, we used to take it, and then anytime I see any black person, I used to usually, when I see any child that has fever like that, I will ask for history of traveling. Because you can miss it and then you just be treating unnecessary thing and you just discover the child will just die. So
you are correct. But because when that thing happened there, it was even a doctor, a family friend doctor that told us, say, look, I know what is happening to this boy is malaria. So I have some malaria medication there. So I give it to you. Because he told me, say, if you go to that hospital, because by the time that boy is already recovering, they will still be carrying out tests.
I'm telling
you. Might not, you know the funny thing, Ola, they might not even have an anti-malaria.
They don't even have.
They don't have. It's not that they might not have.
They don't have.
So there are some snake bite that you don't carry come from Africa and say you want to go to hospital where you are wasting your time.
Anybody coming from Africa, I used to tell them, I beg, buy your anti-malaria. Everything buy everything. Make it on the use.
You know one miracle exists. Since I've been in this country, I've not had malaria.
You cannot have there's no malaria there now. There's no mosquito.
There's no mosquito now.
Yeah.
Even if you have mosquito, it's not the malaria carrying mosquito. You understand?
I don't forget the type of mosquito. There's one mosquito that if they bite you where you would feel tired.
It's not so when
you can't say you have malaria in US. So if you have malaria, what do they say? Segregator because
isolate. They will isolate you as if you have
That's
one.
what they did to my brother, my in-law now. My in-law was in New York, so he reported malaria. So they just isolated him.
Because on my quarantine. Yes.
Special room.
Oh, now let me tell you one funny thing. One Nigerian guy, one go guy like that. The guy he just came from Johnny Just come now. So he college. He was in community college. So I have powerful teacher and play. This is no she was the class for I was sick, so I had malaria. See teacher. Oh my! I was like, pay hospital there. I only get out, on the class. Only don't come back. Go and the guy came to all. Have you ever seen I didn't know you can't just talk like that. Now, malaria is something serious here. We'll call you can't just say have malaria.
You know they have this report from Africa that malaria, after a particular disease, they say it's responsible, that is another single biggest killer in Africa. Asimba, What was that? They say, I think malaria is the second largest killer in sub-Saharan Africa, right?
Respiratory tract infection is the highest killer. Pneumonia.
Pneumonia. Okay.
It kills more than malaria.
That's terrible.
But
my uncle,
under the umbrella, the major killer in West Sub-Saharan Africa is actually malnutrition.
Simba, I want to ask you a question. My uncle that uncle left for UK in 1978 and he came around 1998. He was drinking ever water, nothing more, and this guy still managed to get typhoid fever. How? He was drinking ever water throughout, and he still managed to get typhoid. How did that happen?
Simba. What do we have?
Simba.
Simba's cool. But one problem we have I know in Africa is that malnutrition. It's just so rampant. Like it's almost like 2 out of every 3 African or 4 African is just malnourished, man. But one thing I have to say about Nigeria, I don't see more malnourished people like I used to see back in the 90s, and people are less malnourished, but they will say they are broke, but they are looking fresh now. But back in those days, people don't eat well.
Mike,
even this generation, I don't even drink Gary like that.
Those days, what contributed to more malnutrition those days because of lack of education. It's not because of so now there are more awareness now. People now know what to eat. It's not because the economy situation has improved, but because of education. That's why you hardly see that kind of severe malnutrition that you used to see in the past now.
Because Africans are they are not to be minorities. We talk about the American or Black American. You look different. People know you look different. You've been minority all your life. You just look different.
It does.
Ola, you are asking the question before I went out briefly. What was the question that you asked?
I said my uncle was in went to the UK in the 1978, but came back in around 98, 99, and he was in Nigeria. He was drinking Ever water. Ever water is produced by Coca-Cola, right?
Yes.
So how come that the man still managed to get a typhoid?
Typhoid?
Yeah.
Are you sure you really have typhoid?
He was diagnosed of typhoid, yeah.
By who? Because typhoid is one of the most misdiagnosed disease in Nigeria.
Even it was in the UK, they diagnosed him of typhoid, not even Nigeria.
Using which test?
It's be like say you think I'm a medical doctor, the way you are asking me a question.
And that's why, okay, what? Let me tell you, the so-called, actually, if you look at the history of typhoid, it's actually started in UK. And
it makes me that UK knows how to diagnose them, right?
Yeah, but those are the maybe 18 something, no.
But they have
to get typhoid is what is Ficora. Is something that you take through your mouth, either contaminated food or contaminated water or drinks.
That's how you get to the Nigerian typhoid. If you have been in Ebola too long, if you go to Nigeria, don't go and think you have seen that ghetto boy. Let me drink water from that tap. Wow, you go shit the rest of your time we did there, man.
Mike, let me tell you something. In Nigeria, if you drop sugar on the floor and you walk maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes to come back, you will see all this on the sugar. If you put sugar here in Calgary where I live, that's how you go meet her the following day.
That's it here now. You put sugar, you don't even see any.
Let me tell you this. And
parents you buy now. They don't have
it's not because of it. It's the weather. Excuse me. It's the weather. It's the weather. It's not by virtue of anything. It's the weather. Let me tell you, our own weather, it encourages growth of anything. You understand? That is why even if you keep food in Nigeria, it will spoil very faster than even if you if you store your food in UK or even here in Saudi Arabia. If I put bread on the table for days, it will remain like that. Because let me tell you, the weather is so dry, there is no humidity. You understand? So all those things that encourage the growth of microorganisms and all those even all those small mold that can spoil something, they cannot thrive in this kind of weather. But in our own weather, the temperature is normal, the weather, the humidity is normal, there is, everywhere is wet. You understand that kind of thing. So and let me tell you, if the way you wear clothes in those places, you can wear one cloth for 2 weeks, you will not sweat, and the thing will not get dirty. You can't, by the time you go out to Nigeria for like 30 to 2 hours, you will sweat, and that your clothes will be messed up. So that is the reason. It's not because of, say, maybe because of poverty or no, it's the weather that encourages such things.
No,
Since I came to Saudi Arabia, as you said.
agree.
So the weather is the reason why the ants, they don't come and eat sugar. It's too cold. They don't want to eat sugar.
Did you see all those things? Okay, you don't want to believe in Mike. Okay. Okay. So what are they eating if they are not eating sugar? Yes.
There's enough food.
How many liters of cognac can I safely take in a week? Suppose
liters of what?
How many liters of cognac can I safely take in a week? Cognac.
I don't even know what cognac means. So.
Ogogoro tí wọ́n refine ní very way tó fresh tó wá ní bí àwọn Mike, you know now.
You have to name which cognac now. Say anything.
One thing about alcohol. No, just hold on. One thing about alcohol, to some level of alcohol is good for your health, but for me to now say that, okay, this is the amount, because let me tell you, that's what you call idiosyncratic response to medication and to food. What you will ordinarily react to, somebody else will not react to. So our body metabolism will metabolize things differently. So that is why nobody can say, okay, this level of alcohol is going to be good. And that's why they actually championed avoidance completely, because you cannot say this is the amount that will be good for certain people. What is the amount you can tolerate? Some other people will not be able to tolerate it.
Okay. You know why I asked that question? A disclaimer, guys, if you don't take my advice, so don't go and drink ogogoro because one random came here and said that. One thing I realized, there was a time whenever I felt that whether I wanted to do something and I had some kind of maybe I'm unable to concentrate. If I just take a shot or 2 shots of cognac, my brain will just settle. I will just fire on as if nothing happened. So, but I know that alcohol is supposed to be a depressant, right? So how come that whenever I take like a shot or 2 shots of cognac, the next thing everything I just read will just be like, say, they just give me a new brain. What happens there? But like mind you, in my life,
you know that alcohol is a stimulant also.
Now between I say it's a depressant. So if it's a depressant, then that's the stimulant, right? So
it's a stimulant.
Now the next question is this now, but coffee too is a stimulant, right? But I think
yes. Yes, I know some people here that they can't walk without taking coffee.
Yes, but coffee will make me feel anxious, right? But
you can see now. That's what I'm talking about, Ola. That is the reaction from your home body. Like me too, I can't take coffee. Any day I take coffee, I'll be useless.
Okay, but that's accumulation of coffee. Look at this. If I've not taken coffee for like say 2 months, if I take coffee today, now I will have special concentration, special performance given. if I repeat the same thing like 2-3 days, the 3rd days, I can be staring at a book for like 1 hour. I won't even be
Hey,
able to
because you
read
have exceed your level of tolerance.
that.
That is it. You
Now,
understand? You have exceed.
if I want to reverse the situation now, if I just take a shot of cognac, the next thing I just did balance like that. So that's why I asked, what's the what volume?
That nobody can give a categorical answer to that. If you look at
What
what I've just
volume
said.
can you say that can harm you? That's harm. At least, okay. Like I said, I've never drunk in my life. I've never been drunk in my life. That maybe I take something like this that I don't know, and you ask me 1 + 1, I don't know that is 2. Or maybe I say I'm seeing double. No.
Okay, you're asking for the side effect.
Yeah, if now, for example, now
If you take too much of alcohol, it's going to damage your liver.
Yeah, what is too much?
Hey, that's it. You understand? Let's say somebody will take, let me use liter. If some people can take
lies, Shioma, you say lies. Who they lie? Say me. I've never been drunk in my life. Oh, I swear. You know me, they say I lie. I've never been drunk in my life. I can tell you for sure. Go on.
Okay. Let me tell you, you see some people, they will smoke throughout their life and they will never have any. In fact, they will live till is only maybe 90 and nothing will happen and they will just die naturally. But you see some people, by the time they take it for like even 5 years, they start seeing the side effect of it and they start having complications. You understand? So those things, it's very difficult to say, to determine how your body will react to them. They are toxic, but the level of toxicity vary from one person to the other.
Yeah. Like I said, see, in my life, the maximum kind of beer or bottle of beer I've taken in 24 hours. Sometimes it can even be in a month. It can even be in 8 months, 2 bottles at once. Maximum in my life. I've never exceeded because to be honest, I don't really enjoy beer for some reasons. Maybe because of I know that the people like Enneken will tell you that, it has no sugar, but I don't believe that because my friend that worked with Guinness, we were in a joint one day like that. So we were serving ourselves. So one guy said, I know they take Jedi. Who is this Ashbeland? This boy don't come again. Who is this Ashbeland? This guy don't come again. If I want, okay, Ashbeland, show your face. Ashbeland, show your face. The guy don't come again. This guy think we are stupid here, right? Idiot.
Your friend.
Ashbeland, show your face. I'm banning this guy from the studio. The guy must think we are stupid. So please continue.
So what I'm saying is as I said earlier, it varies from one individual to the other. So it's not like a prescription medicine. You understand? Even prescription medicine, you understand? It's based on the generality of the people. And that's why you see that some medications, if some people take some medication, they react, and majority doesn't react to such medication. So even medications are very difficult to predict who will react normally or who will not react. You understand? So even food that we eat, some people, they cannot eat groundnut. If they eat groundnut, they are going to die. Some people react to egg. Some people cannot take beans, fish. That all the food that we are eating.
If I get beans, like 100 times a day.
It's not even about flatus. I'm talking about reaction that you see some of them will go into shock and die.
But how long should someone even sow in a day? How many times should someone sow in a day?
It depends on
zero.
It's not zero. It's not zero. It's part of the normal. Ola is part of the physiologic. It's part of the physiologic function. When the food, then it depends on the type of food that you eat. Proteins. If you consume a lot of proteins, you are going to have a lot of plateaus. Because it will generate nitrogen gas.
There was a time for almost 4 days I was sewing like almost 30 times a day. I was scared that I have to come.
Anytime you have such things, look at the food, the type of food that you consume.
Yeah,
especially if you consume
kidney beans. That's my.
No, but in Nigeria, we don't have culture of eating fruits and vegetables and all those things. And you're going to they just eat. They can eat beans in the morning, gari in the afternoon. They don't consume fruits and veggies to clean their body, to cleanse their system.
No balanced diet. No balanced diet.
You need more fruits and vegetables than even any other food.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Where were you? Your guy, he called himself Villain today. He wanted to come and show that idiotic thing that he used to show on that screen. I was not available.
Really?
Thankfully, I have the administrative this thing today. I banned the guy's ass out of that thing. I know he will come tomorrow.
I will also check. I will never bring anybody in except I check as well. One man told me that he even came yesterday as well.
Yeah, he came to Nashville, and I think we are stupid. I think we should do something. I think we should find a way to track the IP address, because I know you can use I know you can still use what do you call it, VPN, but then
VPN,
we do whatever we can do to make sure
we don't need to track anything. We'll just be vigilant. That is it. It's part of world. You just want to infiltrate, and that's it. There's nothing they can do.
The guy is just stupid. I don't tolerate anybody with negative energy, because I'm an energy person, and I don't want anybody to even tamper with my energy.
Mike.
We don't know what we do them.
Mike.
Sorry, Jai, I'm muted. I'm saying I'm hearing you.
Okay, you said that we don't consume a lot of vegetables.
No. I would say, but okay. That's what we do. We cook it inside.
Exactly.
But that's not enough. We're supposed to be eating a lot of it, like a meal, and in fact, people don't even enough. Like, like if you start if I eat vegetable in front of you, like me, I don't even eat it. This is what I do. Let me teach you guys a secret. I blend it. I take a bunch of vegetables and a bunch of fruits, and I blend it in a grinder, and it becomes a fruity. It becomes a drink. Like a huge bunch of it. It becomes a big drink, and I just put it in my jug, and I just consume it.
That would be more. That's what I do as well.
Yeah, and you just you have all your veggies and fruits in one.
I have a mobile blender. I'll just put my fruit in the morning, and I do the work. I blend it.
I eat mushroom, and I eat all the leaf I can eat.
But all these things that you are saying, what is the evidence? What is the evidence?
Yes. Do you know you are saying we cook? When you cook vegetable, it reduces the nutrients of the vegetable.
Exactly. When you cook it, you're not supposed to cook it.
When you don't cook, no. What do you call it? Mike, if I'm cooking spinach here, I will make the soup already.
What is spinach?
I will just
spinach.
We call it spinach. Yeah, you
F4 spinach. F4.
No, it's not F4. It's F4, but it's a brand of F4, not general name.
It's a brand of F4. Yes, yeah. So I remember in Nigeria, we will put the same F4. We will now close it, cook it again. No, that is zero. You cook it. Yeah, you cook it. You cook your soup. Just finish immediately. I won't cook at all. Even we eat spinach raw here. We eat it raw in our
No, the
salad, in
question,
our everything. We eat it
excuse
raw.
me. The question
Yeah.
I want to ask you people is, do you, if they analyze our blood sample and the way we do it in Nigeria, let's say a sample of a Nigerian, and if maybe somebody like you people who are now adopted the Oyinbo ways of eating this thing because you are used to them now, and you always think that the way they do their thing is always the best. Are you sure? Are you telling me that you people have a better nutritional this thing than Nigerians?
I can say that we have it because
How? What is your evidence? What is your
my
evidence?
evidence is when I came here, I live healthier than when I was in Nigeria. I even know in my body.
I say, what's the evidence? Oyibo
My body is my evidence now. I know when I was in Nigeria.
Because you are getting fatter and fatter, so that's the evidence.
I'm not fat. I'm a thin person. I'm not fat. Do you want to see my picture? I'm not fat.
I became lean, although it's for intentional anyway. I cut my weight from 88 to 75.
No.
Let me tell you, most of the things that you are used to, where your well-being. Hold on now.
I'm a slim person now.
What's his name? Thomas. Earlier on when I was talking about the weather, if you look at our weather as ash, if you are living in a cold weather or a weather that is dry, it has a way of suiting your skin. You understand what I'm saying? You don't sweat.
Yeah,
you don't, it's not.
I don't sweat.
So you will not sweat now. You will not sweat because somebody is talking.
Yeah, I said no vitamin D now. To see vitamin D here now, wahala.
No, Larry.
Here is a routine medication that we give to children here in Saudi Arabia. Most of them, when you analyze their vitamin D level, is very low because they don't even go out here. They have the sun, but because the weather is so hot, they don't walk under that sun. You will never see them trekking. When you see anybody outside here, it is only we blacks that you see because we are the one that we even be trekking on the road, and you can't see them doing anything on the streets here in the afternoon will be like a ghost town. So their life usually they always come out at night.
Nobody wants to die.
No. The only thing I got here when I came here is that when I did test, vitamin, everything is okay. But when they now did some kind of liver test for me, they say, okay, I need to take something against hepatitis B. So they gave me that. I've forgotten the name, self. They gave me that shot. In fact,
vitamin D.
No, hepatitis, right? They have immunization, right? That they have to.
Yes.
That's the only thing they find low. They said the level was low, so they gave me 2 shots.
No, that means maybe your antibody level was low, so they just give you a booster.
Yeah, they gave me booster, so that's the only thing. But every other thing, by iron level, everything, even the time I went to complain about pains, they just did that. They say, "Oh boy, nothing do you." They go.
But what I miss about Nigeria, you see.
No, what I miss about Nigeria, I will generator be missing.
No, for me, I think for me, what I miss about Nigeria is the freshness of the food.
Not in Lagos, though, in the village.
When you eat in Nigeria, I can see the difference. You hardly use toilets like after eating in Nigeria. In America, here, I will use toilet at least 2-3 times.
Even if did you
in Nigeria, we use toilet for like 2 days.
Even those organic that they tell you that is organic, yeah. If you look at it, deep
You don't know.
Europe Burukun.
They will say organics. You're gonna buy
because the level of pesticide they use, that's why they call it organic. Maybe on normal food or the genetically modified, whatever, they use so much herbicides, right? Pesticide herbicides, but on the organic one, they will say, okay, maybe not just 10 to 15% they use. And the regular one, they use like 50%. So, head or tail, here you go shop chemical shiny.
They tell you.
Shop that chemical.
But Nigeria, you see that fresh, that fresh.
But Larry, look, they hardly have problem with kidney and liver here compared to Nigeria. In Nigeria, liver and kidney shut down like anything.
No,
it's not true. What you are saying is not true, Ola.
That's why I asked you, say I lie. So
maybe in Lagos and those kind of places.
Let me tell you, it's not the food that we eat in Nigeria. Even if you see some cases, it's the recklessness of some individual.
And the people don't hydrate a lot. They don't hydrate.
Can you show your face, please? Show your face in the background before I bring you in. Just want to make sure that it's not that the poster. Play summer.
Play summer. Play summer.
The camera. I'll put it. Okay, all right. Thank you. You can close your camera again now. Yeah.
Simba, the problem why Nigerians have those issues. One, they don't hydrate a lot. Another thing I've noticed, people like drinking Coca-Cola, some kind of luxury drink. You are in your hotel, they've been sweating, they will come home. Instead of to drink water, they will order Coca-Cola. And they will chunk it. I'm like, no, this is not where you do things, man. When I go to Nigeria, I just talk to them. This Coca-Cola is not a luxury drink. And it's not for quenching thirst. Because commercial Coca-Cola is when you're thirsty, you drink it. So Nigerians now, when they are extremely thirsty, you'll start chunking Coca-Cola. That's bad for your system, your liver. It's not good.
No, it's and it's a drink that can cause addiction. I know.
Simba, good evening, guys. Sorry, please, to cut you off. I wanted to add my own input to your explanation. I purposely came in because of this discussion. Yeah. You are about to make the comparison between cooked vegetables, and uncooked one, comparing the Nigerian one and how people take them abroad. I'm so interested in your comparison that people don't know that it doesn't matter whether you cook it or you don't cook it, and our body system different from each other. So that's the reason why I came in. If you can start with that and when you finish with Mike, add it to it.
What I want to say about is that the vegetables are made up of raw phages, and there are fibers that needed to be digested. Our body system compared to the animals that eat vegetables, because if you look at the animals, their own predominant food is vegetables. They have 4 stomachs. We have only 1. You understand? So you need some level that cooking digests that vegetable to some extent, and it made it easy for our simple stomach to be able to digest it and make it available for the use of the body. Rather than, because if you look at the animals, let's take goats or sheep, for example. If you have observed them, you see them that by the time they will go and eat, maybe in the bush, they will come back. By the time they are lying down, you see them chewing their mouth again. They will ruminate it. They will bring it back. The one that is already in their stomach, they will bring it back to their mouth. They will chew it again. You understand? It's like a continuous processing, because you need all those things to actually make it digest so that you get all the nutrients inside. So it's totally wrong for people to believe that once you cook a vegetable, you have killed everything. It depends on the level of cooking. And the way we cook these days, you discover that you will have prepared all the other ingredients on the fire. Then the last thing that you had is vegetable. You just mix it, and that's all. So, but for people to now have the belief that because we cook our own vegetable is no longer useful, then you eat raw like animal, that is when you now make it's the best for your body. It's totally wrong.
Thank you.
That's what
I wanted to add. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah. Got that experts of one coming here.
It's our mentality now that the way people are eating it, then that's the best.
Zimba, I disagree with you. Why do I disagree with you? Is that we don't say you should not cook it. But I remember my mother, they will put the vegetable on the fire, then close it. No, no, no. You don't need to cook vegetable when you already make your stew. Just pour it inside. That is done. Because I don't know, maybe you eat salad. I eat salad here. I eat spinach, the baby spinach. I I eat fresh. I, I eat vegetables.
Let me
Even
tell
if
you this. Even let me tell you this, Thomas. Even in let me use poultry for example. We use maize, we use something like soya bean and all those things to compound their feed. Now you see companies now they are now promoting enzymes that you have to put some enzymes to mix it. That enzyme will now be the one that will help the animals to make maximum use of those feeds when you feed them. Because there is what we call the conversion rate. When you eat food, you look at it's just like a budget that you say, okay, what is the performance of the budget? If you eat food, you have to look at the performance of the food in your body also. If you eat food and you are getting like let's say 30%, 40% performance, the drugs that eat your shit, why did they benefit from it? It's because there are still some useful nutrients in that shit. Do you understand that you are unable to process by your body?
Which dog they eat? Which dog
but,
they eat?
We are talking
Dr.
about one local dog.
But Dr.
Yes.
Simba, I
Yes.
discovered when I got here, my level of digestion was very effective than when I was in Nigeria. Nigeria I may go 2-3 days not going to the toilet. But here at least once a day. And that is normal for normal human being to go once a day. And
You know why? Because the reason is that this thing that we are talking about now, if you eat raw veggies like the vegetables that we are talking about, it's not digestion. It aids the movement of those materials along your intestine. It's not as if you have digested it. You understand? The thing will go raw. It will make it easy for you to pass from your stomach, from your mouth to your stomach, and to your anus. And that's why even now, because here where I am now here, the major problem they even have here because of their lifestyle is constipation. You see somebody not going to toilet for a week because they don't exercise. You understand? And they also eat a lot of vegetables.
How would they exercise with the weather? Nobody go out.
Exactly. So it's a balance. Everything has to be balanced for you to have a normal this thing.
Even Simba, if I don't want to exercise, I will have to take my dog for a walk every day. So that's the must for me.
No, you can
In the
exercise
evening,
in gym. There are gyms in Middle East. They have gyms and everything. You don't have to gym out to take exercise outside. You can work out in the gym or whatever. They have most of those countries. They do indoor gyms. And
Yes, they have gyms, but most of them don't even go to gyms now. That's the
Simba,
problem. They have gyms, but they don't go
one more thing, please, Simba. You are also talking about it's almost slipped my mind now. You talked about it earlier. Those things that come. Anyway, go on. When I remember, I'll come in again. Go on. Yeah.
Okay.
So Simba, I Nigeria, I sometimes I experience constipation. I have seen doctor many that they say no problem, no, you go to toilet, that's fine. But when I got here, I changed my diet. I changed my diet
Okay.
completely.
Let me tell you what is responsible for that. It's still border to what I mentioned earlier, our weather. It's very easy for you to get dehydrated in Nigeria, and you will not even know. You understand? We don't have this culture of taking a lot of drinks because you lose a lot of water from insensitive water loss that you don't know. It's not about you. How many times do you go to toilet to urinate in Nigeria? Most of the time, most of your water escapes through your skin through sweat, and we don't hydrate. We don't hydrate. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that is the major problem. But when you look at it,
Simba,
constipation
you know
is
that
not
everybody's supposed to drink at least 1 gallon of water a day.
it's
Well,
not even 1 gallon. 1 gallon? You mean 1 gallon, 4 liters?
Yeah.
No, yes, it's about that. It's about 3.5 liters for an adult to take every day. But how many people take that?
That's about 1 gallon, 3.5 liters.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's supposed to drink once. I mean, throughout within 24 hours.
Who does that in Nigeria? Who does that in Nigeria?
Exactly.
Inside cold weather, even during the winter.
Whenever you urinate, pay attention to the color of your urine.
No, it will be. You see, it will be brown now.
No, your urine is supposed to be clear.
It's supposed to be white. It's supposed to be white.
No, just
or
clear,
colorless. Colorless. But our own, you see that it's concentrated.
Concentrated. It's always color. It's always it's always out yellowish or color. And people don't pay attention. They don't know that. That's a sign of dehydration. They don't know. That means your body doesn't have enough water. Your urine is supposed to be clear every time. Like me, whenever I urinate, if I see color like this,
we don't drink water consciously. We only drink it when it is
when the body is calling. Yeah, exactly.
It's calling for it. Exactly.
So but they don't know that you don't have to wait for because if you point where your body is not telling you to drink water, then you have really suffered yourself.
When I got here, I saw how people drink water. Like a big bottle like this, they've written drink this time, and before the day runs out, they will finish that big bottle.
No, people they were there to they take it like medicine. You understand?
Medicine, yes.
Like a prescription, yes, like a prescription medicine. That's how they take it.
And the doctor said drinking of water, it watches your liver. I don't know. You are
it watches your system, man.
Now you drink a lot of water. If you urinate a lot, it causes your kidney that actually eliminates some of these toxic material from your body.
No,
water is the best medicine.
I drink water. I drink water, my brother.
Three most important things that should be going into your body. It should make important priority. It's water, fruits, and vegetables. Those three things, those are the medicines your body. Those are the things that will keep.
Mike, our own situation is even worse because you discover that we lose a lot of water from our body, and at the same time we don't take enough. People that does not even lose much, they take more.
So people don't know that. If you don't want to have a health problem in your middle age.
Yeah. Now I remember you were trying to compare you are trying to make comparison about how we from Africa compare our body system and research done in the Western world. So what I want to say is that there are times when sometimes they will say palm oil is good to take palm oil, and after a while we tend to say palm oil again has a high content of cholesterol. At a point in time they say egg is good as protein. After a while they will come and tell us that egg contain high content of cholesterol. So at a point in time I tend to know that we base our research on these white people, and white people are different from us. So that's why we get confused that at the point in time they say this is good. After a while they say, and their research is based on their percentage. You mentioned it before. The percentage of their research is based on white people, and now we tend to follow the research that this is not good for us. What do you want to say about that?
Because they are the one that have the knowledge, they are the one that have the money. Then some of these things, let me tell you, they're also influenced by some. Let me give, for example, you can't tell a farmer that egg is not good for your body. They will give you 1001 research that have proven that egg is good for your body. You understand what I'm saying? So some of these things are promoted by pharmaceutical industry, by people that have interest in certain things. Okay, they don't produce palm oil. We produce palm oil in Africa. They want to sell their home vegetable oil. They can condemn our own palm oil to sell their home vegetable oil. You understand? But do we have a contrary research from our own end that has proven that okay, our own palm oil is equally good? We can't compete with them. That is the issue. You understand? Then in our own climb, you discover that we have more of infectious diseases. But in developed world, they have more of communicable disease, non-communicable disease, hypertension, obesity, hypercholesterolemia, and all those things. But in our own space, we are dealing even allergy. It's why people with asthma, people diarrhea to food and all those things. How many children, we consume anything in Nigeria and you don't react to it? Because that is the way we have adapted to our own environment. We have been exposed to all this. Even this issue that somebody was mentioning, typhoid. If you are living in Nigeria,
sorry, I want to put this one there. Even if we, excuse me, Simba, even if we react and the person die in the process, they'll say now which we know they know,
Yeah. So some of these things, some of these things that you see out there, some of them are not real fact, but they are being promoted because some people are making money from it. I hope you understand, please, Soma.
Very well, very well. No, I have this opinion you shared now. That's why I just want to know about it again because they've deceived us a lot. That's all. This is not good. This is not good. At the end of the day, they will come out again and say it's good.
Let me tell you, you cannot survive without cholesterol. Because cholesterol is the building block of all the chemicals in our body. You understand? So, so for somebody to say cholesterol is not good, and we have different types of cholesterol. So, you cannot do totally away from saying you have to take cholesterol and all those things. And then when we are promoting such things, even they are the ones that have the luxury of consuming all these things in large quantity. How many eggs can an average Nigerian afford to take that will now be detrimental to your health?
Thank you.
How many?
You are right. Yeah.
You understand?
No,
so most of
they've misled us a lot, and our people just keep following all those trends. You see people say, "No, I don't eat this. I don't eat this." Meanwhile, this is only food for Africa. We grow it, we manufacture it, we get it, and these people come and condemn it. Meanwhile,
let me on a lighter note, Seth, let me even give you this. As a man, if you eat beans a lot, it will improve your performance on the Zauza room.
Okay.
No, be like you talk, and funny enough, coffee can limit your performance if you take it too much. And see, coffee can damage your thing, if you take it too much. Let me just tell you. And people, if you now, coffee can damage. And those people that is quickly, you take energy drink, all those things. The thing will just stress the pressure, you narrow your your blood vessel, and doctor.
In fact, even some. That's why some people end up having stroke. Why? By the time they are doing that thing, all those energies in they are not good though. They are not good for you.
So, Dr. Simba, let me now say this one as a doctor. There's a point in time I thought even doctors sometimes they use Sakama J. Because when you go to a doctor, they tend to ask you, how old are you? Where are you from? Africa or wherever? And do you have traces of so disease in your family before they diagnose you? But all those questions now, one day I was thinking and I thought, there are people that have lived, they have rocked life more than their age. Let's assume like a 20 years old boys in Nigeria now, that they go to club every day, they drink every day, they womanize every day, they do everything. So if he tells a doctor that I am 20 years old, doctor is imagining that, okay, you will only get disease, you might only be prone to disease of 20 years old. But these guys have grooved more than their age. how is it possible for the doctor to diagnose them? Do you get what I'm saying? Because those are the questions of doctor. They try to.
There are some things that can be measured. Let me give you, for example, one of those things that people indulge in, let's say smoking.
Yeah, all those things, yeah.
Yes, so they will not only ask for your age, they will ask for, okay, how many sticks do you take per day? Let's say you are taking, like, in a pack of cigarette, I think contains about 20 sticks.
Right.
So if you are taking, let's say, one pack per day, you understand, and you take that one for 1 year, that is what you call one pack year. You understand? So that means if somebody can have one pack year in 20 years, let's say that person is just taking maybe 1 or 2 stick per day, unlike somebody who is taking one packet per day. You understand? So there is that one that they are going to use. They are not going to use your age alone to determine the risk that you have. You understand? The same thing like what Ola asked, like alcohol.
Gives
like alcohol.
Information.
They will ask
What
you the
if
type
the
of
patient?
alcohol that you take,
No,
that they will know the percentage.
I get you. What if the patient gives incorrect information to the doctor?
Hey, it's your fault now. It's your fault. You are the one. You are not helping yourself. That's why doctors are like your God that you're supposed to open up to. If you're hiding information from your doctor, you are undoing yourself. It's not the fault of the doctor.
No, so there's no test that all these tests, all these mammogram, all those things they say they should go and do. It won't detect
All
that.
those tests will only confirm the disease. They cannot confirm your risk.
Okay.
You can't.
That is the distinction. You cannot confirm
Okay,
your
let me
risk.
give you. Then let me tell you, patient.
Before you talk, Simba, maybe people should be. Maybe you should drop some money for consultation now. You are doing free consultation.
One thing is this: just watch out for Thomas. If Thomas open any church, I beg no go there. This one go like to and he go dey ask you for donation of kangaroo.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you how patients used to deceive themselves. Let's say some people that have diabetes and they are on insulin. They will not be regular on their insulin. But by the time they are coming to their clinic, maybe they know that, okay, tomorrow or next tomorrow I'm going to. That is when they will not be regular on their distance. Then they will go to the hospital. They will not check their blood sugar. They will see that it's normal. You understand? Meanwhile, he has not been taking the medication before. He just took it 2 days prior to the clinic. So that when the doctor now sees the blood sugar, I will say your blood sugar is well controlled. You are doing well. It's a lie. And that is why they now look for some other things that they can test in your body that will show like a 3 month. Yes. So that one, if you not test that one will be high. No matter if you take your medication maybe 2 or 3 days before the clinic, no, that one will expose you. By the time we test that one, we know that you are not actually adherent to your medication. And it's not only diabetes, there are so many other diseases. Some people that have hypothyroidism, they are not, you understand? Because actually it's very difficult to take medication. But there are so many means that we can devise to know, even if you are lying to us, that we can use, so many tests that we can use to determine some of this. But it's not in all diseases.
Okay. No, that's good because sometimes I used to want to compare doctors with Babalawo, that Babalawos, these Juju people, they will ask you a few questions and they will use it to calculate your predicament. So I thought that is the same thing doctors are using.
You are looking for Mike and Babati's trouble. Baba now. And Mike is saying now.
No. This is just what I like. Thank you, Dr. Silva. I'm just interested in the topic. That's why I jumped in. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Oriola has been here and he has been quiet since.
Okay, Simba, let's talk this one. Now, during those days, in my area, we used to organize some kind of Christmas party and we buy drinks for boys. On that night alone, you can find like
You can find like 40 to 50 cartons of different beers. Then you have some kind of several bottles of whiskey.
Like social, just social, then social drink.
No, the problem I have with some guys there is this: if you put 1 liter of Hennessy down, honestly, normally you want to believe that normal person will not finish it, right? Some guys, if care is not taken, they can even drink bottle day. And you know the anointing is this: some of them will come with a bitter leaf water and salt. Now, the thing I do understand is this: what's the impact of bitter leaf and salt? Why people taking alcohol? That to the point of, those guys, they will drink stupidly, and you won't even see this guy. They will talk.
So it's just like something that they used to neutralize the effect.
I'm telling you, because I can't see you explain to you could come with bitter leaf. And so, please, guys, you are listening to this, you not go try them, because I don't know why those people they try you. Because maybe we should even say this in offline, so that maybe you don't go say that lack of toxins. Some people they use bitter leaf water and salt.
May they go try and now then get their life.
I don't know. This day you just have to put a disclaimer, because you don't know who may or you want to go and do that. And these guys, nobody say they some guys, they will finish a carton of beer in front of big stout in front of you. So you would think that, okay, because this guy didn't
sorry for cutting you. People that drinks, beer is not sweet. I'm sorry, people that drink. What are they? What is enticing them in beer? I taste beer once in my life.
So Thomas, how did you spend your youth? You were not drinking during your youth.
Thomas.
Now, I've never drink before. I taste it once.
Bitter leaf water is not sweet, right? And dongoyaro leaf is not sweet. Then efirin is another thing. Do you know that if you put dongoyaro and bitter leaf water and efirin in my presence, and you say, okay, I'm coming, I will come back. I finish those things before you come. So how do you explain that? I hate Coca-Cola.
Let me answer Thomas' question. Thomas, they say alcohol is a stimulant. They're not drinking it for taste. They are drinking it to feel.
Jesus.
Wow, Thomas, let me give you a gist. 2 days ago, one of my Egyptian colleagues, I asked him, I said, because these Arab people, they smoke a lot. So I asked him, I said, why are you not smoking? He said he doesn't like it. So he now said he wanted to tell me a story, that there was a day that one of his friends called him around 4 a.m. and he asked him that, Mahmoud, why didn't you smoke? He now said that he doesn't like it. Then the next question that the guy asked him is that, oh, okay, if your wife is making your life miserable, what do you do? You understand? Some people, they do all these things to calm their nerves. Whenever they have any, it works for them. It works for them. Yes.
No, Thomas, beer, for example, does not work for me. But let me tell you what beer does for me. In case, let me tell you that maybe if okay, this thing, don't use it to. Don't say I'm the one who recommending it.
You are telling us, but you are saying don't use it.
I'm just telling you that, okay, use it at all risk. If I take a can of what's this thing? No, Heineken. No,
Heineken.
Kind of Nesike, you won't keep person. If I take a can of Heineken and I drink water within 2 hours, if I enter the other room, it's a different result. How do you explain that? Miss Eva, can I explain? A can of Heineken and water, and maybe like 1 or 2 hours later in the other room, is a different result.
So that you
where do you
play
get
the
the
game
energy?
and you can even go to extra time,
You online, go don't so you running man. Okay, let me see.
That's why I'm
Hold on. I don't believe it. You are not talking to small boys.
No,
First of all,
Mike, you're not supposed to. I'm telling you, I know, I'm damn serious. You know,
hold on.
I don't drink beer like you.
Your brain needs a lot of energy to try to get rid of that alcohol in your system. So when you are drinking, you are tired. You understand? So now people telling me that after they drink, that's when they get in action. You know.
Okay, Tomo. Mike, wait. Yeah. I told you earlier. I said, if I'm anxious, and if I take a shot or 2 shots of cognac, if I go back to my system, let's assume I'm writing. I'm writing an application on, let's say, Python or Java tonight, and maybe I'm anxious. I cannot even figure out just a for loop or maybe list comprehension or whatever. And I decided to say, okay, let me calm my nerves down, and I take a shot of cognac. Oh boy, I will be in the spirit. I will focus on that one thing to the best of it. How do you explain that?
I think it's your body. Body is different. Yeah.
Simba, I asked you and Babati the same question, like I think at the bar stage before now. So, and even Droopsy even confirming that, that is because number one, alcohol is supposed to be a depressant. When you take alcohol, you are supposed to feel depressed. That's what I use.
It can help you to study. Is Igbo. I don't know which kind of boy. Yeah.
No.
Not in Nigeria. I don't know. I never spoke Igbo in Nigeria, so I don't know.
I've never even smoked in my life before.
Well, they are Yankee. One is the Yankee marijuana. I just study that. Like you want to study, you got to study. But the only thing is, to have exam, to have study, to have exam here. Make sure you look exam here because that's when it goes on. I bring memory of that thing you study back. So
I do 2 things when I want to do exam and I feel that I'm not concentrating. Number one, I can go on water fasting for like 2 or 3 days, so that I won't have enough energy for any negative thought or any distraction. That's what I have done that a lot. So I will get my level of concentration back. So maybe what I cannot achieve in like 2 weeks before, probably I've achieved in like 4 or 5 days. So I've seen that. And I've used cognac to settle myself to get in stride, like I said. But what I can still not explain, because naturally, what you said about beer, I don't like beer. That's just the truth. Because if I take beer now, for example, I won't be able to concentrate on reading.
No, beer will not allow you to study, man.
Well, that other room you talk about, I told you that if I take Heineken, just a kind of Heineken, and take water, maybe an
But Ola, let me say this. It doesn't add anything to you. It only bring out what you have. It doesn't increase your brain function. It can make you to process faster. But it's the stuff that you have, because some people used to believe that they can bring something that they don't have in them out. It's not true.
Exactly.
No, I got your point. Because that was the time that guys were using what they call a Pasuma strong. If you're on the street of Lagos, you will know Pasuma strong. If you don't know Pasuma strong, you're on your own. Am I not talking too much, Steph? Maybe offline we talk. The other thing Pasuma strong that time that you go and find.
Because you see people now, young guys, whenever they wanted to do anything, they can't do it naturally. They just have to look for one thing or the other to make them high. So it's becoming a big problem.
This thing has technique, but we can talk offline. It has technique.
Dr. Simba, I see beer maybe one sip before in my life. When I taste it, I said, "What are you guys enjoying in beer?"
Which one you drink there?
If you want to know what they are enjoying, just go and drink.
Are you people hearing me? I wanted to ask one question.
I don't know. Find out.
Midwest. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
What of Simba? I don't know whether in your that time where you did Nigeria, whether they go village at all when you did small. You they see those our grandpapa those days. They go carry ordinary stick.
Let me tell you, Midwest. I grew up in the village. I'm a village man.
No, I just ask again.
Hey, you're breaking. No, we can't hear
Your
you.
microphone is breaking. Fix your microphone, Midwest.
You are breaking. You are breaking.
Thomas,
Are you sure you? Are you sure you pay your bills? Midway. Are you sure you pay your internet bills?
The funny thing
Are you
about
sure you
Midwest,
pay your
whenever his
internet bills?
internet is not working, he will try to force the work.
Okay, Thomas.
Okay, give me 20 minutes. 20 minutes now. I go
Yeah, I hear
talk
you
with
now. I hear you now.
We are hearing you now. You can continue.
I just they refer to those grandpapa for village where they throw narrates to stick those days as they hold reach they take the knack. They go give them young girl, they go knack and go born for them. You still say those things not they work for my body. I know understand your explanation. May you clear hair. Where Ajale Kokoton says some beer. Our body not be the same.
No,
Ajale Koko never talk here now.
Let me talk about what you just said.
No be Ajale Koko be one talk. Now they confuse me. Sorry, Ajale Koko.
All those Baba in Abule you are talking about, they are active. Some of them are farmers. They do this, so they burn a lot of fat. They have better muscle than you, so they have
they exercise. They exercise in the they make productive exercise.
Those Papa don't get pot belly like you, like us now. Those Papa will visit and they get this pack. At 70, they still get this pack.
Simba, no vessel at the cross your territory. They have wider blood vessel. And you know this thing for other room, you need a good blood flow to that place. Dr. Simba, am I crossing the path? So
yes, you are right.
So because they burn a lot of fat, when you see their stomach, the lower belly now, they don't pack off fat like you. So they could have some kind of good blood flow there. So you know when they want to do that thing now, man, hey. I know they talk be like we are on public space. So
no, let me. You know, the mistake we are making these days is that because we are get more sedentary, we are living more sedentary life these days. Those people that we are referring to, that Midwest were referring to, they will trek like 5 kilometers to their farm, trek 5 kilometers back. They will walk for 4, 5, 6 hours, active exercise. And they make money from it. You understand? Is if you can be doing all those things, even ordinary little exercise, if you are consistent with exercise, you don't need all these things that people will now be prescribing medication, prescribing all these kind of drinks that you take before you can perform. It's not right.
Simba, you know when I know that thing,
Simba, see where me Simba, get me clear. I not to say youth. I not to say youth need those kind of things. You understand me? Or somebody from 40 from 8 to that kind 45 to anything, don't need them. If you see that true stick where they chew that time, upon all the exercise, it still they help them. You get what they give them. Or they say we never, we know they study. Now this Oibo medicine system, I will they study anyway, but those traditional one where they do that time. I don't know what all those kind of stick contain. No, you understand? But
okay,
they work for them.
I know.
They tell you the truth.
I got your point. Old age. Have you taken cocoa water before cacao water? You know when you prepare cocoa, you understand you put the seeding out, you put the seed out, and you wrap it in some kind of a sack.
Yeah.
And you drain the water. You know the water become fermented the following day. But you know, if you don't drink normally, if you take a cup, you can get drunk easily. No, you can maybe after 3 days you will take a cup, you can get drunk easily. But if you
now one of my friends, I tell me that thing that one of my friends, Papa, they produce cocoa that time. Cocoa not too common for Benin, but he get area where they be they tell me say that they drink that water. In alcohol, now you can't beat them, leave them.
That thing, you can see I could figure they get that in that fresh and for they make money from them because that thing they good for us zero. And I cannot explain why.
Online, don't tell us like 10 different things we go for other room tonight.
Efirin,
I have to
Efirin, all those Efirin, you know, there are different type of Efirin. You know, you have one there with a white,
online is the other room doctor. Anybody?
Maybe Simba.
The question I want to ask, why this emphasis on the other room these days? why this the emphasis?
No,
The
we
word
just
has changed.
Don't mind this generation.
Simba.
They are
Simba, we
lazy
just want to
generation,
crack.
lazy youth.
Simba, we want just to crack some joke. Other room, they important too.
It's not joke.
But
Oh,
so far, we not
Midwest,
abuse them.
forget about it. It's not joke. Oh. It's not joke. It's not joke. People are making money from this thing.
That is the work of the internet. That's the work of the social media. You know, you are right. There are so many people.
When internet no day, people they go to satellite. If you have satellite that time of video, then go look for when the papa and mama know they out, then go find mojo something that they put. Even when you know they, you see.
I know, but it's not. It is for their
you know nothing about that now.
People that have video play at that time. How many people?
No, Ajale Koko, get what is they are trying to say. The nonsense where people they do for internet and they refer to. Women want just the naked, you know, they show their booty.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Midwest, even when
they're making money from it. And to be frank, I have an open mind. I learn from them also. Because there's so many people.
He came a super na internet. All those acting out those of now in the internet.
Yes, so they are
talking. During Fela time, there was no internet now.
There's no internet.
So online, you can see there's a lot of women online on social media. They will gather themselves talking about how they can satisfy their man, how the man can satisfy their woman, how you can keep a clean hygiene, and they are making money because they are free to talk. They have an open mind. I have an open mind, really, and I think that's something they say that, oh my God, as a man, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do that. But when we are growing up, nobody will teach you something like that. Nobody will sit you down and tell you. Break it down like that. Nobody will break it down. They will say like it's a rubbish talk, that you are bad.
That's why divorce not they common. That's why there were not too much divorce that time.
The problem, we live in a new world. We live in a new world. That time you are talking about, most women, they are happy to be housewife. But why you send your daughter to university to become an expert or professional? Why you keep her at home? You too, ask yourself a question. You send her to the 4 walls of university. She graduated as a software engineer, a doctor, or whatever, engineer, a business, entrepreneur, or whatever she wants to do. And now at the end of the day, she says she should stay at home. Things have turned around. And we as men, we should also check ourselves. We have to find a way to balance it. I know that some women, their SSs are too much. But when you look at it, you send your boy to school. You also send your daughter to school. Do you want her to be a housewife? Me, I do not subscribe to that. Why she go to school? Why, if you are becoming a banker, why can't she become an economist or an accountant or a lawyer or something and practice her own profession? So during those days, it's like they are contented to stay at home. But now things have changed. So as a man, you also have, even if you are working and you have a supporting wife that is also a professional, you are super lucky. So we just have to find a balance to manage ourselves. It's an open world nowadays.
Yeah, you see that thing you thought that people said divorce was not common those days. It's not that, divorce was not common because there's no incentive for divorce. For example, someone that would go on divorce those days now, they first of all think, okay, if I go on divorce, for example, now, if I were to be a woman, they would think very well, so, okay, how am I going to survive? But these days that women can stand on their own, so they have incentives that can push them to divorce. And you know, those days, like a gigolo thing in Nigeria used to be something of shame to some people, but this day is a normal thing now.
I was surprised. So I saw that one on one TikTok before. The boys just line up and they were trying to convince this young rich woman how they would be.
They advertise it. Those people that go.
I was like, oh my God, no, the world has changed. That one, I'm not comfortable.
Those gym rats you find around Lekki, around all those things, that's the business. And they don't charge
that one, I find it very uncomfortable. Not for the woman, but I find it for those guys have been lazy. Okay.
Remy, that's what you think. It's not every one of them that.
So that is also a job, right? It has become a job. I give you
No, 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 no. It's not. No, it's not every one of them that is lazy. That's it. Because see, Remy, look at it this way. Okay, a person like me now, I see myself as a freelance guy. Not everybody can be a freelance guy because some people, when they don't get job for like 3 months, they can do and undo. They can pie themselves. But because a person like me, since I've left banking industry, when I was even in the banking industry too, we're living in fear. And the first job I even got to this place lasted for about 17 months. And when I could not get job, I said, okay, will I continue this way? I have two ways. Either I go back to Nigeria or I do something now. You understand? I do something now. So the survivor, we push you to consider everything within this thing. As at the time, some of my guys were rushing that they could not even take Uber. There was a time I took Uber. I said, wait, if you no one greet me, no greet me now. That's your own headache. I took Uber that time. I did Uber for some months. Then I said, okay, since I can even prepare a business document, why can't I push it to somewhere and start preparing business document for people? Okay, one of my our family friend just came to us. Okay, I would like to be doing
Ola, sorry to interject. I don't know whether you guys know that Dangote has started operation already.
Yeah, they've discussed it here today.
Okay, quiet.
Yeah. So survivor is because when you look at Nigeria, it depends on who you are. If you live in a city and you may not really think far of how you to go to the village. Even when you want to go to the village, sometimes you don't have the land. Okay, like there was a time now that I asked one of my guys that did the agric. I said, okay, but you study agric. Your papa, your grandpa, they get land and they gave to you. You guys, the land is there. Nobody's taking care of that land. Why can't you go and plant tomato and start doing some kind of watering and do all those stuff? Do the irrigation yourself. Person like that now, okay. Maybe when I advise the person, he tried to do that, but he did it wrongly, right? But some people, they don't even have access. So what they have now is that if they don't have access, if they have asset, they want to use their asset. And that's why some of them go to the gym and build their asset. You understand? So all those kilo coaches that you find on their land, or those stuff when they have some kind of surutu where this is. So they need, just like you have some boys too going to Isaac John, Abby. Is it Isaac John? Isaac John and all those are. So that's why you find some of these women too. They have where they pick their escort. So that's what our society is, because they now have the freedom. They have money to do that. So what do you expect? That's where we find ourselves. So some people, that's the asset they have. But those people that think they can create another value, they create another value. That's just it. So who knows? Maybe if I don't see them as lazy, because I see them as maybe some of them they don't have option, because obviously the way things is this: if someone has a way of making like millions of naira, let's say you can work in a year and make 10 millions, you want to be in control. You don't want anybody that will be controlling you to keep that money.
So it's money driven, right?
Okay, it has to be money driven, because you need money for your survival, right?
Yeah, I know. I totally agree. I said that the first factor is all about is money, because of money.
Because I don't know, but I want to suggest that a room in Lagos now will not worth less than 15,000 a month, right? So just look at it. Where will someone
I don't have an idea, but I know that some people. Of course, I know that. Yeah,
I'm even talking of a room face me and face you. I'm not sure, but
yeah, it will close to, even if it's not 15,000, at least no matter what. Even if you go to highly densely populated area like Oshodi side or all those Jew or whatever, I think maybe per year. Like I know, like a distant cousin telling me that his house rent, just one room, very small, for 1 year is close to about 80,000 naira.
Wow.
80,000 just for. It's not even, you know, the 12 by 12, the old 12 by 12 or 10 by 10 in Nigeria, the old house. It's a small room, about 80,000 per year. It's such expensive thing.
Because we know that except you move outside Lagos, so maybe area like Mowe side, all those stuff.
No, it's also expensive there. It's expensive because I have I don't know, because my friend have a duplex over there. But I don't know, even if you want to rent a room. What about the money you are going to be commuting from Mowe to Lagos if your job is in Lagos and you don't have a car? So the prayer they should pray that I think people in Ijushaga, the property there will increase, the price will increase when they start this red line, because they have a station in Iju. And if anywhere you have a subway station, before you close your eyes, the development and the price of property there always increase.
Look at what I'm looking online now. They said a room self-contained. Even this one will be high class anyway. A room self-contained with inbuilt open plan kitchen with alternative routes in Lagos. Okay, this one is off Chevron. Whatever, 1 million per annum.
Yes, it's like that.
A room.
Yeah, it's like that because in my grandma's house before, she has a kind of a room self-contained.
Okay. A room self-contained in Badore Ajana. That's this thing.
A room self-contained in Surulere, they are paying 800,000.
So now when you look at that, now people want to survive and people and people we can do anything, you know. So that's why
it is when it's when I get to Europe, get to Asia, that I know that the Asians they really try a lot. Oh my God! When I go to Europe, I see a lot of differences. Okay, housing here, the rent is quite expensive compared to Asia. So, but here also, some of the property here, they come with nothing. You have to bring in everything, and it's also expensive. So, but when I just supposed to wait,
what is rent like in Europe? I mean, like let's say apartment.
Like the place I'm living, I'm paying close to €850 per month.
For one bedroom?
No, if it's one bedroom, like a studio apartment, maybe around 550 to 690 euro.
You guys are enjoying though. So euro convert to dollar, is it so in dollar?
Euro is more powerful than dollar now.
Oh, so it probably be, if you convert that to dollar, that's like double.
I remember that about $500 should be about at that time about 470 or 480 euro. No, not up to 480. Maybe around 460 to 470 euro. It's $500.
Oh, well, in US now, in place like New York City, you never get.
The advantage you guys have is that, I don't know, I might be wrong. Majority of you can live in a house and two people can share, okay? But here, I'm talking about just an apartment. But when you live in
that's what I'm saying. Apartment in the United States depends on the state. Yeah, a place like New York City, one bedroom apartment is not less than 2,500 a month.
That one is that. But if you are living in other states in America, because what I've seen that they said they live in a house and they can share with two or three people.
Everybody share in America. People don't share except immigrants. Well, people don't.
Yes, of course not. If you are new in America, do you have the $2,000 to pay for your house rent just like that?
All kind of grown men want to be sharing. But I'm just saying it's quite expensive, what I'm saying. Like life in the West is very expensive. But
Mike, what is the average rent in America, as in people renting a house, like 2 or 3 bedroom, that have 2 or 3 bedroom, and with a living room, and you know your house now, maybe it's like a kind of a duplex. The living room is downstairs, and
most people rent apartment, man. Don't rent house, man. People that buy house are usually family. But most people rent like divorced people or single people or normal people. They rent apartments, man.
Okay. And because I have a friend who lives in Las Vegas, and he told me that his rent Yeah, he lives in Las Vegas. He's making
Okay. A 2-room condo in where I live now, which is very obviously is very cheap, right? Right now it's like 2,500.
Condo in US, you'll be his condo is probably about 3,000 something or something like that, 4,000.
2,500 Canadian dollar, right? For
Yes.
2-bedroom, like a 2-bedroom with living room, including a kitchen and whatever, one toilet.
Yeah, that kitchen will be within your, you know the way they build now. You will be in your
Yeah,
sitting room
open
and be
kitchen.
looking at your kitchen.
I know.
Yeah.
Open kitchen.
So
So that means what if 2,500? Maybe for a family.
that's condo. Condo is like a flat.
I know.
Right.
I understand. So, but that means if you are not
and your kitchen will be in your living room.
yes.
Sir.
That means if you are not making 4,000.
That one is just like an hotel now. That one is not. That can you be cooking where you are sitting?
No, that's the lifestyle.
That is how they build most of their house. So
that's how they build apartments, yeah, man. Kitchen usually living room area.
So you know
Even
what?
the house gone, yeah.
Simba.
Simba, you come here, you will love it. Forget.
Simba,
So,
do you know why?
Sorry.
How can I love such a thing? So there's no privacy now.
don't
Why
like
should I?
it.
If
All
I
of
have
us don't like
visitors,
They will be seeing, if you are cooking for someone, everybody will be seeing what you are doing, so that it's not as if maybe you go put something inside.
No,
It's not like Nigeria. The kitchen is his own room. In Nigeria. Yeah, your kitchen is right by your living room.
me,
You
I
are cooking
prefer
while you
the
are watching
Nigerian one.
TV.
No, there's no way I can love such a thing now. So if you are
Kitchen
frying
here is
something,
better than
everybody
You
will
haven't
be,
experienced it,
everybody
that's
will be
why.
coughing. Everybody will be coughing. No, we have
No,
them here
Simba,
also now.
if you
No,
are
the way
here,
it's
you will
designed,
understand.
you won't even get to the kitchen is
Simba,
designed where the
if
vents
you
just
want,
take it.
if you want your own kitchen and everything, then you pay more. It's a house or a kind of special apartment.
No, that more square foot, and you will pay more
You
property
pay more
tax.
now. So that's the problem.
More property tax.
More you turn in Nigeria,
It's not only more property tax. You will pay more gas, because the gas for heating your house during the thing, you pay more. So every square foot means a lot in your monthly bill, whether from the government, whether from
As well as Remy said, people they will live a life of luxury life in Nigeria, but because of the fear of unknown, they will relocate and then they will now go and be. I don't understand.
They will find themselves in BC in the West.
Because most of people are living by fear of unknown.
Simba, see how it is. People where they there, when person in you start life, you will be subject to so many things. Imagine someone that found himself in the country. Your father is not there, your mother is not there, no family, nobody. So you definitely got to face some challenges before you fix yourself.
See, Simba,
and most of those single, they didn't build out those houses because of they didn't build it because of we foreigner. They built it as a pattern of their house. Sometimes students, young people want to start their life. So that single room with kitchen in the parlor is enough for them to start. These are just like 18, 20 years, So,
continue.
Yeah. So unfortunately, when somebody come in here from any part of the world, from Europe here, where migrate from here, go there. So we end up in those places. So you have to fix yourself. It takes time. Most of their things are processed. So now, so it be.
So the thing is this: thinking that when people live a life of comfort in Nigeria is the definition of life comfort. Let me tell you one thing. Now, there was a time when I was in Nigeria, I used to have 2 inverters, then 2 big generators, and 1 beta pass. You understand what that means? 2 inverters, 2 big generators, and 1 beta pass. Me alone, I have 5 alternative sources of power supply. Now the thing is this: if I'm using my inverter, maybe if there's no light for 2 days and I have fire generator to charge up, I'm fine, right? But how will I stop my neighbor that fire the generator? You will first see this thick smoke, it go fly to the sky first of all. You go day inside your room, you go put on your fan, and you go see they feel it. You understand? Definitely, there's no way I was going to use AC with it. What am I saying?
Why can't you know one problem in Nigeria? Why can't they at least make electricity available for those that can afford to pay for it? That's one issue I have. Like, how can they have a power company where okay, I'm willing to pay every month, just give me my 24-hour electricity. Even those that can afford it, they can't have it. That's the problem with Nigeria. How come
That's the problem. Those that can afford it cannot have it. That's the problem.
So I'm willing to pay. When I go to that country, I'm like, okay, well, how can I get my electricity? I'm ready to pay for it.
It depends on the area you are living, even in Nigeria. I don't know where you have your house in where I have my house in Nigeria.
Even in a banana island,
no, wait, I'm not talking about Munolo. I'm talking about this generator of a thing that Ola is talking about. That the distance between my house, just hold on, the distance between my house and the next house, I will barely be hearing whatever they're even doing in their house.
Okay.
You understand? In my house now, let me tell you, in my house now, everything that I use, my AC, this thing is solar. You understand?
I got you. The one I'm talking about, not my permanent, not my own property. I rented this one.
Okay.
Once my landlord fire his generator like this, oh my goodness.
No, you cannot that one. But if you have your own, you can if you have your own house.
Where I got my own house that time, I could not get to that. I could not go to that place because of security issue. People go follow you, reach out there. They go even the
okay, because it's outskirts.
Yeah, it was outskirts. So I couldn't go there then. So that time money no day to the pursue property on Lekki on Lekki phase 1, and so
I understand your because a banker that time, because I also want to be a banker in Nigeria, but unfortunately they didn't pick me, and I don't have Abba salary. So and you you have to live not too far from or whatever. At least you can drive to your work. So most bankers,
I'm telling you, and I now have at least 2 routes, so that if third mainland block, I go through the other side.
Yes, so that is the reason why. And we were talking about people. If you live in Lagos, I've lived in Lagos. I never really liked the show. It's too short. It's so many people. That is when I take a decision to be.
What the work that will make me if I want to work in Lagos now, the money must be big. I would rather let me give for example. I would rather take a 500,000 naira job in Ilorin than to take a 1 million naira job in Lagos.
To take what?
A 500,000. I'm just using that as an analogy. I can take half of the price or half of the salary that I'm supposed to be paying in Lagos to stay in Ilorin.
500,000 in Ilorin is actually more than 1 million in Lagos.
Because a lot of people don't know about value of life sometimes. Like you guys talk about drinking more water.
That's exactly what I'm telling you, Remy.
It's when I get to Asia, I discover that when you finish dinner, you must take a walk. Don't stay at home. And since I get to Asia, I refuse taking swallow at night. Even whenever I went to Nigeria, I refused. I will not take that swallow at night. I said I don't want. Because
I became lazy in Canada, and I will tell you why. In Nigeria, the lifestyle is this: you wake up 5 o'clock, by 5:30 or 5:45 max, you're on the road, so that you want to beat. As for me, that I was living on Oregon, I'm just talking about Oregon, to beat the traffic, right? And you think you get to the office and you'll be sleeping in your car till the time you will resume, right? They happen that way because as they sleep like this, your colleague will just come tap. You hear everything happened yesterday. That's how you go gist. So you go resume work 8 o'clock. Now when you come finish, you go see the wait for traffic to clear for road. Maybe by the time you wait like around 9-10 o'clock, you go home. I go come the shop around 10:30, 11 o'clock. You go sleep again. Before you know again, you wake up 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the following morning. By 5:30 or 5:45 back, you're on the road again. Now, what I'm saying is this. look at that cycle. You barely sleep for how many hours a day? Well, look like you are sleeping around 10 to or 11, and you are waking up. So early you even sleep 6 hours, right? Now, but in Canada here now, if I get work for 8 o'clock, nothing go make me leave home nothing go make me leave home before 7. You understand? And if you are leaving office 4:30, if you know work about people go they ask you what do they do.
You can calculate how many minutes you are going to drive. There is no traffic.
Exactly.
Like
so
that.
the time wasted doing nothing, and why you are not relaxing in Nigeria is just enormous.
Yes.
You understand?
So there are so many things we should put into our lifestyle. I drink. I always drink occasionally. I don't. In fact, I can tell you that I don't drink.
It doesn't sound like you drink occasionally. You sound like Shayo.
No, me or Shayo, me. I always drink responsibly. I never smoke. Even drink, you cannot come to my house. You cannot see even one bottle of whiskey or gin. You cannot see. It's only water, tea, or coffee. So sometimes I take soda, not every time. So because if you want a long lifespan, you also have to check what you take, what you drink, and see your body structure. Because sometimes I just ask myself. Sometimes I control myself. Sometimes I will not even eat like I will eat once in a day because I don't want to be too over bloated or something like that. So I continue to control my weight. It's because of the work I do now. I don't have time for gym, but I'm trying to go back to gym again. So not to build muscle, just to sweat it out, keep fit. Okay?
Oh, I gym to control my stomach. You know that my stomach. If I don't do exercise for like a month or 2 months now, I could develop that lower stomach disease again, and that one can even take plus almost 8 months again before you even remove it. So it has always been the headache. You understand? It has always been the headache to remove. So that's why I am very careful with what I eat. I hate gaining weight. If the weight will not concentrate on my lower abdomen, I won't even bother myself.
Alcohol will not allow you to lose weight, though. You'll lose weight at all.
I know that's if you already have that weight and you are not controlled. Okay, look at me now, for example. I'm not a food person. I'm not a food person. I just eat what I feel is okay for me. I'm not the kind of people that will just eat and eat and eat and eat. You understand? So, and I used to joke. I used to joke that time. I say, pray place. I say, if a pastor is giving me, say, you go and fast for 5 days, even the punishment you won't do for me, you are wasting your time because you are bringing what I know how to do to me. You are not even bringing any new thing. You understand? So, what I'm saying is I don't overeat. So, there's no level of alcohol I want to take that I'm not a regular drinker. So, I know. So, alcohol will not even have any impact.
You are not a regular drinker, but you drink those cognac in the night.
There's no way you'll be a drinker and not be a regular drinker. It's either you stop drinking or
I'm not a
you
regular
drink.
drinker.
That's one thing I know about alcohol. Is either you don't drink at all or you drink at least every other day or every day. It's impossible to say you drink and you only drink once in a while.
I don't drink for just sake of okay. Look at this way as you sit down now. May I just begin the open bottle they drink, not me. But if Mike or Adewale said I'll begin the talk now, I feel the drink. Right. If I come to your party, I don't have the time of
drinking is a habit now. It's not okay. It's not a routine, occasional. Drinking is a habit. If you're a drinker, you will be drinking. That's just what it is.
Okay, I'm not a drinker. Maybe that's the way to define
okay,
it.
Maybe I'm
not a drinker, but so that because someone that drinks occasionally is not a drinker, I agree. So, but before every Friday, for a good day, they go king size. So for that king size, from the time I go there, I they enjoy myself. All those some call beer and all those kind of things are the thing where they show that way.
A lot of people like me that drink occasionally like this, and they said
that
occasionally.
And they said
I can read that drink frame for your voice already.
The way
No,
what's in
that's
so?
the
Last
way.
time I see one go team Kong already.
No, this is the way I sound. I
Eh?
don't drink like
You're
that.
sounding extra
No,
like that too.
that's the way I sound. Though
No.
I
You
think
are
Wale
even
will
sounding
eat
like
more
someone
of
that
food,
has been
swallow
eating
food than
you
drinking.
can't, Mike, you will say, okay, Pago. That's me.
That's
I
how I know
don't
you
get
drink.
drunk.
That's how I know you drink.
But the
You're
thing is
speaking the
that
language of your drinker.
you can't tell if I don't even get drunk, but you can't tell if I've had a drink or not, except if I say it. But this is the way I talk anyway. So I slow talk, Like
No,
some
the
people that
question
speak
I will
faster.
ask you, Adewale, and if you, I will be happy if you tell us the truth. First and foremost, do you like drinking beer, as in cold, chill beer?
No, I stopped drinking beer
Okay,
almost
that's
15 years
fine.
ago.
So
So
you already
15
eliminated
years ago.
something that can make your belly grow very fast. You already eliminate that one. So how about whiskey or gin or all these spirits?
I don't even do all those things. I only
So
drink
what
red
do you
wine,
drink then? What do you
and
drink?
recently this we drink red wine most time. Not even the sweeter one. We're talking about the
Dry
dry
red
one.
wine.
Yeah. And lately I've been dabbling into vodka, but I found out that vodka, what makes it smooth is because of a lot of sugar goes into it and all that. So, but I think it's the only gin family that doesn't give me hangover or headache or anything. But
Which gin
red,
family? Which gin?
like the vodka and all those, the hard, hard,
I
hard
don't like
liquor.
vodka because it made me feel bloated. So I avoid the
Oh, really?
whiskey.
And it's smooth. Vodka is smooth.
No, cognac is my red
Those are
red wine is calm.
it's calm. It's just don't overindulge
For me,
yourself.
if I drink red wine make me purge. So that's the
Red wine
reason.
make me feel depressed the following day. The world will just be like say I feel sober. So and I hate
You
it
need to
that way.
check the kind of wine you're drinking. Maybe you're drinking the cheap one.
Me, I have
No.
to stop drinking though.
I don't drink wine like that.
Because the moment I
Yes.
drink like this, my blood pressure will just go up.
Yes. Why I don't drink wine?
Why is
All
it
those things are.
You know, sir.
Ọsàn yìí Adéwálé gbé sílé ni Adéwálé gbọ́sàn yìí sílé.
Not me. It's not me.
I think it's better.
Also, you can. It's you. Àwọn ọ̀sẹ̀ àwọn ní elégbògi bíi ti Mike.
Mike ni.
Àwọn elégbògi.
Mike Aborúbọyé o.
But I've never seen that thing one-on-one, but I've been where it's been consulted. So
Maybe
so
Larry
that
should
time,
know something.
I always think at that time that there was there was this children's toy that used to have this tiny voice. So I always thought those Baba are always faking it by putting those we call them baby then in the village we say baby. So maybe we always assume that that's what they used to disguise as Osoyin.
No, ọsàn yìí dé rí lọ.
Mike.
Yeah, but
Mike,
after
Mike, I want to ask you a question. Mike, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. When my father was ill and he had an hypertension, may he rest in perfect peace. And we took him to the hospital. But sometimes when they discharge him, that some people ask us that he should be drinking a kind of local herb to make him regain his, because that thing affected his left arm and also left leg. So we used to go to the.
He has stroke, yeah.
Yes. So I remember shortly after they discharged him from the hospital, he has a friend. He's from Elation, Ijebu. So that was the first time I'm seeing something that really totally different in my life. So they sent me to him to go and pick something from him. So I picked that thing up, but I have to check it by myself. So on the way, I opened the plastic bag and I brought out the bottle. What I saw really amazed me. This is a local herb, but inside that shinap bottle, the normal shinap bottle, there's a big snake inside. So I was asking myself, how do they put this big snake inside? The head alone is big now. So how did they put it inside? I don't know. So I'm asking you. Do you know?
So they say maybe you can't drink from that one. They put a snake inside.
No, it's for my father, not me.
I know they put snake inside bottle.
They put snake and they also put some local herbs and something like that will help him. I don't know what they call it for, but whenever you drink that thing, his energy will rise up. He will feel more happy.
Mark is the only Agbaye now. Mark is the only Babalawo.
Every
other person out there.
Yeah, no Oníṣègùn. Oníṣègùn on the outside.
But
ẹ wo tí wọ́n sọ pé kò sáyé àbúkù irọ́ náà pa Nàìjíríà ní
there's one in our house that one is the one that amazes me the most. Mike, what is the English name for Annie? You know, something like that looks like shaped like a Coca-Cola.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you know that. Okay, Aren, the real Aren is Mike. You know what Aren means, right? Anyway, I saw that Aren inside a bottle, a glass bottle, meticulously arranged inside that bottle. That iron till today he's still right there in our house, and I mean imagine where it is right now, except somebody dropped it though, but nobody, because we were told not to drop it. But I wonder, I can't remember asking my father actually, because my father has some friends that are into Onisheg, and co, but he himself doesn't even know Jack and only Bita Jakara. But I always wonder, maybe I wasn't bold enough to ask, because it kind of like today it still amazes my brothers included. Everybody's still amazed about how they're able to put those things inside that.
Today, I still continue to ask myself, how does that thing go inside? And another thing I want to tell you, I saw that thing for the second time. And you know where I saw it? You'll be amazed also. I saw it in China. So all those people, they also do juju. Those Chinese, they're also doing voodoo and the rest.
But when it comes to snake can crawl inside anyway.
But this is the dead snake now, and it's bigger than the bottle, and the head is bigger than the bottle. That is the question you come to ask yourself. Ní China náà wọ́n ní ìpínlẹ̀ náà ejò náà ni bọ́ọ̀dù tí wọ́n tóbi gan wọ́n máa ń tà ní wàá lọ síbẹ̀ wàá ṣọ́ọ̀tì kan ó máa jẹ́ kó.
What did they use it for?
Performed in the other room
now.
Àwọn náà ń ṣe dúdú gan èyí tó bá sọ pé Nàìjíríà nìkan ló ń ṣe dúdú òsì.
Ọlá máa nídìí ẹ̀.
Kí ni mo tún máa nídìí báyìí ṣe ń bà náà? Bàbá kí la fi ṣe yín báyìí, kí la tún nídìí?
Àwọn yẹn níbẹ̀ yẹn ni mo ti mọ̀ yìí pé it's always good. Kò sí ìkọ́tà fún yẹn lè jẹ. Wọ́n mọ̀ nípa ewé gan seriously ju Nàìjíríà gan. If you see the way they eat raw, like green vegetable, no matter. Every time balanced diet.
And that's why they are not always fat, you know. They are not as fat as.
Keep overnight. They only cook and consume at that particular moment. After the breakfast, you need to finish. Lunch, you need to finish. Dinner, you have to finish it. Contain fruit, vegetables, I contain drinks, I contain milk, I contain something like this soya milk Nigeria. Lifestyle.
You know what I observe, eh? For those of us that like or love Chinese food, how many times have you even seen Chinese themselves coming to eat in those Chinese restaurants? They don't eat those jargon, those nonsense that they are selling.
Authentic Chinese.
Yeah. It's a watered down Americanized or European.
Oh no, Jacko, anywhere tó bá ti Chinese tó lọ sí Chinese restaurant tó lọ ń jẹ́ nbì kan dáhùn pé oúnjẹ wọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ máa wọ́n right abroad dáhùn pé authentic náà dáhùn.
Or maybe somebody,
Chinese restaurant.
maybe somebody traveling. Yeah.
Why do we always like something that is not our own?
Sometimes now, okay. Sometimes
they don't patronize us the way we patronize them.
Yeah, because our food is heavy. Our food is heavy and spicy.
Adewale, I hope you know the importance of spice in food. Oh, my pé ata máa ń gé the digestion, sir.
Brother, kò ṣe kankan jàre.
It's true. Then, you know,
the funniest thing, the thing is that spicy food, because we are so used to it, that's why if you eat spicy food, your shit will smell from here till the heaven. And what you eat is what you smell, even your body odor.
I'm not even talking about spicy food, though. Amigo, like spicy food.
If you are eating spicy food, if you go to the restroom, they can smell that you've been there because it will smell like a rotten stuff.
You know why I do want to not like spicy food at the time? If one get it on January, you to switch. So sometimes
I don't even eat American food. Do they even have food here? They don't have food. I eat my Nigerian food all the time. I eat from home. I hardly eat outside. Hardly. Now, occasionally I also. But if I'm to cook food, maybe I want to cook a special food. I don't cook a Nigerian food, a special food. I cook maybe. Sometimes I just look at something that southern food that's kind of like a soul food, and I'll cook it. The other I think on Thanksgiving, I made chicken Alfredo, and I grill the chicken myself and do the other. It just make it look, and then the southern like the baked potato kind of a thing with cheese. I like making something different from what we used to. But we don't eat outside. We hardly eat outside.
There's one particular food. If I love, I will have introduced it to Nigeria. They call it hot pot, kogwa. That food, they have a big bowl in the middle, and they can separate it into two. One side can be spicy. I will tell you the truth. Chinese in ata Nigeria 2 times. Ata something like that. One shake Lara. They'll put that one. Very much because Nigeria to me. One being see one dark pot yes. No, I don't know more.
Okay,
gbogbo ọmọ pé Rẹ̀mí ajẹbọta ni Rẹ̀mí náà gbogbo tó bá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ kò mọ̀mọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ mọ̀mọ̀ dákọ̀ rẹ̀.
Now, what we used to do with that
every time.
Early in the morning, whenever I was at my grandpa's farm, the other farm was like 7 kilometers, more than 7 kilometers, I think like about 10 kilometers where we walk. Then when we get there, the first thing we take all those small pepper now, we grind it. We just put red oil. Then we now look for green plantain. We just make sure we roast green plantain. We eat that green plantain with that raw pepper with oil. It's when we finish that we just enter farm, go work. You must see before we walk.
Alan, when I was
that is what really helped you also.
When I was
in the afternoon, we use rorowo. We now use rorowo. If you are lucky,
it's a vegetable.
Inside cocoa plants.
No, that one.
Ibi kòkó ẹ̀ sọ pé jù máa ń pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀, ṣé jù kí máa àtàkẹ́ ṣá?
Ọ̀ká la máa ń sábà panu kòkó.
O lè pọ̀ ejò directly.
You know,
Oka, we used to kill Oka inside the cocoa.
Ola.
Who is echoing? Who is actually echoing?
I don't know.
It's Adewale's one.
Am I still echoing?
Yes.
Better now.
Okay. When I was younger, I found the faucet on. That's why this cold. So we're trying to make sure that we drain the pipe a little bit. And when I was younger, my stepmother did something one day, taught me of something. Every time I would see her drinking gari with pepper on the left hand. One portion of it will be full of salt, then the other side will be the small red pepper. So she will be drinking the gari, dip the pepper inside the salt, take a bite, then drink the gari. So I've been watching her that why is she doing this thing? Raw pepper. So one day I tried it. Oh boy, I threw my kulikuli away. And that thing sweet down.
But what I would think about for your eye initially you start now.
But as you are eating it, your mouth will be singing. Oh my goodness. But it's still the best. Better than the kulikulis and all that.
No, I don't like kulikuli, but the kulikuli do
àwọn kulikuli tó máa ń round báyìí kò yàn.
Fatasi tó máa.
Kulikuli alata. You know that there are some that with spices and not some without spices.
Now kuli alata be the major thing now.
Ṣé ọ̀gá kulikuli kọ́dé àtẹ́kùn máa ń gùn báyìí tó máa ń tìkì báyìí ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan máa ń kó wá ń gbà tán primary school. A máa bẹ̀ kó fún wa ń díẹ̀ later mo lọ ń bá mo sí mi ẹjẹ́ ẹ máa rà fún mi náà kí n máa gbé lọ school wọ́n dẹ̀ ń rà fún mi.
You know as it is, you can do it. You can make one in your house right there, right now. It depends on the kind of groundnut that you buy. Some groundnut are not good for kulikuli making. You have to know the kind of groundnut.
Yeah, that's not big business as a snack.
No, the kind of groundnut that they have in North America is not the best for kulikuli because
Remy, I know a lady. It's only kulikuli that she's doing in Nigeria and she's exporting it to Canada. Kulikuli. Even the lady is on Facebook. She's exporting. I know the funny thing. This lady was a ward maid in my former hospital. Ward maid. Now she's now a big woman. She, exporting kulikuli in cartons to Canada. It's sometimes when I see people like that, it gives me hope that there are some Nigerian youth that are still thinking, not sitting down and be complaining that there's no this, there's no that, there's no this, there's no that.
And you know what? When I learned that, I'm sorry to go back to this topic. You guys have discussed it before. When I read that report that Dangote has started refinery, started operation, and then we are going to need our aviation fuel, diesel, all those things, and then later petrol will come. I was so happy. At least all those things are imported before. Now we are going to get it in Nigeria. It will reduce the animals on our foreign exchange because majority of what we spend money on is on these crude oil byproducts that we imported back to Nigeria. And I think it's high time the government now sit down and help the manufacturing sector by giving them soft loans so that we can go back to this industrial base. And I think Tinubu should
Remy?
Yeah.
How are you? Ó fẹ́ lọ yàgbẹ́ gan, ó béèrè lọ́wọ́ Dangote pé ó fẹ́ lọ ṣùgbọ́n fún ọ ní tissue paper. By the time we monopolize everything in it.
I can monopolize it. People
will be begging him for toilet paper.
Adewale, which one will you prefer for us to keep on importing refined products?
No, I understand the sentiment that we change. But the thing is this: if government is damn serious, if government is truly serious, what government needed to do is to create a very conducive, competitive environment.
They did.
No, wait now. There's like what happens during the Emefiele Buhari era. Undue advantage was given to certain people, certain entrepreneur in Nigeria, and the likes of Dangote actually was a primary beneficiary. It shouldn't be. One thing I've noticed in our society is that we don't have equal distribution of wealth. What do I mean by that? The money is vested in the hands of few, just little percentage of the population. That's where you have the money, and it's not revolving around, and that creates scarcity. And that is
But
where you have some of
Adewale, is
these.
there any
Hold on.
person
Oh yeah, you
in
see, it's all about
this
policy.
sector? No, what I'm saying, in this
In
same
what?
sector that was denied that opportunity.
Because it's capital intensive. A lot of people will be discouraged from getting into it. Thank God.
But you now have somebody
Wait now.
who
Wait.
is willing to take the risk.
I give you an example of what governments ought to have done, but they are now trying to do by deregulating the power sector completely so that ordinary person like you and I can venture into that, generate, distribute, and sell. Now, before it was mainly government business only. Now you now have private individual, people that are not even at capacity level of the likes of Dangote or Tedola that can go into generating electricity. We have great minds in Nigeria that could easily look at those young men that will do those little experiments at the roadside, and then you can tap into their knowledge but build something more bigger, on a macro level. So, but because of the financial muscle that some of us do not have, we can't compete with them. And come to think of it, look at the undue advantage that the likes of Emefiele granted, people like Dangote, ensuring that they have access to foreign currency for them to be able to buy materials, do trading and all that. It shouldn't be, because in the first place, everyone's supposed to have that same leverage, same advantage. But because the way it's being tilted towards them, it created imbalance in the market. And it seems they are the most perfect uh, entrepreneur. And so whatever they dabble into, because of government patronage, it seems government always, so that is why they prospering and others are seems as if they are not, innovative enough. But if government, not just create a policy that is only targeting certain individual, but in such a way that people that doesn't have much money can as well try their hands, and they also benefit from the society. Before you know it, ya carry, but because it's one lopsided, that is why it seems the likes of Dangote and Boa and the rest. I mean, by now we're supposed to be having multiple refineries in Nigeria. And I tell you, and I kid you not, for government to have invested in Dangote shows they are going to give them undue advantage in a very, very long time. And I'm afraid that even with the one that we are looking forward to, the lecture, production of petrol and all that, we may not have scarcity of that product, but I can bet you that we're still going to be buying it at the higher price, but we will have it in abundance. And to me, government shouldn't have done that. If you are going to empower Dangote and empower others too, invest in others too, so that they can take off, the ground, and then started running and doing what Dangote is doing. But because of their political relationship, so it seems Dangote is the only one. Unfortunately, I foresee that man control every aspect of our economy in the long run. Am I the only one here?
You are not the only one, but like I said, one thing about this Dangote, this thing, you know my position on Dangote already. So when people are saying it's only Dangote, I want that person that they are not giving the opportunity to come out. And another thing I keep saying is this: Dangote, the businesses that Dangote is doing, those businesses that Dangote is doing
are not the only businesses in Nigeria. There are thousands of areas that we are in need of this thing. We need people that be producing commodities, commodity items like toothpaste, all those things that they need to be doing manufacturing in Nigeria. We need people to be manufacturing tires in Nigeria. We need people to be doing aluminum in Nigeria. We need a lot of things. You understand? We need a lot of things. We even need people to be producing steel in Nigeria. So we need people to be doing some kind of treated wood for furniture in Nigeria. So what I'm saying is that there are a lot. But when we now narrow everything that has to do with economy to Dangote, that's where the problem is. How come that when a businessman is successful in something, it's the only time we now see, no, it's monopolizing? No, I don't believe in that, to be honest. But look at it this way. If you discover something today and you build a business today now, and when the business is becoming successful, some people want to come in. Your first instinct is that you have to respond to your environment. Now, two things you can do is either you quickly increase your capacity and concentrate the market in such a way that you raise the entry barrier. So when you raise the entry barrier, it simply means that nobody will come in easily, because maybe by the time those people are coming, maybe they can only produce cement, for example, let's say for 5,000. That's where they can even make their own profit or have break even. But because you'll be there, probably you've even made your initial investment, and you pay your debt off, and what you are now just doing just to sustain. You can intentionally crash the price to like 3,000 to just send the person that is coming out. So that's a kind of when you want to say we are playing a monopolistic market. Now, it's not difficult for you to accuse such person of monopolizing the market, because already he has gained the advantage. He has the size of the market. So it simply means that government will have to tell you that, okay, don't sell cement, don't sell cement for 3,000, so be selling for 5,000. So what does that mean? You understand? That means you are passing the thing to the citizen too. So to me, we need more than Dangote businesses to move forward. People should look at tomato paste. Two people should look at the toothpick that are being brought from are being imported. Like some people are manufacturing vegetable oil in Nigeria today. Some people are even doing some kind of a local ties in Nigeria today. Some people, their own is just this hydrofoam and fiber concrete, fiber block and fiber concrete. So, in a nutshell, to me, is if Dangote is not doing refinery now, we won't be talking. They are not doing this thing. But are you saying that all the businesses in Nigeria are limited to just businesses that Dangote do? You understand? No, I totally disagree. So I don't buy that argument. No matter how we try to make it sweet, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Some people are in the banking business now, for example, and you can see them clearly. Some people. So how come that we don't have some people now even working on our own textile, right? To raise it. Mr. Trump is coming when we want to shut down. Look at this man. Okay, I bring you in anyway. So we have textile, we have hide and skin industry. Nobody is developing all those things. So we have what do we call it? We still have this thing we need to do in the very large scale, cattle ranching. So we need to produce more milk in Nigeria. So we need some people to invest in tomato paste. Rice mill is still there. People are not investing in rice mill. Now the cassava value chain in Nigeria is not maximized yet. So I can find it funny when people just say, okay, is Dangote monopolized? You would think that Dangote is monopolizing every business in Nigeria. So to me, I don't subscribe to that. It's just some kind of I see it just as, I don't want to call it witch hunting. I just want to say we are just giving excuses for people not to be productive.
Yeah, but AFCC is not chasing Dangote company up and down because of hatred. It's because that the advantage that was given to him. Because the reason why they're chasing him up and down or ransacking his office.
If the advantage was fair, you understand? Okay, look at it this way. If there's something wrong in government helping some company to rise, but if I give you $1 to invest and you run trip it, that's another thing entirely. If Dangote ran tripped dollars, let him face the music, but I doubt they will ever punish Dangote because they will still find a way to settle the matter. Because I don't know whether that problem Dangote is in persecution is even facing, maybe just because he didn't support the right candidate. I don't know. I'm just saying, but I find it difficult that he will not support the right candidate, given the fact that he has a refinery in Lagos and I know that Dangote has always been APP, Abi, CAPP, all party the power, all government the power, or AGP, whichever one. So all government things. So to me, Emefiele has scattered a lot of things, and also there's no way that you want to look at what Emefiele did that you won't get to the like of Dangote. Is Dangote clean? I don't believe any billionaire is clean. You understand? Some billionaire might not have committed crimes, but doesn't mean they are clean.
There is no way a billionaire in Nigeria would not have committed a crime. There's no way.
Not only in Nigeria. Not only in Nigeria, because crime is as good as the way you manipulate your financial statements, the way you manipulate taxation, everything. So they are not usually like that. So
look at Trump today.
That's your Trump. That's your Trump. The Prince Daddy will be coming after for you.
I know he will soon come in and join and try to. When Trump was come on, be quiet. When Trump, I'm sorry.
People now go learn now.
No, download it. When Trump felt that he needed to take advantage, it would devalue.
Let me move the conversation to the bar because I don't know when Thomas is coming. And
okay.
Maybe I should even be my duty to move it to the background now. Thomas, come and move it to the background, though. If you can hear us. Continue. Let Thomas do his job. Continue.
Oh, okay. I said when it's convenient for him, he will devalue his property just to cheat government from paying more taxes. But when he felt that I want to gain money from investor, he will overprice and overvalue his property. Sorry, hold on for 1 second.
Mr. Dewada, you should take care of your children, eh? Take care of them, eh? They need attention.
You see these kids, they know they satisfy. If you like, carry yourself. Please.
Are they your grandchildren or your children direct?
My child. Why are you guys laughing?
No. I did not laugh. It just came out. I only asked, are they your grandchildren or your children?
My children, what?
No, let us know now. Are you still making more babies?
Why now? You know how many picking where I get?
Mr. Saram, you know those all these guys there, they know they agree, they don't want to retire now.
See this question. He's saying you yourself is still making babies.
Somebody said, Adewale, you are 75.
If I say what is in my mouth, they will ban this show on this platform on YouTube.
No.
No, there was this man called Oyetola. What's his name in Ijebu? That man at 90 something is still.
Odetola.
One of his children was my manager then in the bank. We used to, his senior colleague used to joke with him then that you're going to be the father to your stepbrothers. And truly, the now yeah, everybody has his own this thing. Kids can be very, very demanding. They can demand as if they own everything, and they will
Oh,
claim everything.
so what do you expect of them? That's the nation now.
This one has become like father like daughter. No, maybe do the thing.
Thomas, you can move us to the background, though. If you want.
Thomas will go away for God knows hour and show up at the 11th hour.
Thomas is not a serious person now.
On show money, but show money.
Thomas.
No. ẹ mọ̀ pé down below ni mo wà so network wa máa ń break lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan ẹ̀yin náà lè máa ń bú wa pé down below náà wà.
Àwọn ògbóyìnbó ṣé below sea level lẹ́wà àbí?
Below sea
No.
sea
Australia
level.
is not below sea level now when it's not in Netherlands.
I wonder. Yeah, we have the best network here. Yeah. Sometimes you just fade off. Yeah.
Australia, they occupy less than 20% of their land now. It's just like
Of
Canada
course.
also.
We are the sixth largest in land mass in the whole world. We are just 25 million
And they
people.
are just like 25 million population.
25 million population, the sixth largest in the whole world. Jesus Christ. That's why you see snake here, animals here. Oh my God.
Hey, most
One
of your
day,
lands are not habitable now.
no. It's not habitable.
Most people in Australia, they live along the coastline.
That's it. Yes. Like I'm living along the coastline. We live along the coastline.
And you have a very funny weather. Very funny weather.
Oh, very crazy one. Very crazy one. I do drive power bike. One day I was going to work, so the race started. I just want to pull over to the filling station just to put my raincoat. Before I parked my bike at the filling station, the rain stopped and the sun started coming out again. Oh, Finland, Melbourne is the worst, is the worst. You can have summer, winter, autumn, spring
In one day. Yeah.
In one day. Like in the morning, like yesterday night it was cold in the morning. I went out with my bike because there is traffic. I always like to use bike. Then when I was coming home in the morning, it's already 33 degrees. My head want to blow off. You have to wear helmets. The sun was crazy. I said, who told me to take this bike today? I could have go with the car, but bike always save me traffic because I can go through the traffic, ride, and zoom off. Then I can speed a little bit when I'm on my bike. You can't speed when you have your car. So, oh my God, I had to park in the filling station, buy cold water, pour it on my head before I embark on my journey again. Australia. Now we are in summer now. It's crazy, man. It's very crazy. The beach filled up because people don't want to.
We're in winter here. We're in winter here.
Now, God, if you're alone, we are in summer. We are crying for it, and you are in winter.
You are in another planet.
Oh my God! Yes.
January, February, March. In your place, then I come back after the winter. I come back to Europe. I'll be doing crisscrossing like Nigerian politician. When you finish.
Yeah, like some old people here, the winter time they will go to the northern side, go and live there 3 months, then they will come back to Melbourne because they don't like the winter time. Winter too is crazy here. Everything is crazy here. I've never experienced this kind of heat in my life because I don't live in the southwest. Our temperature is like maybe 28, 30 sometimes. It doesn't rise to 48 degree, 45 degree, 40 degree. Oh my God.
Come on, sorry to cut you. Have you been to Djibouti?
No.
What you go for do for Djibouti?
I've been there now. I cannot even live there for one day. I ran away. That same day I ran away. At night, over 40 degree. And
Djibouti weather is just like the weather in Saudi Arabia now.
Very hot. I say, people are coping there. That's why when we do sport, they used to run like very speed. I cannot.
Djibouti people, they really do sports. They are not good for anything. They are not good for anything.
The heat there is too much.
It's the Kenyans, the Tanzania, the Ethiopians that can do those things now.
No, but
and you still find from Nigeria in that Djibouti. Nowhere you can you will not find Nigeria.
The heat that I don't think cold. Even the Igbo guys will run away. When I visited there, I did not see one Igbo person. Either Yoruba person.
The only thing they have in Djibouti is salt. They don't have any natural resources. The only thing they have is salt.
And again, they have land that the Westerner paid them every yearly.
Because they use them as a military base.
Yes, to test their weapon. Even China is there now, and American is there. Europeans are there. Because I know that the Europeans are trying to
they are there to police that Baba Mandel Straits for their own. It's for the economic reason that
you can see.
Oh my God! This Western world.
They are everywhere. They are everywhere. I like the way they do it because Africa are not ready to take over now, so they will help us to occupy it because the world today doesn't like it. To say so, the world doesn't like nature doesn't like anything vacuum. Nature don't like anything vacuum.
Say we are not under slavery. We say we are not under slavery. Automatically, we are still under slavery indirectly.
No, it's not indirectly. It is a self. All of us. Before they used to come and take us. We are the one running to them now.
You sell your house, you sell all your belongings, and you go there.
And go there.
But let me tell you, I came in for Remy because I was in a meeting yesterday. So they were telling us how China are behaving now. They do as the Western world, you understand? Because the Western world, when they go to a country, they will borrow you money or they will build the infrastructure to defraud you, to make you be bankrupt. Nigeria is still managing. When they bankrupt, then they take over the country. That's what China are doing too. I wanted to talk to Remy that you should know this one because this one they said it out. China is behaving like the Western world now. It's behaving like them. They will give you everything. They will build the infrastructure for you. They'll do everything just to bankrupt the country that you cannot pay. Then they take over. They did it in the southern countries in Africa then. So everybody wants the land of Nigeria. And our government must be careful on what they sign these days. The moment they sign, then later they will, anyway, they run to bring them back home. My God knows that one. We'll bring them back from 1999. I will have the list very soon. Till date. When you are in power, your children will not escape it. French, they do it too. If you have a debt today, if you cannot pay, your children will pay. You cannot escape it too. We'll bring the system back home now. When you steal too, when you are gone, your children will pay for it. Nobody will escape it. That will be the new law. At least you collect the properties out now. So that is so they should be careful with that because I was shocked. I was shocked when I had it. So I wasn't happy at all. I said that it is good to collect those money. It is good to build the infrastructure, but they should be careful what they sign. I heard that Nigeria are even taking money from the future, bargaining with our resources now. I don't like it if it's true. If it's true, I don't like it. But that's what I wanted to say. That's what really brought me into it. But I'm still watching. I'm still looking at this. I don't lose hope. I will never change hope. So that's it. But we are going happy now. Everything is going well. I say this year, 2024, will be one of the best year. Will be one of the best years. So it has started already. I hope you guys too are experiencing the same thing too. Mr. Remy was saying earlier that when he takes wine, that he used to go to the toilet. I don't understand. Is it a cheap wine or is it a medical one?
Yeah, you went back. Am I finished here? Yeah,
I know you.
No, what I'm trying to say is that Timbamo red wine, oh man, porch. But you tell me that no. I'm saying the truth. Timbamo sparkling or white wine or something, no wala, but red. I don't know. Maybe I'm allergic to it. I don't know. So me, Timbamo red wine.
I think it's your tummy. It's your tummy. It's your tummy. So,
Okay.
like now, I don't drink milk. I don't take anything.
So you see, and I drink fresh milk every day. So I drink fresh milk.
I don't. Formerly, I used to. I'm so extreme when it comes to things. But later, I normally have a side effect, so I stopped. I have side effects, so I stopped.
So it's everybody now. So one way or the other.
So I don't know if it's because of my age and things like. But I'm still young. But because since something happened to me a few years ago, so they treated me, and I think everything will be okay. But I have to just be careful. I only drink water, and I take a lot of water and soft drinks. Understand? Soda drinks. That's it. Okay, that's just it. But I thought you've gone, and you are calling China. China is now stealing indirectly from Africans. You have to be real. Yeah, for me, I don't like what is going on. And there's something that I had you guys talking about the Emefiele this morning. I just kept quiet. I said, this is my time to come in because I said that I don't want to come and start talking. Let me just listen to everyone. Emefiele is also in the. Can we go to the background, Mr. Thomas? Can we go to the background? I'm asking, if it will be possible. Mr. Thomas.
So that you can open up.
Yes, now. I don't want them to say this China or my outside man. Put us to the background now. Put us to the background. At least to say what is going on in Nigeria. Because this one I heard about China yesterday, I wasn't happy. They are doing like this. Do you know about this John Penkins? This guy that was exposing that he was an American hitman. That's how they do. China's are doing the same thing now. When I was on Nigerian news yesterday. I was looking and watching Winky complaining that it's a fraud that the metro station in Abuja. But I would like to say something at the background. Mr. Thomas, hey Joe, put us at the background. I know people will not be happy. The comment section. If you want to come in, you tick the like button and you come into, so we can talk in the background. It's more better and respectful. There, everybody can talk. Mr. Thomas.
I don't know how we can restructure. There are so many. It's not as if the way we portray Nigeria as if Nigeria is a failed state is what is baffling me. I was just reading now. Nigeria is one of the 10 least indebted countries in Africa.
That's true.
In fact, we are number 9. Most of the countries that we used to compare with us are actually having more debt than us.
And they should stop comparing Nigeria to America. They should stop it. And to China too has a lot debt now. Understand? They should just stop it.
The debt of America is more than their GDP.
That is true now. That's why they're working to pay they're against how many
No,
billions?
the whole thing about this debt of a thing is a fraud now.
We know now, we know, but I cannot say some things outside now. We are in the public.
It's a fraud. I don't know where they are getting the money that they are borrowing, and then they don't pay.
It's there now. Mr. Thomas, take us back. It's for the big boys. Take us back so I can talk easily.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's all right. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I think we've come to the crescendo. Let me use one man English. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Yeah, we'll catch you sometime later tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. See ya.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. Yes. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
Thank you, everyone. See ya later.